Chapter 1. In the hotel room. As soon as Yi-chan opened his eyes, he was dazzled by the sunlight outside the window and squinted his eyes. He raised his right hand to block it and looked around. I actually saw a woman lying next to me. And the mess on the ground. The woman was facing away from Yi-chan, and her upper body was naked. Seeing this, Yi-chan was shocked. Because he has no clothes on either. Now, his head really hurt, and he knew it was the result of a hangover. I really drank too much last night. He slapped his head and recalled quickly. He clearly remembered that his girlfriend Lee Avi wanted to break up with him last night. The reason was that his father's company had some problems and was about to collapse. Originally, he didn't want his girlfriend to know so as to avoid her worrying about him. Unexpectedly, Lee Avi got wind of the news that his family was going bankrupt, so she insisted on breaking up with him. In fact, after his father's company received financial financing, it quickly returned to normal, but its assets shrank a little, and it did not go bankrupt. However, rumors outside were still spreading everywhere. So after breaking up with me, my girlfriend quickly hooked up with another rich guy. Yi-chan was also sad. After all, it was a 3-year relationship, so he went to find a bar to get drunk. As for what happened later, he couldn't remember it at all. Looking at the woman in front of him with her beautiful back exposed and her back facing away from him, he was really panicked. I must have been drunk. She had brought me here out of kindness, but I was so mean to her. He gently turned sideways and felt all the muscles in his body aching. OMG. How brave was I last night? Just as he found his pants from the clothes on the floor and put them on, the person on the bed moved. Ah! The woman screamed, causing both of them to be embarrassed. The woman pulled the quilt over to cover her face and shouted at Yi-chan, You turn around. Yi-chan didn't dare to say no and turned around immediately. I heard a few bang-bang sounds behind me, as if someone lost his balance and fell to the ground. Then, a pair of slender hands reached out and took away a small piece of clothing at Yi-chan's feet. Yi-chan took a deep breath and calmed himself down. After the voices behind him fell silent, Yi-chan dared to ask, Excuse me, are you all right? Can we talk? We have nothing to talk about. Actually, there is nothing to talk about. We are all adults. Just pretend that nothing happened last night. By now. Yi-chan had already turned around and was about to say something, but he saw a young girl rubbing her knees while walking towards the gate. Since the woman is so free and easy, Yi-chan, as a man, naturally has nothing to say. With a bang, the door was closed. Yi-chan was massaging his temples because of his headache, but out of the corner of his eye he saw something shocking. On the bedsheet is falling red. As a man, I naturally understand what this means. It turns out that I am a beast. He ate up a woman he had never even met. This. But girls don't want to take responsibility for themselves. How about going to the hotel and checking the surveillance to see who it is? It would be nice to take care of him when we meet next time. After all, you have to be responsible for what you did to others. While thinking, I looked for clothes to put on. And under one of her clothes, she actually covered up a student ID card that was hanging around her neck. Yi-chan quickly picked up the student ID and took a look. Lu Yana, a senior in the fine arts department. I looked at the photo on the student card in front of me and realized that this was Lu Yana, who was in the same school and grade as me. She is the recognized beauty in the school. The dream girl of all the men in school. Surprisingly, so innocent. OMG. This is too shocking. Chapter 2, The School Beauty is Pregnant with Triplets. Although Yi-chan himself is quite handsome, Lu Yana has that otherworldly beauty. The kind that is so beautiful that it is untouchable. People usually praise her beauty behind her back, but no one dares to desecrate her. Yi-chan is a man after all, so naturally he has had feelings for beautiful women. I really didn't expect that I would be eaten by myself. On the back of the student card, there is a small message. If you find it, please call 134, thank you. Yi-chan immediately took out his mobile phone, wrote down Lu Yana's phone number, and sent her a WeChat friend request. Until the afternoon, Yi-chan made a note in the friend request, Your student card is left with me. Only then did Lu Yana accept Yi-chan's friend request. Yi-chan quickly sent her a message, I'm so sorry. Where are you now? I'll send you the student card. Lu Yana took a long time to reply. After class, put your student card under the bench next to the third trash can on the second campus road before 6 o'clock. I will pick it up. We will not meet again in the future. Yi Chen looked at the message on his phone and covered his face with a painful expression. I sighed in my heart, what a bastard I am. Just like that, 3 months passed and it was soon time for winter vacation. After the winter break of my senior year, I basically spent the second semester doing internships outside, and then I could graduate after passing the exams. In the Municipal Maternal and Child Health Hospital. In the hospital corridor, Lu Yana was holding a test report and an ultrasound report in her hands. Her eyes were empty and she was crying helplessly. The doctor's words kept echoing in her mind, congratulations, you are pregnant, and you are pregnant with triplets. This is an extremely rare natural pregnancy of triplets in our city, and even in the whole country. Congratulations! She originally just wanted to have a crazy night with her beloved, but now she is pregnant. And they are triplets, and they are already 3 months old. The doctor said that if I abort the babies, I will most likely not be able to be a mother again. What should I do? Her family didn't know about this yet, and she didn't know what to do next, or what to do with her child. So, she tremblingly picked up the phone and dialed Yi Chen's number. Yi Chen. Are you free now? The moment the call was connected, she could no longer hold back her tears. Lu Yana's painful cry was heard over the phone. Yi Chen was also frightened by her call. What's wrong? Don't cry first. I'm always free. Where are you now? I'll find you right away. I'm in the hospital now, at the Municipal Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Lu Yana said sobbingly on the phone. Soon Yi Chen found Lu Yana in the hospital. She was crying. Yi Chen sat down next to her and handed her a pack of tissues. What happened? Are you sick? Yi Chen was also very confused. He had always been very self-disciplined and had never done anything promiscuous. He shouldn't have that kind of disease, right? After wiping away her tears, Lu Yana handed a report in her hand to Yi Chen with red eyes. Yi Chen took the report with a puzzled look and read it carefully. After a long while, Yi Chen took a deep breath. 3 triplets. Yes, Lu Yana is pregnant with triplets, and it's been 3 months. 3 months, the best time for abortion has passed. If you really don't want it now and force it to be aborted, that would be too cruel. Lu Yana also felt helpless and reluctant, so she had to call Yi Chen to see what he thought. If he was really willing to take the responsibility, then she would give birth to the child. If not, she really didn't know what to do. Lu Yana looked at Yi Chen's reaction and tears came again. I originally thought that my menstruation was irregular, and it was winter, so I ate a lot, so I didn't pay attention. But recently my stomach has always felt hard, so I searched and it seems that I am pregnant, so I came to the hospital for a checkup. Woo-woo. Chapter 3. The school beauty has always had a crush on me. Yi Chen is still in shock, his eyes wide open. Lu Yana wiped away her tears. Actually, I have liked you since the beginning of school, but you already have a girlfriend, so I didn't want to disturb you. That day on the street outside the school, I saw you arguing with your girlfriend, and then that day I saw you drunk coming out of the bar and I didn't care about you, so I don't blame you for everything. It's all because I like you. I really didn't think of breaking you up. But now, the child is already 3 months old, and they are triplets. If you really don't want them anymore, I will definitely cooperate with you. But whoa! If I really abort the child, I may never be able to be a mother again. Whoa! Yi Chen came back to his senses and looked at the woman in front of him who was confessing her love to him, and his heart suddenly warmed up. I also have a good impression of Lu Yana. After all, she is also a school beauty. It was just that Li Avi was pursuing him too closely at that time, and it is naturally easier for a girl to pursue a boy, and the man also understands this. To be honest, he's really not ready yet. He's already a father before he even graduated. It's really hard to describe. However, not to mention how much harm abortion would do to a woman's body. If the baby was aborted, Lu Yana would never be able to get pregnant again. Wouldn't I have ruined her life? Moreover, she is such a chaste woman. To be honest, in today's society, there should be very few such good girls, right? And she is so beautiful. If I could marry her, I would have a wife and children. Besides, he is not the kind of irresponsible man who would not recognize anyone after pulling up his pants. And these are triplets, so you can have 3 children at once. It's just hard for the mother, as she has to give birth to 3 children in one pregnancy. Therefore, he absolutely cannot be a Chen shimmy. He must take on the responsibility, he must be the child's father, he must be a good father. As a man, you should shoulder the responsibilities that a man should bear. Ding ding. Congratulations to the host for making the most correct choice and awakening the good father system. If the system is successfully bound for the first time, the host will be given a 200 square meter luxurious city villa. Suddenly, a very mechanical voice sounded in Yi Chen's mind. Yi Chen was stunned. What system? Isn't this something that only exists in novels? He is a senior novel fan, so he naturally knows what the system is. What he didn't expect the most was that the first gift from the system was actually a villa. It's still a villa in the city. Although a 200 square meter city villa is not very big, the price of a house in the city center is at least more than 20 million. OMG. What kind of tycoon system is this? Yi Chen muttered to himself. Hello host, the system assistant is here to answer your questions. Is there anything you want to know? OMG. It turned out to be a system. It turned out that I was not dreaming. At this time, Yi Chen had already confirmed that he had been selected by the system. So, he quickly asked the system, "Excuse me, where is this villa in the city?" Hello host, the system assistant is answering your questions. The villa awarded by the system is located in Daijinjuan in the city center. It has been renovated and is ready for you to move in. The house title will be sent to you soon, so you can move in directly. Yi Chen couldn't help but be secretly surprised. It really felt like a dream. He actually had a system. In other words, is my life about to start to change? After thinking about it, Yi Chen's heart couldn't help but become extremely excited. I never expected that I would have a wife, a child, and a super awesome system in just one day. Now it seems that my choice was right. Now that I have a house, all I need is money. After all, I have to support my wife and 3 children. Not counting the money for prenatal checkups, food, and clothing during pregnancy, I also have to buy 3 sets of milk powder, diapers, and other things for the children after they are born. This is quite stressful. Who knows, I might not be able to take care of 3 children by then, and I might have to hire a confinement nanny and a babysitter. After all, no matter how hard it is, I can't let my wife and children suffer. Moreover, I don't know whether this system is stable or not. If I want to make money, I have to find a stable job first. Chapter 4, Find System and Get Rewards. However, he didn't fully understand the whole system, so he asked, then what can I do to get more rewards? Report to the master, as long as you spend money on the children and interact with your wife and children, you can get corresponding rewards. In addition, there is a chance to trigger special rewards. If you complete enough tasks, you can also upgrade. So you should take better care of your wife and children, and the rewards you get will be even greater. Listening to the introduction of the system, Yi Chen was a little confused. Is that how you get the reward? It would be nice if you could get the reward so easily. At least for him now, it's not bad for an unemployed vagrant. Now, with the help of the system, the pressure on me will be less in the future, and I can just make money with peace of mind. Call. Yi Chen was silent for a while and took a deep breath. He held Lu Yana in his arms and said with a firm look in his eyes, "Let's get married." Lu Yana wiped away her tears, looked up at Yi Chen, her eyes full of surprise. Yi Chen actually wants to marry me? My idol is going to marry me? At this moment, she finally understood what the TV drama meant by a mother's status depends on her son. If she didn't have a child, then the night she spent with Yi Chen would have been nothing more than a dream. However, she also understood better how much pressure Yi Chen would face if he married her. Is this true? Then your girlfriend? To be honest, she was also very touched, but if her intervention broke up other people, then she would really be guilty. Li Wei and I broke up a long time ago. When you saw us arguing that time, we were breaking up at that time. Yi Chen answered truthfully. He didn't want Lu Yana to have any psychological burden, and he wanted her to understand that when they were together that night, they were 2 single people. Then are you willing to marry me and have children for me? Yi Chen's eyes were full of anticipation. Lu Yana looked at Yi Chen's expectant and determined eyes, gritted her teeth secretly, and said, "Yes, I am willing. Being able to be with you is something I never dared to think about before." Yi Chen also hugged Lu Yana excitedly. "Don't worry, I will never let you and the children starve. I will be responsible for you." Winter vacation is coming soon, and Yi Chen had originally planned to stay at home, but now that he has a wife and children, he has to temporarily rent a villa in Xiangqing, and then invite both parents to discuss the marriage together. It's easy to solve the problem with my own parents, but I don't know how to solve it with the girl's parents. This is also a troublesome matter. After all, it is a troublesome matter that I created myself, so I have to do it even if I have to bite the bullet. Yi Chen returned to the dormitory and carefully sorted out what he needed to do. He should first explain everything to his parents, and then notify the girl's parents. Thinking of this, he sent a WeChat message to Lu Yana. Lu Yana quickly replied, "I will follow your arrangements." After receiving the message, Yi Chen also felt some strange emotions in his heart. After all, his first girlfriend was beautiful and bold, and he put her first in everything. Now Lu Yana gave him the feeling that she was more like a woman, dependent, gentle and considerate. Soon, Yi Chen received an expedited delivery in the evening, which was the title deed of the villa. Yi's parents also received Yi Chen's message and hurriedly drove from the suburbs with their household registration books to find Yi Chen. In the hotel private room. "You little brat. Tell me now. What the hell is going on? Why did they say in the message that we're going to be grandparents soon? You're scaring me to death. Didn't you break up with Li Wei a few months ago? Why are you getting married now that she's pregnant? We've been apart for a few months, and now I'm telling you that I have a child? Is it yours? Don't be a cheap dad just for love." Ye's mother asked repeatedly, but Ye's father just sat there with a serious face and said nothing. Chapter 5 Parents Shocked. Yi Chen quickly stepped forward to calm Ye's mother's emotions. "Mom. It's not Li Wei. She and I have really broken up for several months. It's not her." "What? Now what's going on with this girl?" Ye's mother still looked very cautious. After all, this matter affected her son's lifelong happiness. She had never even met the girl, nor had she gotten to know her. She didn't like her son's previous girlfriend very much. She thought she was too snobbish. But her son liked her, so it was not easy to stop young people from dating, right? Yes, Yi Chen now just wanted to dig a hole and jump into it. It would be a bad idea to say that he got into trouble because he was drunk, as that would not be a good evaluation of the girls. Right after I broke up with Li Wei, I got together with that girl and got pregnant. I've been pregnant for more than 3 months now, and it's triplets. Yi Chen had no choice but to tell a beautiful lie and pass over this part. Three triplets? Yi's mother stared at her good son in disbelief. Give yourself 3 grandchildren at once? In her mind, she has already gone through everything from the milk powder and diapers her grandchild will need to graduating from college, getting married, and having a baby. Did I hear it right? Mom, you heard it right, it's true. Yi Chen tactfully placed the ultrasound report he got from Lu Yana in front of his mother. Looking at the test report in front of her, Yi's mother finally believed what Yi Chen said. Yi Chen then told another white lie, saying that he had made nearly 10 million yuan from stock trading during his college years, and then paid a down payment to buy a villa in the city center. He already had a wedding house, so his mother and father didn't need to worry. Yi Chen can be considered a small second-generation rich man, even if his father's company had problems before and now only has one factory left. However, Yi Chen's pocket money used to be nearly 1 million a year, otherwise why would Li Wei be with him? But now the Yi family is in decline, and the money they earn is less than 1/10 of what they used to earn. If they want to raise a few children, although his parents have some money, after going through a crisis, they probably don't have much left. Ye's mother and father believed Yi Chen's words, and the family of 3 discussed some things about the marriage, as well as arranging a meeting between both parents as soon as possible. Yi Chen and Lu Yana have also communicated on WeChat. Her parents will arrive in Xiangqing by bus tomorrow afternoon, so they can arrange a meeting tomorrow night and visit the new villa by the way. Tomorrow Lu Yana will have lunch with Ye's father and mother and buy some daily necessities and healthcare products for pregnant women. She must be polite. After all, once they enter this family, they will be a family and of course they have to get along well. After they meet, they will discuss the matter of having a baby. Yi Chen was also full of sighs. He never dreamed that he would have a wife, children, and a house within one day. Ye's father and mother stayed in the hotel tonight, and Yi Chen sent a message to Lu Yana, "Nana, do you want to have a midnight snack? I just finished chatting with my parents. I'm going back to school. What do you want to eat? I'll bring it to you." Lu Yana was always by her phone, and when she saw Yi Chen addressing her on the phone, her face suddenly turned red and her heart started beating fast. After all, she had never been in a relationship before, and now that she saw the person she liked calling her so intimately, her heart was so sweet. She smiled foolishly while holding the phone and replied, "Sure. I want to eat roast chicken. Thank you, dear." Now that they are about to get married, she is confident that she will make Yi Chen fall in love with her. After sending the message, she held the phone tightly against her chest with a sweet smile on her face. About 15 minutes later, Yi-Chen brought the roast chicken to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory and sent a message to Lu Yaina. Lu Yaina was wearing a bulky cotton padded jacket, and her belly had begun to bulge slightly, so she looked a little clumsy. Chapter 6: Delighting Your Baby for the First Time. When the people around saw this, they began to whisper. "Oh my god, when did the school beauty get a boyfriend? Oh my god. Doesn't that mean I have no chance? Who is this guy? He looks handsome, but he's been spotted by the school beauty." Everyone was very curious about Yi-Chen, and at this time someone recognized him. "I know, isn't that Li Aiwei's ex-boyfriend from the music department? Is it him? The man who was dumped by the pretty girl in the music department? I heard that his family went bankrupt, so he was dumped. Now Li Aiwei is hooking up with another rich second-generation guy. I really didn't expect it." After being dumped by Li Aiwei, he turned around and hooked up with the school beauty. That's incredible. When did these two get together? Amid the murmurs of the crowd, Lu Yaina took the midnight snack from Yi-Chen. She stood on tiptoe, kissed Yi-Chen on the face, and said to him, "Dear, don't care what others say, you are the best." This made the people around him dumbfounded. They originally thought that Yi-Chen was pursuing the school belle, but unexpectedly, it was the school belle who was interested in Yi-Chen. This is huge news. At this moment, the mechanical sound of the system rang in Yi-Chen's mind again. Beep. If you make the baby happy for the first time, you will be rewarded 1 million yuan. Oh my god. Can I have $1 million just like this? The phone dinged, and a message came in that 1 million yuan had arrived. But Yi-Chen didn't look at his phone. Instead, he ignored everyone's strange looks and hugged the bloated Lu Yaina in his arms. From now on, I will protect my wife and children by myself. I will never let others hurt them. The people around also booed and then dispersed. That night, the headlines were about Yi-Chen and school beauty Lu Yaina, and their interaction just now was photographed by many people and posted online, and spread throughout the entire network in their respective groups. A bankrupt rich second-generation man hooks up with a cool school beauty and becomes her overbearing boyfriend. The daily life of a gorgeous schoolgirl and her loser boyfriend. And so on. Under these videos, there are many sour people making sarcastic remarks. After Yi-Chen separated from Lu Yaina, he returned to his dormitory. At this time, the roommates in the dormitory were all waiting for him. They watched Yi-Chen slowly walk into the dormitory. Mr. Li Lizzie couldn't wait to ask Yi-Chen. "Boss Yi, I can't believe you hit it so well." "Yeah. When did you get together? Why are you only making it public now? Tell me about it soon. Have you gotten on yet?" asked Mr. Ren Shen Shouan with ill intention. As soon as Yi-Chen returned to the dormitory, he lay down directly on the sofa chair next to the computer. He was really exhausted after a whole day. Several people in the dormitory surrounded him immediately. Yi-Chen saw that everyone was chasing him and asking questions. "Don't look at me like that, I'm in love with her." After listening to Yi-Chen's words, several people in the dormitory immediately started gossiping. Lu Yaina. She is the only campus beauty of Xianqing University. She is also the goddess in their hearts. But now she is with Yi-Chen. How can they not be envious and jealous? Oh my god. You're really good. You can even chase the school beauty. Awesome. Even a love expert like me has to admire you. You even managed to win over a cool goddess like Lu Yaina. I still want to know, have you ever had an in-depth communication? However, Yi-Chen's next words shocked everyone even more. She and I should be getting married soon. If we have planned the wedding, please come and be my brother and drink in our wedding wine. Who? Yi-Chen's words quickly made the three people present fall into silence and astonishment. A moment later, Big Lu Luming was the first to speak. Is this true or false? What a big deal, kid. Getting married right after graduation? Yi-Chen said with certainty, well, it's decided. I should be able to get married during this winter vacation. Chapter 7, Encountering an Ex-Girlfriend. After all, Lu Yaina is already 3 months old, and she has triplets. If they get any older, she probably won't be able to hide them. I don't know what she means, whether she wants to get the marriage certificate before holding the wedding, or have the baby first and then hold the wedding. It is better to discuss all this with the parents of both parties. The three people in the dormitory were still shocked by the news that the two were going to get married. After agreeing to Yi Chen's request, they all got busy again. After all, they didn't believe that Yi Chen would really get married and just thought it was a joke. The next morning, Yi Chen came to the girls' dormitory to pick up Lu Yana to have morning tea with his parents. While Yi Chen was waiting for Lu Yana, a small incident happened. Yi Chen's ex-girlfriend Li Avi unexpectedly appeared downstairs of the girls' dormitory, as if she wanted to meet Yi Chen by chance. Li Aiwei walked towards Yi Chen and said with a sneer on her face, "Yi Chen, you are really amazing. You actually hooked up with Lu Yana. Your father is bankrupt now, what capital do you have to be with Lu Yana?" Yi Chen was also a little speechless. "Who told you that my dad is bankrupt?" At this moment, Lu Yina's voice came from behind Yi Chen. Yi Chen turned around when he heard the voice. Lu Yana had already walked over to him, hugged Yi Chen's arm, and extended her right hand to Li Aiwei. "Hello, I am Yi Chen's girlfriend." Li Aiwei rolled her eyes at Lu Yana and said, "I wonder how long you can last." After saying that, he walked away angrily. Lu Yana withdrew her hand somewhat embarrassedly. People around were also talking about it. After all, Yi Chen has already broken up with Li Avi, so what qualifications does he have to curse here? Last night, because Lu Yana was the school belle, the story between the three of them had already spread throughout the school. Yi Chen quickly explained to Lu Yana, "There is really nothing between her and me, believe me." "Are you kidding me? How could he care about a woman who got into another man's car less than 5 minutes after breaking up with him?" Lu Yana smiled and said, "I know, let's go. We can't keep Uncle and Aunt waiting too long." Yi Chen looked at the gentle and lovely Lu Yana and felt a little moved. Yi Chen let Lu Yana hold his arm and left the school to meet up with his parents at the hotel. There were quite a few people talking along the way, but the two of them pretended not to see anything and just went their own way. Seeing that their son got along well with his girlfriend, Yi Chen's parents felt relieved. After all, they were also worried that the two would get married on impulse because of the issue of children. After all, marriage is a big event in life. The first time Lu Yana saw Ye's father and mother, she greeted them very obediently. "Hello, uncle and aunt." Father Ye's serious face finally smiled and nodded. But Ye's mother came forward and said, "You are Ina, hello." The two of them quickly got along well, and Ye's mother liked Lu Yina's well-behaved and easygoing personality very much. The family chatted while eating breakfast. After breakfast, Ye's mother already knew Lu Yina's basic family situation. Lu Yina's mother is a teacher and her father is a businessman who owns a company. Her family conditions are pretty good, her background is simple, and she received a very good family education. The marriage has to wait for Lu Yina's parents to discuss it together. Just after they finished breakfast, Lu Yina's parents called. "Nana, are you in school now? Or somewhere else?" Lu's mother asked anxiously. Lu Yana replied with some confusion, "Mom, I'm not in school now. I'm having breakfast with Yi Chen's parents." "What's wrong?" "Your father and I have already arrived in Xiangcheng. We just got off the highway." "Where did you have breakfast?" "Let's go find you." "Mom, how come you got here so soon? Didn't you say you would arrive in the afternoon?" Lu Yana asked in surprise. "After all, my parents are in the county town, and it would take 3 or 4 hours to drive to Xiangcheng. The estimated time yesterday was the time for taking the bus because there were no tickets for the high-speed rail." Chapter 8: A Nervous Family. "But I didn't expect that my parents would arrive at 11:30 in the morning. Your father and I found out about you last night. We couldn't sleep at all, so we took a taxi here at 6 or 7 in the morning. We couldn't wait any longer. Send me your location on your phone, and we'll come look for you." After Lu Yana hung up the phone, she quickly sent a location to her parents and told Yi Chen and Yi Chen's parents that her parents would be there soon. After hearing this, Yi Chen's parents immediately said that they would hold a banquet in the private room to entertain Lu Yina's parents. Soon, Lu Yina's parents came to the private room. The two parents greeted each other very politely and sat down. "I think your parents-in-law haven't had breakfast yet. How about we order some food first?" Mother Yi asked Mother Lu with a smile. "I asked the waiters to prepare breakfast. After all, it was our first meeting and I didn't want others to see the leftovers." The waiter handed each person a menu and waited quietly on the side. Mother Lu glanced at the menu and said to the waiter, "Let's just serve the first few signature dishes and see if they need anything else." Mother Yi smiled and said, "We don't need that. I just finished breakfast with Nana. Let's have a few signature dishes and some vegetables." Lu's mother also nodded, and the few of them exchanged a few words of greeting before starting to discuss the marriage of their two children. Mother Lu glanced at Yi Chen and said, "What is your family's attitude toward these two children?" Ye's mother said, "My dear relatives, don't worry. I am very happy with Nana. After the two children get married, they can live on their own if they want. We don't object if they want to live with us. When they have children in the future, it depends on Nana's opinion. We will definitely need a nanny to help with the triplets. Don't worry, our family will never treat Nana badly. Our Yi Chen is a good child and will definitely not let Nana down." Yi Chen immediately interrupted, "Auntie, don't worry, I will definitely treat Nana well. Now that you have come to the stage of getting married, your wife is beautiful and talented, and she has given birth to children for you, so you must be good to her." Lu Yana looked at Yi Chen and smiled sweetly. I was right about him. Mother Lu glanced at her silly daughter and felt relieved. But I still had some questions in my mind, so I asked, "What about their house?" Yi Chen said, "Auntie, I have already bought a house. It is a 200 square meter villa in Daijinjuan in the city center. Although it is a bit small, if you want to buy a bigger one in the future, you can buy another one. I have a car at home, so I will buy a new one when I get married." When Lu's mother heard that the in-laws already had a house and a car, and their family was financially strong, she was quite satisfied with the marriage. Moreover, Yi Chen seemed to be a good person and did not look like one of those men who go out and have affairs. Thinking of this, Mr. and Mrs. Lu finally put their minds at ease after worrying about what they had been doing last night. After all, they also want their daughters to live a better life. It's not that they want them to marry someone rich and powerful, but at least the future in-laws should be reasonable and not barbaric. But now, the family background of this in-law is not bad, the boy he chose has good character and his parents-in-law are also good, so both parents are relieved. However, they were also worried that the other party was just saying it looked nice but it wasn't real, so they suggested going to their wedding room to take a look, so that they wouldn't have to get lost when they come to see their daughter in the future. So the family discussed and decided to go to Daijinjuan to take a look at the environment after lunch. After dinner, the group took a 7-seater special car to Daijinjuan. When getting off the car, Yi Chen carefully helped Lu Yana out, as if he was afraid that she might have an accident. Lu Yana held Yi Chen's hand and felt warm in her heart. Ye's parents and Lu's parents looked at the young couple and smiled knowingly. As long as the children are doing well, they will feel at ease. A group of 6 people went straight to the sales office. Chapter 9: Receiving the Property. "Hello, are you here to see the house?" The salesperson immediately stepped forward and greeted. Yi Chen calmly took out the red book and said to the salesperson, "Hello, I'm here to get the key to my house and to go look at the house." When the salesperson took a look, he realized that this was indeed the red book of the house and their property. So, I immediately called the manager over to entertain them. The manager came out of the office, took a look at the red book, and immediately stepped forward to greet him. "Number 8 Daijinjuan? Oh. It's Mr. Yi. I received a notice from my superiors last night and I'm waiting for you here. The key is with me. I'll take you to see the house." Last night, his superior suddenly sent him a notice, saying that a Mr. Yi would come to see his villa tomorrow, and instructed him to receive him and give the key to Mr. Yi. When Lu's parents saw that they had actually bought the house, they were completely relieved and they were also relieved for their daughter. To be honest, it is really difficult to get married without buying a house. They had planned to discuss with each other's parents early on and the two families would work together to buy a house for the couple, or they would pay the down payment. After all, this young couple just graduated and hasn't started working yet, but they already have a child. Their life must be difficult, so I'll help them if I can. It's nice to see that my in-laws are so supportive now. Looking at the 200 square meter detached villa in front of them, Lu's parents liked it more and more. "Mr. Yi, this villa has been renovated for a year. You can move in at any time without any problems. The materials used in it are the best and most environmentally friendly. You can rest assured," the sales manager explained. "This is the city center, it should be quite expensive, right?" asked Lu's mother. The sales manager replied, "Mr. Yi bought his house a year ago. At that time, the price was only about 100,000 yuan per square meter. This year, the price has risen to nearly 200,000 yuan. Small villas like this are still very popular, especially villa complexes like ours. The surrounding environment and facilities are very complete. There are places for primary schools, kindergartens, and middle schools. Many people will choose our property." Yi Chen also didn't know when he bought the house. He only knew that he received the house deed yesterday. If the house has been renovated for a year now, then he could move in at any time without any problem, even if he was pregnant. After all, Lu Yana is pregnant now, and it is not suitable for her to live in the dormitory anymore. It would be better for her to move in earlier. Mr. Yi, if there is nothing else, I won't bother you. Yeah, okay. Yi Chen replied. The sales manager brought Yi Chen and others to the front of the villa, greeted everyone, and then went about his business. Yi Chen said, Nana, how about we live here first? Lu Yana glanced at her parents, then at Ye's parents, and smiled, I'll listen to you. After getting to know Yi Chen these 2 days, I became more satisfied with him and liked him more. The person I like is such a good person with such a good personality and sense of responsibility, so I am naturally very happy. Seeing the young couple discussing things, Ye's parents were also very happy. As parents, they just wanted the young couple to live a good life. But Ye's mother quietly pulled Yi Chen aside and asked, Where did you get the money? You bought it a year ago? Yi Chen replied, Mom, don't worry, my money is clean. I won't do anything illegal. I'm not afraid to tell you that I've made a lot of money in the past few years by investing in stocks with the pocket money my family gave me, but when the time comes to get married, you might have to pay a little bit. Ye's mother was relieved now, we have been saving the money for you to marry a wife. I am still worried about your future life. We will help you if we can. Chapter 10 With the system, everything is fine. Yi Chen was thinking at this moment that with the system in the future, he wouldn't have to worry about money. So he said to his mother, Mom, don't worry, I will definitely go out to work when the time comes, and I won't let Nana and the children suffer with me. I will take this responsibility. Lu's mother also heard this and thought that this young man was quite responsible. She should help the young couple in the future if she could. Winter vacation is almost here now, so she can come here and help them then. When Lu's mother looked at the small villa, she felt comforted inside that her daughter had finally found a good family. However, she felt a little regretful that she had to become a mother at such a young age. So he pulled Lu Yana aside and whispered, Have you really decided? Lu Yana said softly, Yeah. Mother Lu also sighed, Then you have to put your studies aside. After all, you are pregnant with triplets, and it is still very painful in the later stages. I think your parents-in-law are reasonable, and Yi Chen is also a responsible person. I hope you didn't choose the wrong person. After you get married, don't act like a child anymore. Focus on your family and take good care of it. After hearing this, Lu Yana also replied in a low voice, Yes, Mom, I know. Lu Yana glanced at Yi Chen, and felt sweet in her heart when she thought that the man she loved would be with her for the rest of her life. So, after the two families visited the villa, they quickly discussed the marriage of their 2 children in the hall of the villa. Let the 2 children move in here in the afternoon, and then hire an auntie to help take care of their daily life. The wedding will be held after the child is born. The man's family will give a dowry of 288,888 yuan, and the woman's dowry will be a car and some other miscellaneous items. Everything has been almost settled. In the afternoon, I went to the dormitory to pack some clothes, and Lu Yana had to change into maternity clothes. Because she was pregnant with triplets, her belly was already as big as a normal 4-month-old belly. So we went together to buy all the things we needed in the evening. At night, the parents also returned home. Lu's parents stayed in a hotel. Tomorrow is the day for them to get their marriage certificate. Yi Chen looked at the packed living room and felt that time passed so quickly. During these 2 days, my lifelong event has been decided. It all really seems like a dream. Yi Chen looked at Lu Yana, who was resting on the sofa. Maybe because of the pregnancy, her face, which used to be a pointed oval face, has now become a round oval face, with a high nose, round and bright black eyes, and delicate facial features. Lu Yana is a goddess-level beauty to all the boys in Xiangda University. Her beauty is naturally beyond doubt. And unlike those girls who have had plastic surgery, she is a genuine natural beauty. It's a pity that she always looks aloof on weekdays, making people feel distant from her. Therefore, those boys only praised her behind her back and gave her the title of the most beautiful campus beauty, but few dared to talk to her. Maybe it was because of this reason that she had never been in a relationship until she graduated. Let us not talk about Yi Chen's other things, just his handsome face, although not as handsome as the school hunk, still fascinated a lot of female classmates. Yi Chen is also a man. Before Li Avi caught his attention, he naturally had feelings for her. Unfortunately, Li Avi made a move on him. Seeing that Li Avi was infatuated with him and was not bad-looking, Yi Chen naturally agreed. Until now, Yi Chen looked at Lu Yana, who was resting in front of him. He really had never thought that he and Lu Yana would get married. Moreover, it was Lu Yana who confessed to him first. Lu Yana also noticed that Yi Chen was looking at her at this time, and her face suddenly turned red. She blinked a few times and asked in a tender voice, "Why are you looking at me? Is there anything dirty on my face?" Yi Chen smiled and said, "You are so beautiful." Lu Yana didn't expect that Yi Chen would praise her so bluntly, and her face turned red to her ears. Chapter 11. Are you really sure you want to get married? Yi Chen's words quickly brought the two closer together. Thinking back on the times they had been together, Lu Yana felt that it all passed so quickly. Lu Yana looked at Yi Chen stupidly, and seemed to have something on her mind. She asked Yi Chen in a low voice, "Have you really decided to marry me?" Yi Chen was stunned, and then immediately said, "Why do you have such an idea? Do you think we are getting married too hastily? I still have a crush on you. I wanted to get close to you when I was a freshman. I guess you've heard about what happened later, so I don't want to talk about it anymore. I've really thought it through very clearly. You are the woman that I, Yi Chen, want to spend my life with." After hearing this, Lu Yana's eyes widened and she was speechless for a moment. Yi Chen. He is actually interested in me? Then we are in love with each other. Yi Chen looked at the excitement and anticipation in Lu Yana's eyes, immediately stepped forward, grabbed Lu Yana's right hand, and knelt down on one knee. Then he took out a ring box from his pocket, opened it, and said to Lu Yana, "Miss Lu Yana, I will definitely be responsible for you. Will you marry me?" Lu Yana stared blankly at Yi Chen, who was kneeling on the ground, covering her mouth tightly with an incredible look on her face. "Yes, I do," Lu Yana said with sobs. Yi Chen put on her the engagement ring he had secretly bought today and hugged her tightly in his arms. "Silly, stop crying." At this moment, the system rang. Beep. Let the baby have a complete family, the system will reward 2 million in wedding funds. Ding. 2 million was transferred into Yi Chen's account. Yi Chen couldn't help but feel excited. No way, I earned 2 million just by proposing. That would be enough for my life in the future. However, in addition to accompanying my wife and children, I still had to find a proper job, and then ask what I needed to trigger special tasks. I would make money first. After all, I still needed money to support my family in the future. Yi Chen and Lu Yana hugged each other for a few minutes and asked, "Are you hungry? Can I heat up the dumplings I just packed for you?" Lu Yana smiled and replied, "Okay." Yes, as everyone knows, pregnant women eat more, so Yi Chen had already packed a portion of dumplings in advance when he was having dinner, and now he was hungry. Seeing Yi Chen caring about her so much, Lu Yana really felt so happy. But I have to say that the house is well decorated, with all the necessary appliances. My parents have already cleaned the master bedroom, so they can live here with peace of mind tonight. Tomorrow we will ask someone to clean it carefully and put things in order. Everything is ready. Yi Chen brought the dumplings and carefully instructed, "Be careful of the heat, and buy some daily necessities tomorrow. I noticed that we haven't bought any kitchen utensils here yet." Beep. Congratulations to the host for completing the small task of cooking for his wife and children. The system rewards the host with advanced cooking skills and 1 million cash. Yi Chen couldn't help but complain in his heart, "Advanced cooking technology, what the hell is this? Are you going to make me a house husband? I am a man, so I naturally have to focus on my career. But now that my wife is pregnant and it is inconvenient, I can still use it." Lu Yana smiled sweetly and said, "Thank you." Yi Chen touched her head and said, "Silly girl, why don't you say thank you to your husband?" Yi Chen looked at Lu Yana eating dumplings happily, and then took a serious look at the hall. He said with some emotion, "From now on, this will be our little home for our family of 5. Lu Yana was also eating while looking at this place. She handed a dumpling to Yi Chen and looked at him with joy. After they had a warm midnight snack, they went upstairs to take a shower and rest. After both of them finished their showers, Yi Chen felt a little embarrassed, so he hugged a quilt and pillow and said to Lu Yana, "How about I go next door?" Chapter 12. Baby's first fetal movement. Lu Yana pulled Yi Chen back. "We are almost husband and wife, how can we sleep in separate rooms? We don't have to be so restrained. You can sleep here." Obviously, this was the first time for the two of them to sleep in the same bed so properly, so they were still a little green. Yi Chen also repeatedly assured, "Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. After all, it's not convenient for you now." Oh, Yi Chen also wanted to, facing such a beautiful woman, wife, but Lu Yana is pregnant now, so he has to hold back, otherwise something bad might happen. The two of them lay stiffly on the bed, with Yichen looking at his phone with boredom, originally planning to play a game. At this point, Lu Yana suddenly cried out in surprise, "Ah!" Yichen immediately asked nervously, "What's wrong? What's wrong with you?" Lu Yina's face immediately showed waves of joy. "I just seem to feel the baby move a little bit. It's amazing." Hearing this, Yichen was also very excited. Lu Yana was carrying his child. She actually moved. Yichen immediately asked excitedly, "Can I listen to it?" Lu Yana looked at Yichen with a smile. "Sure, lie down and listen to see what the baby is doing." Yichen immediately lay on Lu Yina's belly, listening quietly with his ears perked up. "Baby, I'm your handsome daddy." However, I didn't hear the baby's fetal movement, but the system's voice rang in my head. Beep. Congratulations to the host for having close contact with the baby for the first time. You have completed the small task of close contact. The system rewards you 100,000 yuan, and the upper limit is 3 times a day. Yichen was delighted again. Oh my god. I just spent more time with my child, and I got a reward. I got another 100,000 yuan easily. And I can have 3 chances a day. I don't have to worry about the money for milk powder anymore. Lu Yana was also amused by Yichen's words. They are only 3 months old now, they probably won't understand, right? Yichen didn't think so. It's basically formed in 3 months, and naturally it has a brain, so it can definitely understand. Be good, don't move, let me talk to the baby. Lu Yana was also amused by his actions and burst into laughter. Looking at Yichen, who was lying on his side on his belly and talking to the baby, she was already immersed in happiness, and her face was full of happiness. The relationship between the two became closer because of the baby, and it also resolved the awkwardness of the first time they slept in the same bed. Of course, let us forget about that blackout incident. Both of them have begun to look forward to the happy life of a family of 5 in the future. The next morning, both sets of parents drove to pick them up. They each took their household registration books and ID cards, took wedding photos, and then went to the local civil affairs bureau together. With a hammer from the staff, the two had become legal husband and wife. The two of them held their marriage certificate and smiled at each other. Finally got the certificate. The group of 6 returned to the villa again with lots of bags, and the parents also invited the nanny to come to the villa to take care of their daily diet and daily life. At the same time, while they were shopping, they also hired people from a housekeeping company to do a thorough cleaning of the villa and put things in order. So when they returned to the villa, everything at home had been arranged. Lu Yana's parents looked at all the arrangements and expressed their satisfaction. As for the wedding, let's wait until the baby is born. A family sat on the sofa and talked about their children's problems. Nana, my family is very busy with work, so I can't stay here for long to take care of you. I have invited my aunt to come here. You can ask her to cook whatever you want. Aunt Zhang has been in our family for more than 10 years. You don't have to be polite to her. Mother Yi said to Lu Yana. Lu Yana replied sweetly, "Okay, Auntie. You're still calling me Auntie. It's time to call me Mom." Ye's mother joked. Lu Yana covered her mouth and smiled, "Okay, Mom. Dad." Father Yi smiled and nodded with satisfaction. Chapter 13, discussing the gift and dowry. Seeing her daughter so happy, Lu's mother also laughed. "Mom will come over to see you two occasionally in the future, but I won't be a third wheel for you too," said Ye's mother with a smile. "By the way, Yichen, send me Nana's account number later. I will transfer her the money for changing her name. Nana, you must accept it. This is a courtesy and a must." Lu Yana glanced at her mother, who nodded. Lu Yana then responded, "Thank you, Mom, and thank you, Dad. In the future wedding, we will have all the gold and silver items, don't worry," Ye's mother said generously. Lu's mother also agreed. "As for the car, should we buy it now, or wait until the child is about to get married?" Yichen said, "Mom, there is no rush for a dowry car, let's buy it when the time comes. The most important thing right now is to take good care of Nana." Mother Lu and Father Lu nodded with satisfaction, "Yes." Mother Yi said to Aunt Zhang, "Aunt Zhang, Yichen's family will be handed over to you from now on. These two are children, you have to remind them if there is anything you need to pay attention to." "I understand, Sister May, you can just leave these 2 children to me." Aunt Zhang replied with a smile. Ye's mother's real name is Zhang Mei. She is a relative of Aunt Zhang's family, so they both have the surname Zhang. Ye's mother is a few months older than Aunt Zhang, so Aunt Zhang calls Ye's mother sister. Aunt Zhang also has a husband and a child. The child has just graduated and is working. He lives in the same city as her. Her husband stays at home to do farming. Now, Aunt Zhang has benefited from the care of the Yi family over the past decade, and both her son and daughter have gone to college. Her daughter is now a sophomore in another city, so she cannot retire yet. After all, it is really hard to find a boss as good as the Yi family. Ye's mother was also very confident in leaving her son and daughter-in-law to her. After finishing her work at hand, she would definitely come here to take care of this small family. It's painful enough for a woman to be pregnant with one baby, let alone triplets. Besides, his family's business has shrunk a lot after this crisis, so in many cases, Ye's father can handle it alone. So, after the family had a peaceful dinner in the villa, they went home. On the way home, Ye's mother looked at Ye's father who was driving and asked, "How much money do we have at home now? During this period of time, we can save as much as we can. Although the in-laws said that the betrothal gift is just a formality, we can't really give 28,888, right? Besides, my in-laws also gave us a car as a dowry. In my opinion, we should take out all the reserve funds. We have spent all the money for Chinchin's marriage on company matters before. Now Nana is pregnant. We can't let our in-laws think that we are taking advantage of them. So, the betrothal money must be increased. The reserve fund must also be taken out. Yes. We are going to be grandparents soon, and I am happy too. We can earn money after spending it, right? As long as everyone is happy." Father Yi was also very emotional. He was still in a daze when he first received Yi Chen's call, and the past 2 days were like a dream. Everything happened too fast. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he really wouldn't have believed it. The thought of having a grandson is such a great joy for a man of his age. Ye's mother was relieved. After all, the reserve fund would not be used unless it was absolutely necessary. Although she had several 100,000 yuan on hand, she felt that her money would be quickly spent when facing Nana's triplets. After all, it's hard to make money now. Fortunately, her son was smart. He used his pocket money well and knew how to invest it. He prepared the wedding house himself, which saved her a lot of worries. Chapter 14. Do you sleep together? If my son hasn't bought a wedding house yet, even if I take out the reserve fund, I still can't afford this 200 square meter villa. Then she took out her cell phone, opened WeChat, found her daughter-in-law Nana, and immediately transferred her 200,000 yuan as a fee for changing her statement, and left a message asking her to take a good rest and other caring words. Lu Yana also received the message and immediately replied, "Got it, thank you mom." At this time, Yi Chen was being taken by Aunt Zhang to the restaurant on the first floor for a talk. Aunt Zhang asked, "Chinchin, are you sleeping together now?" Yi Chen was a little confused. "Yeah, sleeping together, what's wrong Aunt Zhang?" Aunt Zhang whispered, "Nana is only 3 months pregnant now. Even if she is a little bit pregnant, it's impossible for her to do that. After all, she is pregnant with triplets. You should take it easy. As a man, you should be patient. A few months will pass quickly." Aunt Zhang had come to the Yi family when Yi Chen was 5 years old. Ye's father and mother were busy with business at the time, and only Aunt Zhang was with Yi Chen. It can be said that Aunt Zhang was half his mother and had a close relationship with him, so they talked about everything and there was never any distinction between employer and employee. Yi Chen finally realized what Aunt Zhang was talking about, and immediately said with a smile, "Aunt Zhang, I am a man. She is pregnant now, so I will not do anything reckless. Don't think of me as such a beast." Aunt Zhang also smiled, "That's enough. Just know it yourself. After all, you are a college student, so you should understand this principle. I won't say more. I'll go tidy up the utility room. I bought a lot of things today. By the way, ask Nana what she wants for supper tonight and I'll make it for her." Yi Chen immediately replied, "Aunt Zhang, if you are tired, go to bed first. You have been cleaning all day and you are tired too. If you want to cook, I can do it." "Ha, there are rewards for cooking midnight snacks. How can I waste such a good opportunity?" Aunt Zhang also yawned, "Okay, you guys can do it yourself." After Yi Chen talked with Aunt Zhang, he went up to the bedroom on the second floor, intending to cultivate a good relationship with his children. When Yi Chen opened the door, he saw Lu Yana lying on the bed playing with her phone, so he asked, "Wife, what are you doing?" Yi Chen said that the word wife came to his mind quite easily these days, but every time Lu Yana heard him call her that, she felt so sweet in her heart. Lu Yana smiled sweetly, "I'm helping my parents book high-speed rail tickets for tomorrow. They have to go back tomorrow." Yi Chen, oh, then let's go and see our parents off tomorrow. Lu Yana, well, let's buy some local specialties for them to take back. By the way, my mother just transferred me 200,000 yuan as a fee for changing my name. Isn't that too much? Should I accept it? Yi Chen smiled and said, if she gives it to you, just keep it. Why not? Lu Yana was a little embarrassed, I think it's a bit too much. Auntie just asked me for my bank account number, saying that it would be safer to use a bank account for large amounts in the future. Yi Chen, then just give it to her. My parents said that they will never treat you or the baby in your belly unfairly. Don't worry about these. Don't think about anything now. Just focus on taking care of the baby. Let me hear if the baby is well behaved today. Although this was Yi Chen's second time lying on Lu Yana's belly, his movements were so skillful. He found the position very accurately and lay on Lu Yana's belly. Babies. I'm handsome daddy. When will you come out? Yi Chen said lovingly. Lu Yana also looked at the man she loved with a doting look on her face. He was lying on her belly and chatting with the baby in her belly. Every time at this moment, she felt that she was the happiest woman in the world. Bite. When the cell phone message ringtone rang, Yi Chen knew that another 100,000 yuan of system reward had arrived in his account. Chapter 15 Generous System. No, he can only have 3 chances a day, so he has to cherish them. After all, he is unemployed now. If the system rewards him 300,000 a day, then he will make almost 9 million a month. Wouldn't that mean that you can make more money than working as a regular employee or even starting your own company? He is now thinking in his mind whether he should really start a company so that he can spend his money with a clear conscience. If you rely solely on an invisible company or stocks, the day will come when it will be exposed. However, now these things should be dealt with after the baby is born. The most important thing now is to take good care of my wife and children. Anyway, I have money now, and I can still support a family even if I don't work. If he wants to take good care of his wife and children, he must learn how to be a good father now. Beep. The system detects that the host is determined to be a good father, and rewards 1 million cash. Oh my god. There is a reward for this? System, oh system, in your eyes, money is just a bunch of numbers. Yes, master. Forehead. This system actually answers me. Interesting. Yi Chen lay quietly on Lu Yana's belly and talked to the baby. Suddenly, the baby in the belly moved. There was a very obvious rolling movement in the area near Yi Chen's face. Lu Yana also clearly felt it at this time. One of the babies in her belly seemed to turn over or something. Anyway, it just moved a little. The two looked at each other in surprise. The baby is moving. Yeah. I felt it too. I have to say, it's really amazing. It seems I need to buy a fetal heart monitor. I want to hear the baby's heartbeat. It must be very loud. Yi Chen sighed and said with surprise. It was the first time for him to be so close to the baby. At this moment, the system is ringing. Host, get close to the baby, perform well, and the host will be rewarded 100,000 yuan. No. After sending Lu Yana's parents to the high-speed rail station tomorrow, I must go to the mall to buy some baby bottles, baby strollers, diapers and other things. It's also a good idea to wash them first and keep them in stock. Yi Chen said to Lu Yana, wife, when will my parents' car leave tomorrow? Lu Yana looked at her phone and said, I just bought them a car for 10:20 tomorrow. They don't have to get up too early. They can have breakfast first and then take the car. Yi Chen planned in his mind that he would first send his father-in-law and mother-in-law back by high-speed rail, and then go to the mall to buy baby products and the like. When he went to the mall today, he was only concerned with buying some small household items, quilts, supplements and the like, but he didn't have time to buy baby products. After Yi Chen thought about it in his mind, he said to Lu Yana, well, let's go shopping for baby products together tomorrow to see what we need to buy. After buying things, we can go to eat together. You can come back in the afternoon to take a nap and rest. If you're tired, I can go by myself. How could Lu Yana miss the time with Yi Chen? Naturally, she was willing to go with him. I'm fine. My belly isn't big yet, and I haven't had any reaction yet. Let's go together. Yi Chen touched his belly and said, then let's go together as a family of 5. After saying that, Yi Chen smiled at Lu Yana. Lu Yana looked at Yi Chen's smile and instantly felt that she had fallen in love. She liked to see Yi Chen smile, a smile that was so sunny and charming. Lu Yana stared at Yi Chen blankly, her eyes full of love. Yi-Chen also noticed Lu Yina's days and smiled even more brightly. Little cutie, do you know you are playing with fire? Then, he pressed Lu Yina directly on the bed, but did not press on her stomach. The two of them were looking at each other ambiguously, with the man on top and the woman on the bottom. When Lu Yina reacted, she wanted to break free from his restraints awkwardly. Yi-Chen buried his head in Lu Yina's ear and said in Lu Yina's ear like a subwoofer, "Silly, what do you think I want to do?" After saying that, he chuckled a few more times. Chapter 16 Money is just a number. But Lu Yina suddenly stopped struggling. Suddenly, she put her arms around Yi-Chen's neck and gently kissed him on the cheek. Yi-Chen froze and took a deep breath. "Woman, you have to be ready to put out the fire." Yi-Chen lowered his head and kissed her domineeringly. Lu Yina felt like her head was exploding. Just as Yi-Chen's hands were wandering on Lu Yina's body, the system voice suddenly rang, and at the same time, it also brought Yi-Chen back to his senses. Congratulations to the host for triggering the special reward. The prize is 5 million in cash. Yi-Chen's hand movement stopped abruptly. He suddenly distanced himself from Lu Yina and jumped up from the bed. Can't. Yi-Chen was finally brought back to his senses by the system's voice. He kept taking deep breaths to calm the anger in his body. Lu Yina was a little shy, and her whole face turned red, perhaps because of the kiss just now. Yi-Chen opened the bedroom door while panting, and said to Lu Yina on the bed, "I'm sleeping in the next room tonight. If you have any problems, remember to call me. I need to calm down." Lu Yina blushed and smiled as she watched Yi-Chen fleeing. She knew that Yi-Chen would never do that. Lu Yina gently placed her hands on her face and her lips, bit her lips, and savored the passionate kiss they had just had. I sat on the bed alone, covering my mouth and smiling foolishly, recalling. As soon as Yi-Chen closed the door, he found Aunt Zhang hiding outside the door and eavesdropping. With a look of shock on his face, he immediately pulled Aunt Zhang aside and whispered to her, "Aunt Zhang, what are you doing here?" Aunt Zhang raised her hand and hit Yi-Chen on the head, and scolded, "You almost caught fire. Didn't I tell you to take it easy? It's only been a few months, how can you not bear it?" Yi-Chen also felt a little aggrieved. "I didn't do anything, it was just a kiss." Aunt Zhang was helpless. "It's not okay to kiss. What if something goes wrong? We must not let anything go wrong. It's a good thing your mom sent me here to supervise you, otherwise something almost happened." Yi-Chen was also a little embarrassed. Yes. Aunt Zhang, I understand. I won't do it again in the future. Just hold my hand." Aunt Zhang was also full of disbelief, but there was nothing she could do. These two youngsters are ignorant, so as someone who has been through this, I have to pay attention to them. Aunt Zhang whispered, "Go to bed." Yi-Chen said oh and opened the door of the guest room. He just lay down on the big bed in a big letter shape. The system just said that I triggered a special task. What is this special task? Is it a kiss? Or something else? At this time, the system rang again. "Hello host, the system's special tasks are random, please seize the opportunity." Yi-Chen was also a little speechless. Isn't this nonsense? Isn't it that the system can send it whenever it wants? This is too unreliable. It's just that I just kissed Lu Yina and I actually got a reward of 5 million. It's incredible. Will I get a reward just by kissing my wife from now on? If I do something else, will there be more rewards? Hey. Yi-Chen was grinning evilly, as if he was planning something. The next day, around 8:30, everyone had already gotten up. Yi-Chen and Lu Yina had breakfast with their parents and then sent them to the high-speed train. At this time, Yi-Chen felt more and more that he had to buy a car to get around. He had nearly 10 million in cash in his hands, so he could buy any car he wanted. It's very inconvenient to go out without a car now, and it's also not convenient for Aunt Zhang to buy groceries. She has to buy an extra shopping cart. Nowadays, they rely entirely on taxis to get around. After sending their parents to take the high-speed rail, they took a taxi to go to the mall to buy baby products. Chapter 17 Parents' Reluctance. On the train. Father Lu sighed heavily. Lu's mother glanced at him and asked, "Why are you sighing? Isn't your daughter living a good life now?" Father Lu said in a deep voice, "I have raised my daughter for more than 20 years, and now she is getting married just like that. Mother Lu, Nana is pregnant now, it won't look good in a wedding dress with a big belly. After the baby is born, we can hold the wedding ceremony. Haven't we discussed this with the in-laws?" Father Lu rolled his eyes at Mother Lu and said, "You didn't understand what I meant. Lu's mother was stunned by his words. She knew what he meant. This was her only child. She couldn't bear to let him go. But as a woman, she still had to find a good in-law family to give birth to children. Now she had found a good in-law family, and the son-in-law was not bad either. Her daughter would be valued if she married him. Isn't this good? But as I thought about it, I felt like something was missing in my heart, and I felt empty. Your daughter is getting married, you should be happy, why are you sighing here? Lu's mother also wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. I will retire in a few years, and your company will be closed. We will come and live with our daughter. But now we just want to earn more money and buy a small apartment near our daughter's home. Then we can see her every day. We can settle down here and help her take care of the children. It's a good idea to think about it. Mother Lu smiled as she spoke. Father Lu said, how can a company be closed just like that? I'm not like you. You can retire a few years early, but I can't close my company. Those employees have been with me for many years, and they all rely on me to support their families. If Lu's father was asked to close the company, he would be unwilling to do so. After thinking for a while, he suddenly said, how about handing the company over to my son-in-law? Anyway, he doesn't have a job now. We are all old employees. We just come back to visit from time to time. If he does well and wants to expand, our company is quite close to here. It only takes about 40 minutes by train. It won't affect us. Mother Lu also nodded, well, this is also possible. How much money do we have in our bank account now? I have hundreds of thousands here, how about you? I have saved a few million yuan in a regular deposit. I originally planned to buy a house as a dowry for Nana when she got married. Now that Yi Chen is so capable and has a house, we will give her a car worth more than 2 million yuan as a dowry, as well as some other jewelry and so on. We have almost spent all of it. Mother Lu also nodded, well, as long as the child lives well, it's fine. Fortunately, my in-laws and Yi Chen are also reasonable. Nana won't be bullied if she marries into their family. The two of them snuggled up to each other, looking out of the train and chatting about their children. This way. Yi Chen and Lu Yaina took a taxi to the largest shopping mall in Xiangqing, Demingfa. The two of them went directly to the area selling maternal and infant products, where the salesperson introduced the products to them enthusiastically. Hello, sir and madam. The female salesperson looked the two of them up and down, and noticed that Lu Yaina's belly was slightly bulging. Moreover, seeing the two of them walking towards us holding hands and talking, I was quite sure that they were a newlywed couple buying daily necessities for their future baby. Do you want to buy bottles or something for your baby in advance? The saleswoman asked with a smile. Yi Chen, yes, the babies in our belly are triplets, so we have to buy daily necessities in advance, otherwise we will be confused when the time comes. When the saleswoman heard Yi Chen's words, she couldn't help but be shocked. 3 triplets? Oh my god. So amazing. Congratulations. Thank you. Yi Chen and Lu Yaina said with a smile. Under the guidance of the female salesperson, Yi Chen and Lu Yaina had already bought bottles, pacifiers, baby diapers, adult diapers, nursing pads, etc., and of course, some baby clothes, small toys, etc. When it came time to check out, Yi Chen picked up all the shopping bags, and Lu Yaina was unable to help. Hello, the total is 2,330 yuan. Would you like to pay by card or cash? Swipe the card. Yi Chen said, and took out his bank card. Beep, beep, beep. The card swiping was successful. Chapter 18 Buying things for your baby also has rewards. At this time the system rang. This is the first time the host has actually spent money on the baby. I reward the host with 100,000 yuan. Yi Chen's cell phone rang again. Yi Chen was also a little confused. There was actually a reward for this. Never mind, the money has to be spent anyway, and the reward is already in hand. I'll buy more things for the children in the future, and maybe I'll get more rewards. Just as the two of them were about to leave, the saleswoman came out with a bag containing a book. Sir, I can tell from the looks of it that you are a man who loves his wife and children. We have a rule in our store that if a husband accompanies his wife, we will give the couple a scientific parenting book. She handed the bag to Yi Chen, took out a business card and said sincerely, Sir or Madam, this is my business card. If you need to buy milk powder, diapers or something in the future, you can call me. If it is within 5 kilometers in the same city, I can deliver it to your door within 30 minutes. Thank you for your support. As she said that, the female salesperson handed over her card with both hands. To be honest, a family that can afford to give birth to triplets must also be able to support them. That's not just an ordinary family. That's a big family. Yi-Chen looked at the business card handed over by the saleswoman, motioned Lu Yina to take it, and said to the saleswoman, "Thank you, you were so thoughtful. If we need anything in the future, we will definitely call you." "Okay, sir. Please take care." The female salesperson watched the two men leave, feeling extremely envious. This woman is so lucky. Her husband is so handsome and, most importantly, so loving. He even accompanies her when she goes shopping, even when she is pregnant. If her family didn't have a mind, she probably wouldn't be able to do this. It is now exactly 12 o'clock and Aunt Zhang calls. Lu Yina answered the phone. "Hello, Aunt Zhang. Nana, are you going home for lunch today?" Lu Yina turned around and said to Yi-Chen, "Aunt Zhang asked us if we would go back for dinner." Yi-Chen asked in a low voice, "Do you want to go back and eat?" Lu Yina covered her mouth, laughed secretly and shook her head. Yi-Chen also laughed. "Then we won't go back to eat, you can talk to Auntie." Aunt Zhang also laughed on the other end of the phone. Okay, I get it, you guys can eat outside, but don't eat those unhealthy things." "I understand, Aunt Zhang." "Goodbye, Aunt Zhang." After hanging up the phone with Aunt Zhang, Lu Yina asked, "Where are we going to eat now?" "This seems to be our first official date and dinner together." Yi-Chen nodded and said, "Yes. We have to go to a higher-end restaurant for a meal." "What do you want to eat?" "Lu Yina, I'm fine with anything. I'm not picky about food." Yi-Chen was also helpless. "Is this how women are? How about we go to a Michelin restaurant? The food there is delicious." "Lu Yina, Michelin restaurant? It's very expensive, don't you want it? You see, this is a woman." "Yi-Chen, go. You have to go even if it's expensive. After all, it's our first date, how can we just find a random place?" Yi-Chen hurriedly coaxed Lu Yina, and Lu Yina also smiled sweetly. Yes, for the first date, they must find a good place to eat, and this also indirectly shows that Yi-Chen values her, which is great. Yi-Chen carried a bunch of shopping bags in one hand and held Lu Yina's hand with the other. The two smiled at each other, walked out of the mall and headed towards the Michelin restaurant opposite. I walked into this 3-star Michelin restaurant, went up to the second floor, and naturally found a seat by the window and sat down. The waiter was very attentive. He poured water for the two of them, brought the menu, and then left. Yi-Chen sat side by side with Lu Yina and moved closer to her. "Nana, do you want me to call you Nana or my wife?" Lu Yina looked at him and blinked again. "You can call me whatever you like, then can I call you husband?" Chapter 19, Further Relationship. After all, they were newlyweds, and calling him by his full name, Yi-Chen, seemed to create too much of a distance. Yi-Chen smiled and said, "I like to call you wife, and I also like to call you Nana." Lu Yina patted Yi-Chen's shoulder. "I'm just kidding." "Then just call me wife." "Husband." After what happened last night, the relationship between the two seemed to have taken a step forward. Lu Yina also clearly felt that Yi-Chen was not as stiff towards her and the baby as before, and his emotions were expressed more naturally. After ordering the meal, Lu Yina leaned on Yi-Chen's shoulder and looked at her phone. "Husband, have you told your classmates about our marriage?" Yi-Chen was stunned. "I mentioned this to my roommates before. When they heard me say that I wanted to marry you, I guess they thought I was bragging. After all, my wife is the campus belle. They definitely didn't expect that the campus belle was actually trapped by me." Lu Yina smiled on Yi-Chen's shoulder. "So what if she's a school belle? She's also a human being. What's more, you're such an outstanding person and so handsome. Of course I like you. Do you like me?" Yi-Chen held Lu Yina's hand. "I like you too, how could I not like you? Besides, we even have a child, don't think too much." "Lu Yina, is it because of the child?" Yi-Chen immediately turned around and looked at Lu Yina face to face. "I don't allow you to think like that. I definitely don't want to marry you just because you have a child. If it's because of responsibility, then at most I will pay child support, but I won't marry you. We all need time to get to know each other better now, so don't be suspicious." Lu Yina was feeling a little depressed. "Me too. I'm not confident enough in myself. I feel like everything is happening too fast now. I'm afraid it will be gone if I'm not careful. I'm really afraid of losing you." Yi-Chen hugged her tightly in his arms. "Silly girl, how can you think like this? You have to know that your husband loves you, that's enough. Yi Chen said in a firm tone. Perhaps before, 80% of the reason he married Lu Yina was because of the child, and the remaining 20% was because he liked her in his heart. But now, the two have been together for a few days, and Yi Chen has also felt Lu Yina's goodness and her love for him. Yi Chen also tried to respond to Lu Yina's love, and was surprised to find that everything he did seemed so natural and so reasonable. Now that the two are honest with each other and express their deep love for each other, their relationship is heating up rapidly. At this moment, the system rang again. Beep. The host has triggered a special mission. The system rewards 1 million yuan. At this moment, Yi Chen was a little crazy. What was wrong with this system? Rewards for this and that? What was the pattern? I had to go home and study it carefully to see how to get the money from the system. The two hugged each other tightly for almost 10 minutes and still couldn't bear to separate. It was not until the waiter served them their food that the two reluctantly let go. Wife, I heard that the food here is delicious. Eat as much as you want. Your husband will pay the bill. Yi Chen smiled dotingly at Lu Yina. Lu Yina looked at Yi Chen with a smile, her face flushed. Well, I understand. Lu Yina brought a piece of fruit salad to Yi Chen's mouth. Ah, you eat one, this is delicious. Yi Chen opened his mouth and ate it in one bite. Yi Chen asked, what do you think of my parents? While eating, Lu Yina replied, I think my parents are pretty good. What do your parents think of me? Yi Chen, my parents are quite satisfied with you, and told me to live a good life with you, huh? What about your parents? What do they think of me? Lu Yina, they are also very satisfied with you. I am really happy now. From being scared at the beginning to now. I feel that I am the happiest woman in the world. I have a husband who loves me, in-laws who love me, and a baby who is about to be born. I am so happy. Yi Chen hugged Lu Yina's shoulders again. Me too, and my wife is still so beautiful, she is really a winner in life. Lu Yina looked at Yi Chen tenderly. Of course, you are also very handsome. Yi Chen couldn't stand looking at Lu Yina's tender eyes. Eat, your eyes are making me lose control again. Lu Yina smiled sweetly, and the two became even closer. Chapter 20, Acquire the Photographic Memory Skill. After lunch, the two took a taxi home. Yi Chen now feels that he really needs to buy a car for transportation. He will go with his wife to look at new cars tomorrow. How much will it cost to buy a car for himself, a car for his wife, and a car for Aunt Zhang to buy groceries? However, he still has more than 10 million in his account, which should be enough. After returning home, Lu Yina went back to her room to take a nap. She didn't know why, but she always felt that she didn't get enough sleep recently. It should be because of her pregnancy. She became lazy and didn't like to move. She always wanted to lie down when she could, not move when she could, and sleep when she could. Yi Chen handed all the things he bought to Aunt Zhang. When he saw the scientific parenting book that the clerk gave him before he left, he took it out and studied it out of curiosity. This female clerk is really good at handling things. She knows what new parents are missing. Yi Chen was also very excited and picked up the book and walked into the study to study. After all, he is the father of triplets. When the kids come out, he can't be in a hurry and not know anything. Before this, he had never been exposed to any knowledge in this area, such as knowledge about pregnant women, what to do after the baby is born, what to do in the hospital, etc. In short, he knew nothing about it. So he sat at his desk and began to read seriously. At this moment, the system rang. Beep. The host has triggered a special mission, and the system rewards the skill of photographic memory. Yi Chen took a deep breath. Is this okay? Does this system really need to be studied? Anything you do related to your wife and children may trigger a special task, and the rewards are quite good. Just like when I decided to marry Lu Yina, the moment the baby was born, buying midnight snacks for my wife, proposing to my wife, cooking dumplings for my wife, hearing the baby's movements for the first time, spending money on the baby for the first time, and so on. How do you use this photographic memory? System, report to the host, just click on the skill to activate it, and you will be able to remember everything from now on. Is this possible? Yi Chen immediately said, then let's start the photographic memory function now. System, okay. Beep. Startup successful. Yi Chen took a deep breath, and when he picked up the book again, he seemed to be reading it more attentively than before. Even after reading more than 10 pages, he could still remember what was written before. OMG. This skill is really great. Parenting knowledge, starting from the moment a pregnant woman becomes pregnant until the child is 7 years old. This book is as thick as 4 or 5 mobile phones stacked together, but Yi-Chen only took 10 minutes to finish reading it. No matter which page you ask him about, he can clearly remember what was said. OMG. Why didn't the system appear earlier? If I had this function a few years earlier, I might have been able to get into a world-class university. Yi-Chen suppressed the thoughts in his mind. It was useless to say more. The most important thing was now. It says here that you should prepare milk powder, bottles, diapers, etc. as soon as the baby is born, because the baby must be fed some sugar water or milk powder after birth to prevent hypoglycemia or something. It also teaches you how to tell if your baby's stool is indigestion, what constitutes a good stool, how to burp your baby, etc. It's very detailed. Another very important point here is that when pregnant women, the hormones in their bodies change too much, making them prone to losing their temper. When Yi-Chen saw this, he was still thinking in his heart, why didn't he think Nana would behave like this? In the future, you should pay more attention to your wife's mood changes. If she is in a bad mood, it is very likely that the baby will be unhappy. If the baby is unhappy, his development will definitely be affected. There is also the issue of morning sickness during pregnancy. If the pregnant woman is retching and has a poor appetite, she can try drinking some carbonated drinks such as Coke and Sprite to relieve stomach discomfort, but if she is vomiting acid, she can drink some soda water and eat some soda crackers. Chapter 21: The School Beauty's Secret Love. Yi-Chen couldn't help but nod his head. Nana didn't seem to have any special reaction. This was good too. She didn't have to suffer like those women on TV who vomited to death. Pregnant women should also pay attention to their diet. Eating too much junk food is not good for the baby. Also, they need to do some proper exercise. Well, how about signing up for prenatal yoga or something? Or swimming or something like that? I don't know if Nana likes it or not. If she likes it, just sign up, if not, forget it. Yi-Chen stayed in the study room for the entire afternoon until Lu Yana woke up from her nap. At this time, Lu Yana passed by the study and saw Yi-Chen there, poking at his mobile phone and reading a book, as if he was studying something. There was also a notebook on the desk, on which he wrote something from time to time. Lu Yana walked in and hugged Yi-Chen from behind. "Husband, what are you busy with?" Seeing that it was his wife, Yi-Chen picked up the notebook and said excitedly, "Wife, I am studying the knowledge related to pregnant women and babies. The book given by the clerk is really useful. I wrote down some important things, so that it will be convenient to take it out and read it later. You can also read it, and you don't have to read such a thick book." Lu Yana took the book and looked at the things that pregnant women and babies should pay attention to written on it with various colored pens. Her eyes turned red. From the moment Lu Yana met Yi-Chen, she was attracted by his sunny personality and handsome appearance. When she was in school, she often heard girls around her talking about him, saying that he was handsome and was the male god of many girls. So, from then on, she would pay attention to Yi-Chen from time to time, and slowly fell in love with him. And when she and Yi-Chen had that night, she was still very ecstatic in her heart. She gave her most important thing to her favorite person, and everything was worth it. She didn't think about what would happen in the future, but just enjoyed the happiness of the moment. However, when she found out that she was pregnant, she was ready to take on all of it herself, but she also wanted to give it a try to fight for the baby in her belly. I didn't expect it. I really didn't love the wrong person. Yi-Chen is a responsible man, a man with a sense of responsibility. When they got married, she just thought that as long as he loved the child, nothing else mattered to her. Aren't there many marriages that, at the end, are left with only a piece of paper and a child? I just advanced the time. When she was first in school, she heard others discussing that Yi-Chen's family seemed to have gone bankrupt and lost everything at home, so she was ready to ask her parents for money. After getting to know each other for a few days, she realized that Yi-Chen's family was not bankrupt, but their assets had shrunk. Moreover, Yi-Chen has made so much money from his investments, so she doesn't have to worry about whether Yi-Chen can support the child alone. As they spent time together day and night, they confessed their feelings to each other. It turned out that Yi-Chen also had a good impression of her, and because of the child, he seemed to have a different feeling for her, so it should be love. Looking at this notebook full of love, Lu Yina's heart was also melted. She hugged Yi-Chen, turned her head and kissed him on the face. "Thank you, husband. You have worked hard. Silly girl. Your husband doesn't have much hardship in taking good care of you and the kids. By the way, what do you want to eat for afternoon tea? Your husband will cook it for you?" Yi-Chen asked with a smile. Can you cook? Lu Yana asked with a smile. You may not have eaten what your husband made for you. It's at the level of an international culinary master. Yi Chen said with some pride. Your husband has advanced cooking skills given by the system. Even if the dishes I cook are not as good as those in Michelin 3-star restaurants, they are still much better than those made by chefs in 5-star hotels. Well, I, your wife, will be rude to you. It's already so late now. I want to eat the feast you made tonight. Forget afternoon tea. I'll just have some fruit. Okay. I'll make you an apple salad. You can eat it slowly and watch TV for a while. It will be ready soon. Yi Chen stood up, took Lu Yana's hand and walked downstairs. Chapter 22 Cooking for My Wife. After making a salad for Lu Yana, he pushed her down on the sofa to watch TV, while Yi Chen and Aunt Zhang got busy. After Lu Yana finished her salad, she fell asleep on the sofa while watching TV. And when Yi Chen woke her up, the food he had prepared was already placed on the dining table. From a distance, she knew it must be delicious just by smelling it. Looking at the 3 dishes and a pot of traditional hot soup on the table, pigeon soup, chestnut stewed chicken, tomato scrambled eggs, and salted cabbage heart, the soup smelled like a clear soup. Yi Chen also put a lot of effort into this dinner. Pregnant women need to supplement a lot of nutrition during pregnancy, but they can't eat too much meat and fish. Pregnant women's dinner should be light and nutritious. So he went to the pharmacy specifically to buy some tonic Chinese medicinal herbs to make this pigeon soup. It makes me salivate just by smelling it. First of all, when he pulled Lu Yana to the dining table, he had already served her a bowl of soup, which had been left out for a while, so he woke her up to drink the soup. When Lu Yana saw the dining table, her eyes were full of disbelief. Did you really make this? Oh my god. It looks much better than what I made. This chestnut braised chicken must have taken a lot of thought. Also, the soup smells really fresh, it must be delicious. Lu Yana was drooling just by looking at it, so without saying a word, she sat down immediately and drank the whole soup. It's really delicious. I've never tasted such a delicious soup. It's so fresh and sweet. Aunt Zhang, come over and drink with us. Lu Yana praised and asked Aunt Zhang to come over and try the dish made by her husband. She quickly pulled Yi Chen to sit down and started eating. Although they are all home-cooked dishes that cannot be more ordinary, but when they are made by Yi Chen, they are different. Aunt Zhang quickly said, Hey, Nana, eat slowly. Aunt Zhang also sat down and started drinking the soup. After taking a bite, her eyes lit up. To be honest, she was also very surprised. She had been with Yi Chen for so many years, but she rarely saw him enter the kitchen. She also thought that Yi Chen could not cook. But now this bowl of soup surprised her. So, she immediately picked up her chopsticks and tried other dishes. To be honest, they were really good. Not bad. It seems that this boy has really grown up and knows how to love his wife. Seeing that the child she raised was now married with children, and was willing to be a house husband for his wife, she was happy for Yi Chen to have such a harmonious life. I believe Yi Chen will also be a good husband and a good father. Yi Chen was also sitting nearby, picking up food for Lu Yana and asking, Is it delicious? I told you that the food I cook is better than that of a 5-star chef. Lu Yana had already finished a bowl of rice, and her movements slowed down. Did you really make this? If you didn't say it was made by you, I would have thought it was made by a Michelin 3-star chef. It's so delicious. Yi Chen smiled, of course. As long as you like it, I can make it for you every day. This is not good. If I eat this much every day, I will soon turn into a pig. Lu Yana pouted. It doesn't matter, my husband won't dislike you. But Lu Yana refused to do it. How can I do this? I will feel ashamed of myself. It is not easy to lose weight if I am fat. Yi Chen smiled. It turned out that girls really care about their weight. Deep, the host cooked for his wife and children and received positive reviews. The host will be rewarded 100,000 yuan. I'm also being rewarded for doing this? In the future, if I treat my wife and children well, I can get rewards like this? Yi Chen shook his head and smiled. Then I will cook for you occasionally in the future, is that okay? Lu Yana smiled, great. My husband is so nice. My husband, I really have to say that your cooking skills are really good enough to be a chef god. Yi Chen looked at this cute little foodie and smiled even more brightly. Chapter 23 Baby is playing hide and seek. After eating and drinking, they both sat on the sofa and watched boring TV. Honey, tomorrow morning, do you want to go with me to look at cars? I want to buy a mobility scooter so that it will be more convenient to get around. By the way, do you have a driver's license? Luyina, I did take the test, but I just got my driver's license not long ago. I'm still in the probation period and haven't had the chance to drive on the road yet. Yichen smiled and said, my husband will drive it in the future. Will you go with me tomorrow morning? Do you want to sleep in or something? Luyina must be reluctant to be separated from Yichen. Their relationship is gradually developing in a good direction. She really wishes she could be with Yichen 24 hours a day. Go ahead. Tomorrow morning, remember to wake me up. I'm afraid I won't be able to get up. I've been sleeping really well lately and I love sleeping more and more. I feel like a pig after eating and sleeping. Don't be afraid, even if you turn into a pig, your husband can afford to raise you. Yichen smiled dotingly and hugged Luyina in his arms. The two of them stayed on the sofa for a long time. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Luyina felt sleepy again and yawned repeatedly. No, I want to sleep, I'm too sleepy. Yichen, don't go to sleep yet, I haven't had time to listen to the baby's voice today. The fetal heart monitor I bought yesterday can be used today. Yichen was also very excited. He also liked to interact with the baby, and now he bought a fetal heart monitor so that he could hear the baby's fetal heart rate clearly. Speaking of fetal heart rate monitoring, do we need to go for a prenatal checkup? I saw a post online saying that we need to go to the maternal and child health care center to create a file or something? Now that we're married, it will be easier to get a birth permit, right? Yichen suddenly remembered some posts he searched and read today, so he asked. Oh, that's right. If you hadn't reminded me, I would have actually forgotten to go for the prenatal checkup. Oh, my memory is really getting worse and worse. Luyina suddenly woke up as if from a dream, and she had also forgotten about this matter. Well, how about going for a prenatal checkup tomorrow morning? Yichen asked. So you're not going to buy a car? Buying a car can be postponed, but the child's matter can't be delayed. Yichen decided immediately to go for a prenatal checkup first and then buy a car. Then I have to make an appointment first, otherwise, I will have to wait in line for a long time when the time comes. Luyina immediately took out her mobile phone and made an appointment for a prenatal checkup online. Fortunately, she had already created a card when she went for a pregnancy checkup. Now she just needs to bind the hospital's medical card to make an appointment. After the appointment was made, Luyina said to Yichen, I have made an appointment. Because the appointment time is too late, I can only make an appointment after 10:30. It shouldn't be too late, right? No, we can just take a taxi there in advance. Let's go back to the room and listen to what the baby is doing. Let's talk about buying a car later. Yichen hurriedly went to find the fetal heart monitor he bought today. Luyina felt that her belly had grown particularly fast in the past 2 days, as if it had grown half its size overnight. After all, there were 3 little babies inside. She had also been sleeping and eating a lot recently, so that might be related. She took a pillow, half lying down, and shyly lifted up her clothes to expose her belly. Yichen was unpacking the package and figuring out how to use it. Luyina took a look at the instrument and realized that the principle was the same as that of the ultrasound, so she gave Yichen some instructions. Honey, squeeze a little bit of the white coupling agent out of the probe and then put it here and see. Luyina said, pointing at her belly. Yichen understood immediately, and followed Luyina's instructions and quickly finished it. Little babies, your handsome dad is here. Yichen took the probe and turned on the monitor. When the probe was placed on Luyina's belly, a noisy sound immediately came from the monitor. Luyina only felt her belly go cold and all the pores on her body stood up. Ha! Are the little babies playing hide and seek with their daddy? Where are they? Let daddy listen. Yichen spoke softly to the babies while holding the probe, as if they were really playing hide and seek. Chapter 24. Hearing the fetal heartbeat for the first time. Luyina felt a warm feeling in her heart when she looked at Yichen, who loved children so much. The child will definitely be very happy to have such a father. Suddenly, just as Yichen's probe was hovering over Luyina's belly, a series of loud thump sounds were heard amid the already noisy sound on the monitor. Yichen was also startled by the heartbeat sound, and his hands trembled. At the same time, the system voice sounded. Beep. The host hears the baby's heartbeat for the first time, the system rewards 1 million yuan. But Yichen couldn't care less. Now that he could really hear his child's heartbeat, any reward was nothing. Baby. Daddy found you. Are you the eldest, second, or youngest treasure? Yi Chen's fatherly smile was so intense that his teeth were almost showing. Lu Yana was also shocked by the heartbeat sound. It was really incredible. Life is really amazing. Suddenly, there was another burst of noise from the monitor. Lu Yana also laughed. Little baby is hiding again. Oh, are you hiding well? Mommy is coming to find you. Lu Yana also felt that the baby in her belly seemed to turn over, and then the strong heartbeat of Chaoyang disappeared, perhaps hiding out of shyness. The two interacted with the baby in a warm and loving manner, and they looked at each other and smiled. All of this is so warm and beautiful. An Zhang, who was standing outside the door, was also very moved. Chen Chen has really grown up. He loves his wife and children and even cooks for his wife. Aunt Shan walked quietly back to her room. At around 9 o'clock the next day, Yi Chen woke up first. He looked at Lu Yana, who was still sleeping beside him, stroked her perfect face, smiled, and got up to wash. He was a little insomniac last night because he felt the sound of his baby's heartbeat was so magical that he didn't feel sleepy until around 12 o'clock, so he got up so late today. After washing up, he went downstairs and was about to make breakfast. He saw An Zhang was already making breakfast, so he went back to wake up Lu Yana. Wife! Get up! After breakfast, we have to go for the prenatal checkup. Well, don't worry about me, I'm so sleepy. Lu Yana turned over and turned her head away, still planning to sleep, but suddenly she seemed to think of something and suddenly sat up. I have to go for a prenatal checkup today. How could I forget about it? Lu Yana immediately jumped up from the bed. Asked Yi Chen, husband, what time is it now? Yi Chen smiled and looked at her. Take your time, it's still early, it's only a little after 9:10, brush your teeth first, Aunt Zhang has already prepared breakfast, I'll be waiting for you downstairs, don't worry, take your time. Yeah, okay. You go down first. I'll be there soon. Lu Yana rushed into the bathroom and started brushing her teeth and washing her face. Yi Chen looked at Lu Yana with a smile and shook his head helplessly. Soon. The two of them sat together and finished their breakfast. Not long after Yi Chen finished his breakfast, he had already called a special car in advance. After breakfast, the two walked to the gate of the community hand in hand. After waiting for a few minutes, the car arrived. After arriving at the maternity and child health hospital, they found the prenatal department and saw their names still in the waiting line, so they asked the nurse about creating a file. So, they filled out forms and information for a while, and finally got the prenatal examination book. Then the nurse asked them to measure their blood pressure and weight first. After doing all this, Lu Yana's name was called on the radio after a while. After entering the department, the doctor looked at Lu Yana, then looked at the computer, and suddenly screamed. You're the girl who got pregnant with triplets naturally? I remember you. Is this your husband? He's quite a handsome guy, isn't he? Lu Yana smiled and said, yes, this is my husband. Doctor, look, this is my prenatal checkup book. The doctor took the notebook excitedly, glanced at the data on it, and calculated the date. You are only 3 months and 25 days pregnant now, almost 4 months. I looked at the data and found that your blood pressure is a little low, but it's okay. It will be a little low in the early stages of pregnancy. You can walk more after 4 months. We can't do the major fetal anomaly screening today. You can come next week, but you need to make an appointment first. And you have medical insurance, right? If you have medical insurance, part of the fee can be waived. 3 babies. You really have to be extra careful. Don't go to crowded places. After 4 months, the baby in your belly will start to grow rapidly. You have to control your diet and prevent the baby from growing too big, so it's quite troublesome. You have to pay attention to a balanced diet. Don't eat too much sugar or anything like that. Eat more eggs or something like that. Then, the two of them, one standing and the other sitting, listened carefully to what the doctor said and nodded in response to the doctor's instructions. Chapter 25 Accompanying my wife for prenatal checkup. The doctor continued, your husband is pretty good. He actually accompanied you to the prenatal checkup. He's a good father. Lu Yana smiled happily, yes, he is a good father and a good husband. He is good to me and my children. Lu Yana was very happy to hear others praising her husband like this, and she cooperated very well by measuring her waist circumference. The doctor also smiled and said, oh, how happy. I wish you happiness forever. Yi Chen and Lu Yana smiled and said, thank you for the doctor's blessing. After the two of them completed the prenatal checkup, it was soon noon. Honey, are we going to look at cars today? Lu Yana asked. It's still too late to go and look at the car today. Let's go tomorrow morning. You still have to take a nap in the afternoon, and you also need to have a good rest after dinner at night, so usually you only have time in the morning. Lu Yana, actually, it's okay for me not to go, just buy it yourself. Is that so? That's fine. Seeing that you have difficulty in moving, it's not easy to take you with me. I can go and have a look by myself this afternoon. What kind do you like? Yichen thought for a while and said, I was thinking, if our 3 babies come out, we must hire a few nannies. I'm afraid you will be tired, so it's better to choose a bigger car. Why don't we buy 2 cars? One is for us to use when we don't take the baby out. After all, when the baby is born, we need to take him out for medical examinations and so on. If we use the usual car, it will definitely be inconvenient. If we buy another nanny car, it will be more convenient with more people sitting in it. What do you think? Yichen had memorized the parenting book a long time ago, so he was very familiar with what to do when the baby comes out, physical examinations, when to give complimentary food, etc. Lu Yana's face was full of admiration. Husband, how can you be so thoughtful? It's just that you have money? If you don't have enough, I can ask my parents for some. They have already prepared to give me a car as a dowry. How can I use my parents' money? Don't worry, my husband has money. Don't worry. After all, he has a system. Now the system has rewarded him with nearly 10 million yuan, so he can buy as many cars as he wants. I invest on my own, and I've already sold all my previous stocks for a lot of money. You don't have to worry about the money. My parents' money is theirs, you don't have to ask them. Lu Yana was still a little worried. Then I received 200,000 yuan for changing my statement, I will transfer it to you. Yichen immediately objected, no, my parents gave you the change, how can they give it to me? You should keep it as pocket money. Come to think of it, honey, we've been married for a few days, and it seems like I haven't given you any pocket money yet. I really shouldn't have done that. Wait a moment, I'll transfer 1 million to you, just think of it as pocket money from your husband. After Yichen finished speaking, he immediately took out his mobile phone and transferred 1 million to Lu Yana. Lu Yana was also dumbfounded. Originally, she just wanted to help Yichen buy a car, so she proposed to transfer 200,000 to him. Unexpectedly, she actually had an extra 1 million, pocket money. What does my husband do? How is he so rich? I heard from other students that his parents' company has shrunk. Moreover, his wealth has also shrunk a lot. How can he transfer hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars at any time? Lu Yana was also curious, but she was happy that her husband was capable. Honey, where did you get all this money? Did I miss something? Didn't I hear that your family was going to go bankrupt? If you're like this, I'm going to doubt whether I married a rich man. Lu Yana joked with a smile. Don't worry about the money, just be at ease and be the young mistress of our Yi family. My husband's money is absolutely clean money. It is earned by my own ability. That's right. Even if it was a system reward, it was earned through my own ability. When Lu Yana heard this, she felt relieved. As long as it is a legitimate business and the source of money is clean, she doesn't care. She is a fool anyway and has no concept of money, so she doesn't want to care about money. Chapter 26, Earning Money is for your wife to spend. Originally, she was not very good at managing money, so it was naturally best to have someone managing the money now. It would be nice for her to have her own pocket money and have less worries. While Lu Yana was stunned, Yichen had already transferred 1 million yuan to her account, and said domineeringly, your husband will transfer pocket money to you every month in the future. Don't save money for your husband. Your husband has money. Tell your husband what you want to buy, and your husband will buy it for you. You should naturally pamper your own woman. How can you treat your woman unfairly? Money is earned to be spent, by whatever you like. Got it? Lu Yana immediately stepped forward and hugged Yichen, and said very moved, husband, you are so good. Yichen also hugged Lu Yana tightly, silly girl, you are my wife, who can I treat if I don't treat you well? After the two discussed it, Yichen had to go and look at the cars by himself. After all, Lu Yana was pregnant now, and her belly was getting bigger and bigger. She had to pay more attention to rest and not overwork herself. Honey, are you going to take a leave of absence from school? How about we take a leave of absence for half a year, wait until you have the baby, and then we can go back to school, okay? I'm worried about you, too. Your belly will be so big by then. If you still have to go back to class, it will be too tiring and unsafe. Yichen suddenly thought of this problem, so he asked for her advice. I'll just drop out of school. Why are you dropping out of school too? Lu Yana asked in confusion. Because I want to stand by you through thick and thin. When the time comes, we can graduate together in front of the little babies, okay? Okay, I'll listen to you. Lu Yana snuggled in Yichen's arms with a happy look on her face. Just then, Aunt Zhang called him. Xiaochen, Auntie has something to do and needs to go home. My son has also returned with his girlfriend, so he needs to go home for a few days. Can you guys handle it? If not, I'll just go back for 2 days. Yichen, Aunt Zhang, don't worry and go back. We can handle it. Don't worry about us. Aunt Zhang, then I'm relieved. I haven't had time to buy food for today, so you may have to eat out. Yichen, okay, Auntie. You don't have to worry about us. After hanging up the phone, Yichen rubbed Lu Yana's head, smiled and said, Aunt Zhang is going home for a few days. We have to cook 3 meals a day for the next few days. Now, let's go to the supermarket to buy vegetables. Lu Yana reached out and held Yichen's hand, smiling and said, okay, let's go together. I hope that in the future, I can be with you simply and happily for 3 meals a day in all 4 seasons. The two held hands and got into the special car. About 10 minutes later, they arrived at the largest supermarket in Xiangcheng. It was the first time for both of them to buy groceries. They were not familiar with the vegetable market, so they could only go to the supermarket to look for fresh ingredients. The two of them went straight to the fresh meat section, first took a look at the main dishes they were going to make today, and then went to buy vegetables, snacks, etc. The two of them discussed as they walked. This steak looks quite fresh. How about having steak for lunch? Yichen picked up a piece of steak and said to Lu Yana. Okay, anyway, it's you who cooked it, so I'll eat whatever you cook. Lu Yana said with a smile. The two of them quickly bought all the food they needed and had steak for lunch and fish for dinner. After buying the vegetables, Yichen planned to take Lu Yana away. But Lu Yana suddenly pulled Yichen back. Wait a moment. Well, we've just moved into our new home, so there are probably a lot of things we haven't bought yet. Can we go to the living area over there and see if there's anything we need to buy? Yichen couldn't help but wonder. He had come to the supermarket with his parents before, and bought everything including toothbrushes, face towels, and slippers, right? What was he going to buy now? Yichen didn't lack anything, but since it was his wife who wanted to buy something, as a husband he naturally had to accompany her. Yichen thought about it and nodded, then go and see what you need to buy. Chapter 27 Buying Couple Supplies. So, the two of them went up to the living area on the second floor of the supermarket. Lu Yana picked up a pair of white slippers and asked Yichen, does this pair look good? Yichen was confused. Aren't these men's slippers? Was she afraid that she would get fat after getting pregnant and not fit into her current slippers, so she bought men's slippers? But don't women's slippers come in larger sizes? Why not buy a larger size? Yichen asked in confusion, aren't these boys' slippers? What did you buy them for? Lu Yana smiled and said, who said you bought it for me? You picked it for me. Yichen was stunned, you chose it for me? Didn't my family already buy it? Lu Yana was a little excited, I didn't choose those for you. This pair is what I chose for you. Besides, I want to buy another pair that is exactly the same as yours. In fact, Lu Yana suddenly remembered to buy couple shoes for the two of them. Not only couple shoes, but also couple pajamas, couple outfits, etc. She wanted to be closer to Yichen. When the baby is born, she can also wear a complete set of parent-child outfits. It's really exciting. Yichen also saw through the little thoughts of the little woman in front of him, so he just let her do what she wanted. So, Lu Yana picked up a pair of light blue slippers and asked, how about this pair? I actually like pink ones. After saying this, Lu Yana pouted, seeming dissatisfied. Yichen couldn't help but smile. Let her be. Probably every woman has a pink girlish heart. This can also increase the relationship between the two people. Pink is fine too. Just buy it if you like it. Lu Yana looked at Yichen in disbelief, would you like to wear pink? Yichen spread his hands, I'm just wearing it at home, not outside, right? My wife bought it, so I will definitely wear it. Lu Yana was instantly excited and said, husband, you are so nice. The more Yi Chen listened to these words, the more he liked them, and the more comfortable he felt. Then, the two of them walked to the place where couple outfits were sold. We bought pajamas, coats, toothbrushes, face towels, underwear, etc., all as couple outfits. Seeing her choosing so happily, Yi Chen also smiled. Yi Chen had never been shopping in a supermarket with a woman other than his mother, so he accompanied her patiently to choose things. After she finished choosing, he pulled a bunch of things to the checkout counter in a shopping cart. Card swiping successful. At this moment, the system rang. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of pampering his wife. I will return the reward to the host with 10 times the bill. Yi Chen's cell phone beeped. Oh my god, 10 times, that is hundreds of thousands. Sure. It was only when Yi Chen was holding a pile of trophies that he felt that he must buy a car as quickly as possible. It's really troublesome to get in and out without a car. However, when the two of them came out of the supermarket, it was already almost 1:30, so there was definitely no time for them to go home and cook. So the two of them found a Chinese restaurant to have lunch, and then took a taxi back to take a nap. In the evening, Lu Yana was still sleeping, but Yi Chen had already started preparing ingredients early, ready to give Lu Yana a candlelight dinner. While Yi Chen was busy in the kitchen, Lu Yana came in trying on couple slippers and couple pajamas. Honey, please try on the slippers. Do you think I look good in these pajamas? Yi Chen put on the slippers that Lu Yana handed to him. They were pink slippers, and it was his first time wearing them. I never thought that there would be a day when my pink girlish heart would be satisfied by my wife. After Yi Chen put on the couple's slippers, he stood up and gently pinched Lu Yana's face, which had turned red due to excitement. It's really beautiful. This color is the first time I try it. It just feels a little weird, Yi Chen laughed, and Lu Yana also laughed. Of course, no matter what, Yi Chen is a straight man, and now he is wearing pink slippers. Chapter 28. Complete the task of pampering my wife. But being able to wear couple slippers with the one you love is also a kind of happiness. She also didn't expect that her husband would actually wear pink couple slippers with her, and she couldn't help but feel a wave of sweetness in her heart. So, does my pajamas look good? Yi Chen said with a smile. It's picked by my wife, so of course it's beautiful. Lu Yana smiled sweetly and looked towards the kitchen. What are you doing? I smell something delicious. Yi Chen, I'm preparing dinner for today. I just made a salad, but I didn't put watermelon in it. You go over there and watch TV. It will be ready in about half an hour. This steak is already marinated. Once the flavor is adjusted, we can start frying it. It will be quick. Yi Chen has already prepared the borscht and is keeping it warm in the rice cooker. This borscht is very nutritionally balanced, so Yi Chen plans to ask Aunt Zhang to make it occasionally. Now, the pasta is cooking in his pot, and the seasoning is being prepared on the other side. All that is left is to fry the steak. Because he had already set the dining table in advance, all he had to do was light the fire. With this advanced cooking technique rewarded by the system, any ingredient can be easily cooked. This technology is really amazing. Yi Chen held a bowl of salad and pushed Lu Yana to the TV. Hurry up and sit over here. I'm going to close the kitchen door. I'm going to fry the steak later. Even if there is a range hood, I'm worried that you will get sick if you smell the fumes. So, Lu Yana had no choice but to sit in front of the TV with a bowl of salad, leaving Yi Chen alone in the kitchen. In about half an hour, dinner is ready. Yi Chen brought up the prepared steaks. Lu Yana, who smelled the aroma, couldn't wait any longer and walked over. Wow! It smells so good. Lu Yana looked at the neatly arranged steaks and couldn't help but praise them. She has now realized that Yi Chen has prepared a candlelight dinner for her. I was so moved that I wanted to cry. Hubby, you were so nice. I'm so lucky to be your wife. Yi Chen smiled and said, you are so sweet. Sit down first. I will bring the food here soon, and there is also a serving of pasta. Yi Chen also carefully cut Lu Yana's steak, lit the candle, and then poured himself a glass of red wine. You are pregnant and cannot drink alcohol. I prepared a glass of hot lemonade for you. Cheers to our happiness. Lu Yana raised the glass of love lemonade and toasted with Yi Chen. Cheers to our future happiness. Thank you, husband. Yi Chen smiled and said, you can start eating now, you little greedy cat. I already knew you have been holding back for a long time. Lu Yana smiled. Who made your cooking so good? I feel like your cooking skills are better than those of Michelin chefs. Yi Chen was quite happy to hear his wife's praise. Hurry up and start eating. Lu Yana was really hungry when she saw such delicious food. Who told her husband to cook such delicious food? She really felt like she couldn't stop eating. So, the two of them also buried their heads in eating. After finishing the meal, Lu Yana put away the bowl consciously. However, Yichen whispered, "Put down the bowl. You are pregnant. How can your husband let you do housework with a big belly? Just sit aside and have a rest. Leave everything to your husband." As Yichen spoke, he drove Lu Yana to the TV and handed the remote control to her. This really is pampering her like a princess. This touched Lu Yana deeply. She glanced down at the pink slippers on her feet, then looked at the pink slippers on Yichen's feet, and suddenly felt that she was so happy. "I am so happy and lucky to have such a good husband like you." Lu Yana was almost moved to tears. Yes, there are so many families whose husbands don't care about their children when they return home, but she actually found a good man like Yichen who can cook and do housework. At this moment, the system in Yichen's mind rang. Beep, congratulations to the host for completing the task of pampering his wife. The host is rewarded with 100,000 yuan. Oh my god. Is there a reward for this? It seems that I am really getting to know this system better and better. Chapter 29, Further Relationship. The next morning, Yichen got up early. He washed up early and went downstairs to the kitchen to make breakfast. He went back to the room and woke up Lu Yana. It was already a little after 9 o'clock. The book said that eating breakfast before 9:30 was very good for the baby and the pregnant woman, so he would always try to finish everything before 9:30 and then wake up Lu Yana. Just as he was thinking about pushing the door open, Lu Yana pushed the door open and walked out of the room. Maybe because she drank too much in the afternoon and went to bed early last night, she got up early as well. The two looked at each other face to face and smiled at each other. At the beginning, Lu Yana still had some concerns. After all, everyone was not very familiar with each other, so they would avoid each other most of the time, unless they fell asleep. But after both sides confessed their love and spent a few days together, Lu Yana no longer minded being seen by Yichen without makeup. After the two finished their breakfast, Yichen also received a reward of 100,000 yuan from the system. While being good to his wife and children, the system will also give him corresponding rewards. Why not do it? Wife, I have nothing to do today, why don't we go look at the car together? Yichen asked. Looking at cars, I don't know anything about cars, I only look at the appearance. Lu Yana replied. It doesn't matter, just buy it if you like it, my husband has money. Lu Yana couldn't help but laugh. Oh, buy it if you like it, you have a lot of money now? If I like a luxury car worth tens of millions, will you buy it too? Buy. As long as my wife likes it, I'll buy it with a loan. Yichen said generously. Even if it is really a luxury car worth tens of millions, I can still buy it. It's not like I can't afford it. I don't want a loan. If you go to buy a car, the salesman will like you to take out a loan, but the interest rates on those loans are very high. Lu Yana disagreed. Then I'll go with you to have a look. You don't have to buy an expensive car, just a practical one. A car is just a means of transportation. I don't think it's necessary to buy an expensive one. What do you think? Lu Yana didn't know how much money Yichen had in his pocket, but Yichen was only a senior student, and he had bought a house before, and his family had experienced an economic crisis, so he probably didn't have much money. That's why she said this. However, she really thought so in her heart. After all, this car is just a means of transportation. There is no need to buy a too expensive one. It just needs to be economical, practical, and good-looking. Yichen also smiled with relief. Yes. So wife, you have to go and take a look, otherwise I might buy something recklessly. I have budgeted several million. The family must buy a nanny car, another car for daily use, and a shopping car for Aunt Zhang. 3 cars, several million should be enough. Several million? Even 3 million is a lot. You make money so easily, don't you? Husband, you are really good at making money. After hearing what Yichen said, Lu Yana couldn't help but be amazed. After all, 3 million is not something an ordinary family can afford. It's not 300 yuan, nor is it 3,000 yuan, it's 3 million yuan. Even if you buy 10 cars worth 300,000, that would be enough. But now Yichen said he would use 3 million to buy 3 cars? On average, 1 car costs 1 million? She didn't know how much money Yichen had left in his pocket. What if he spent all the money? He would have no money to raise children in the future. After all, she was pregnant with triplets. Yi Chen looked at Lu Yina's cute shocked expression and couldn't help but smile. Didn't I tell you that your husband and I are rich and not short of money? So buy it with confidence. Come on, let's take a taxi and go buy a car together. It's best to have a ready-made car that you can drive away right after you buy it. I've really had enough of it these past few days. I have to wait for a car every day when I go out. It's more comfortable to have my own car. Lu Yina also found it funny to see Yi Chen being so heroic. Sure enough, when men talk about buying a car, they get as excited as if they were injected with chicken blood. Maybe every man has a dream of buying a car. Now that it can be realized, I am naturally excited and thrilled. Chapter 30: Buying a Car. Yi Chen took a taxi directly to the largest luxury car dealership in Shangcheng, Minghui Car Dealership. Last night, Yi Chen had already fully understood the Minghui Car Dealership. This car dealership has all kinds of cars, both domestic and imported, so coming here to have a look is the best choice. Moreover, Yi Chen also looked at quite a few car models last night. Now I am just experiencing it on the spot and what it feels like to test drive it. He now has nearly 10 million yuan in cash to buy a car. As long as he doesn't buy a customized one, Yi Chen has enough money. Honey, do you have any car in mind? Lu Yana looked at the various brands of cars displayed in the dealership. There were many car brands that she had never even seen before. After all, Lu Yana didn't know much about cars and had no experience working in society. Therefore, the only vehicle information she could recognize were those of a few big brands, such as BMW, Mercedes-Benz, and Porsche. Yi Chen smiled and said, "Take a look first. If you like something, your husband will buy it for you." The money he has now is enough to buy $10 or $8 million luxury cars, so he is naturally confident. If his wife says to buy it, he just gives the money. Seeing Yi Chen being so generous, Lu Yana also went to look at the car with peace of mind. Just look for ones that are similar to yours. Those around a few $100,000 are about right? My husband said that if we have 3 million, that should be enough. So she pointed to the latest red Mercedes-Benz Mini over there. If I were to drive myself, I'd drive this one. You just said you wanted to buy a nanny car, so I'll buy this one. It's not too expensive. Lu Yana really wanted to buy a car of this type. After all, she would have to raise children in the future. Now Yi Chen was unemployed, and the money was getting less and less. It would be better not to spend money indiscriminately. Oh, this car won't work. When the baby is born, even if he doesn't ride in your car, if you go out with friends and buy things, you won't be able to put anything you want in it. It's better to buy a 4-seater with a carriage or something. It doesn't matter if it's a little more expensive. Just pick another one. At this time, the salesperson next to Lu Yina's eyes lit up, thinking that this deal had a chance. So he immediately showed his courtesy and started introducing her to Lu Yana. From her original brand to Porsche and BMW, she has visited the entire car dealership. She took one last look and said, "The other cars are too cool. Let's buy something a little more low-key, like the Mercedes-Benz GLC I just introduced." Lu Yana also compared many cars, and this one looked relatively low-key. Those Porsche and BMW sports cars looked like they were driven by nouveau riche. She herself always liked to keep a low profile, and this car, even with its high configuration, was less than 600,000 yuan, and both the exterior and interior looked good. Yi Chen couldn't help but shook his head and said, "Wife, this car is not even worth $1 million. If you want to buy one, you must buy one worth more than $1 million to be called a luxury car. Pick another one." Lu Yana just shook her head, "No need to look at it, just this one, I'm tired of looking at it too." Yi Chen couldn't help but hurried over to support her, as if he was afraid that she was injured. "Are you okay? Then don't look at it, just buy this one. I just chose it, I'll buy the same model as yours, and then we can exchange cars. Let's buy a Mercedes-Benz AMG GT with a similar model to yours. As for Aunt Zhang, let's give her a Mercedes-Benz Mini, which will also be convenient for parking." Are you serious? But you haven't even bought the nanny car yet, but you've already bought 3 cars. You really spend money like water. Yi Chen smiled and said, "Money is earned and spent, and buying these cars only cost more than 3 million, not much. To be honest, I've been married to you for a few days, and apart from an engagement ring, I haven't given you anything valuable, so as a husband I still feel quite guilty." The salesperson next to him had his eyes shining. He sold 3 cars at once. How could he remain calm? Lu Yana and Yi Chen were immediately invited to the tea room. He immediately made a pot of tea for them, and Yi Chen very considerately asked them to prepare a glass of boiled water for Lu Yana. Since you are pregnant, you naturally cannot drink these strong teas. Chapter 31, $1 Million Luxury Car. The male salesperson immediately picked up a calculator and prepared to do the calculation. Then he said to Yi Chen and the others, Mr. Yi, Mrs. Yi, the Mercedes-Benz AMG GT you just said you wanted to order, is it the top configuration? Yi Chen, of course I want the top of the line model. All 3 cars I want must be top of the line models. In fact, Yi Chen has already made up his mind. When the car is back, he will drive the one chosen by Lu Yana and let her drive the one he chooses. Okay. The male salesperson replied with a smile, slowly took out a pen and paper and various tools and started to calculate. The top-of-the-line Mercedes-Benz AMG GT is $3.68 million, the new Mercedes-Benz GLC is $480,000, and the Mercedes-Benz Mini is $350,000, a total of $4.51 million. Look, Mr. Yi, this. The male salesperson asked Yi Chen tentatively. He was also very excited at this moment. With this order, his commission was also quite a lot. At least before this, the male salesperson had never expected that 2 people dressed so plainly would buy 3 cars at once, and the total amount of the cars had reached more than 4 million. Don't you have any discounts when buying cars? Yi Chen is not a fool. Of course he has to bargain when buying things. After all, no one's money comes from the wind, right? Seeing that the other party was also a wealthy and powerful man, the male salesperson immediately went to ask the manager to come out. After hearing what the male salesperson said, the manager of the car dealership immediately came out and greeted Yi Chen and the others cheerfully. May I ask whether Mr. Yi is prepared to pay in installments or in one lump sum? Of course it's a one-time payment. Yi Chen replied indifferently. It's just a few million, and he still has money in his card, so he feels there is no need to pay in installments. The manager smiled and said, we still have a big discount for car purchases now. The interior decoration is free. Let me make the decision. Mr. Yi is a generous person. 3 cars, total price 4.28 million, what do you think? Oh my god. 230,000 yuan is missing all of a sudden? Is the profit of this car so great? Yi Chen couldn't help but wonder in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. Ask Lu Yana, wife, what do you think? Lu Yana was already shocked by the total price of the 3 cars. Just one car cost more than 3 million, which was really expensive. It's okay. You decide, I'll listen to you. Lu Yana didn't know how much money Yi Chen had made. At this moment, she just felt that Yi Chen was really rich. After all, even among businessmen, there are many people who cannot come up with more than 4 million at one time. Then can this car be driven away directly? Yi Chen asked the manager. As long as you pay the money, sign the contract, and complete the formalities, you can drive away directly, said the manager with a smile. Then, let's swipe the card to sign the contract, Yi Chen said lightly. Just when I finished paying the money, the system rang. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of buying a car for his wife. The system will reward the host with 3 times the total purchase price. Yi Chen couldn't help but be stunned. I was so angry that I almost died on the spot. Oh my god. System, are you kidding me? Why didn't you tell me earlier that buying a car would give me such a high reward? If I had known earlier, I would have bought a luxury car worth tens of millions. Day by day, what is this? Soon, Yi Chen received 12.84 million in system rewards. By the time the people at the car dealership had completed all the formalities, it was almost 1 o'clock. Yi Chen drove away the most expensive car on the spot, and asked the dealer to put license plates on the other cars before driving them home. When she got home, Lu Yana hadn't come to her senses yet. She actually came back in a car worth more than 3 million yuan. Honey, why are you so rich? Lu Yana couldn't help but ask. Anyway, until now, she still doesn't know that her husband is so capable. Not only did he buy a house worth tens of millions, but now he says he has more than 10 million in savings in his card. Now it's worth spending almost half of the savings to buy a car. Don't worry, your husband is really rich, and you don't have to save money for him in the future, Yi Chen said in a low voice. After all, he felt insecure because this was the money rewarded by the system. Chapter 32 Believe in Yi Chen. It seems that I really need to do some investment in the future to make my money more rational. Although I have told Lu Yana that I am investing, I can't show her anything practical, so I can only coax her now. Lu Yana had no choice but to say, I definitely hope you have the ability to make money. I still choose to believe in you, husband. Lu Yana quickly stepped forward and hugged Yichen tightly. He was her husband and the father of her babies. She would definitely believe Yichen. Time passed quickly, and soon it was time for the prenatal checkup and four-dimensional scan. Aunt Shang's husband accidentally broke his foot while working and was unable to move. There was no one to take care of him. It takes about 100 days to recover from a broken bone, so Aunt Shang had to take a month and a half off and only went back to take care of Yichen when her husband was able to walk and take care of himself. Fortunately, Yichen has nothing to do now, so he can take care of Lu Yana, a pregnant woman. However, Yichen has now begun to look for candidates for a confinement nanny and a babysitter. After all, when the 3 little ones are born, he will definitely have to hire a babysitter, otherwise several people will definitely not be able to take care of them. I am not short of money now, and I cannot let my wife and children suffer. That day, he got up early in the morning, prepared breakfast, and then called Lu Yana to get up. Now Lu Yana becomes more and more sleepy, and she has a bit of a childish temper towards herself and is more dependent on herself. Girls all have their own tempers, let alone a pregnant girl, so Yichen also tries his best to care for his wife. In the past few days, Yichen also received a reward of more than 2 million for caring for his wife and children. Roughly speaking, his personal savings have almost reached 20 million. Now, making money can give him motivation. After all, he has to support a family in the future. Not to mention the money for milk powder and diapers, he will have to hire a few nannies by then. Add to that the confinement period, and the expenses are not small. It's really difficult to move forward without money. After breakfast, the two drove to the hospital quickly. The baby in her belly is now almost 6 months old, which is almost 24 weeks. Her abdominal circumference is more than double than before. She came to the hospital today to make an appointment for a 4-dimensional ultrasound. Yichen held Lu Yana carefully and treated her very tenderly. If the pregnancy is a little later, it would be very troublesome to go to the hospital. Lu Yana also protected her belly tightly. Now she is as big as others who are more than 7 months pregnant. Naturally, her belly is also very swollen, and there have been huge changes in her physiology as well. She had already anticipated that she would not be able to even walk out the door in the later stage. Now her belly was already so big at only 6 months old. At the same time, she was also very worried about what accidents might happen during delivery. After all, triplets are really rare. Yichen seemed to have guessed what Lu Yana was thinking, so he said to her, "Don't worry, your husband will take care of everything." Lu Yana held Yichen's hand tightly. She was also afraid. After all, it was her first pregnancy. It was normal to be afraid when facing the unknown. The two of them went directly to the place where the ultrasound was taken and waited for their names to be called. Soon, the two were called into the ultrasound room. This female doctor turned out to be the same one who had examined Lu Yana before. After the 3 of them greeted each other, she began the examination. The female doctor gently asked Lu Yana to lie down, and Yichen also used some connections to follow her in. He helped Lu Yana lie down gently on the bed. The female doctor gently squeezed some coupling agent on Lu Yana's belly, then picked up the probe and swept it gently. Yichen had already been recording a video with his mobile phone. He wanted to record this moment so that he would have a good memory of it when he was old. Well, the babies are all very well behaved, the female doctor said while looking at the screen. Well, turn sideways and take a look at this shy baby first. The female doctor gestured to Lu Yana to lie on her right side. Chapter 33: Strong Baby's Heartbeat. I took another probe and heard a series of strong heartbeats coming from the instrument. Even though Yichen and his friends usually used some small fetal heart rate monitoring equipment to listen to the fetal heart rate, they were still as excited as ever when they heard the baby's heartbeat at this moment. Listen, this is the sound of the first baby. Let's take a look at the second baby. The female Dr. Quan He smiled very gently. Bang, bang, bang. The heartbeat is very rapid and strong. Did you hear it? Listen to the third baby. This baby is a little shy. The female doctor's probe was twisting. You can't hide anymore, listen. The female doctor finally found the little guy's heartbeat. The heart rhythms of the babies are very good. Very healthy heartbeats. The female doctor changed another probe. Now let's take a look at the baby's limbs and head. I only saw a dynamic picture suddenly appear on the instrument, and the location where the probe was detecting seemed to be amniotic fluid. The female doctor fumbled with the probe for a while before she saw the baby's face. Look at the eyes and nose, they really look like you, sir. Such a high nose. Yi Chen was concentrating on recording the video at this time. He did not dare to disturb the doctor. Hearing the female doctor praising him, he was very happy. Thank you, doctor. He held up his mobile phone, not wanting to miss any moment. He recorded everything and would show it to the baby when he grew up. The female doctor also smiled and said, "You and your wife are both so beautiful, the baby will definitely be very beautiful when it comes out." Suddenly, the female doctor's probe seemed to be kicked by the baby. The female doctor also laughed happily. "Why, you think so too, right?" After that, the whole process went very smoothly and the babies cooperated consciously. After getting the 4-dimensional results, go back to see the scheduled obstetrician. Lu Yana still made an appointment with Dr. Lai, who had performed her prenatal checkups before, so that the doctor would be familiar with her condition. Dr. Lai was also very surprised when she saw Lu Yana. After all, this was the only case of triplets she had come into contact with in her more than 20 years of practice. The three of them greeted each other briefly, and Dr. Lai took Lu Yana's 4-dimensional report, looked at the data on it, and then picked it up and compared it carefully. Then he said to Yi Chen and the others, "The baby is developing very well now, but it is almost in the later stage. The diet should be light as much as possible to avoid the baby gaining too much weight in the later stage. This is very hard for pregnant women. Eat less fatty and sugary foods, and try not to eat cakes, chocolates, etc." The doctor gave them detailed instructions and finally said, "Pay attention to what you should pay attention to. If you don't want to exercise now, try not to go for a walk, because your belly will get bigger and bigger. Also, you can reserve a single bed now. If you have triplets, you will most likely have to have a cesarean section, so you can come to the hospital to give birth after the full term. After all, my belly will get bigger and bigger in the later stages. If I force a natural birth, it will be too risky for triplets." Yi Chen was also worried about these things. After listening to the doctor's advice, he immediately planned to book a single room to avoid too many people disturbing others. Besides, triplets should not share a room with others. Lu Yana just sat aside, waiting for Yi Chen to complete all the formalities. After all, she really didn't want to move at all now. It will be really hard to deal with it in the future. After giving birth to triplets, not only will there be an extra scar on the belly, but it will also become wrinkled and no longer have the elasticity it once had. The triplets will naturally be stretched bigger and uglier by the belly of the first child. When I thought of this, tears welled up in my eyes while I stroked my belly. I don't know if Yi Chen will dislike me in the future. Lu Yana actually realized that her thoughts had changed dramatically. She always put Yi Chen first in everything and thought about Yi Chen and the children first. Just like now, the more she thought about it, the more she wanted to cry. She also suspected that she had postpartum depression. She worried about this and that all day long and lived cautiously every day. Chapter 34 I Will Never Dislike You. So, when Yi Chen came back, she immediately told him about her situation. Yi Chen was also a little worried. Fortunately, Lu Yana told him everything. Otherwise, even if he knew that she would worry about the child, he might not have thought that she would suffer from prenatal depression, which would be a big problem. Maybe I pay too much attention to the baby and ignore her inner thoughts. I can't do this again in the future. I should put her first in everything and of course take good care of the baby. Yi Chen carefully comforted her. Don't worry, how could your husband dislike you? If I dislike you, am I still a human being? My husband will never, ever dislike you. Don't worry. You are my most beloved wife. You see, I always put your name on the car I buy. After a while, I will also put your name on this house. In addition, we will sign a prenuptial agreement. If we get divorced, I will leave the house with nothing. Is that okay? Lu Yana quickly held Yi Chen's mouth to stop him from continuing. What are you talking about? I'm just worrying about nothing. I don't allow you to say that. Okay, if my wife doesn't allow me to say it, I won't say it. Be good, don't have such extreme thoughts again in the future. After all, you are the woman who gave birth to my children. You also know what kind of person I am, Yi Chen, right? How could I do such an unethical thing? Yi Chen quickly comforted Lu Yana softly. After all, prenatal depression can be serious or minor, and it does not mean that depression will only occur after childbirth. Pregnant women must pay close attention to the main changes in their emotions throughout the pregnancy. After all, your wife is the one who will accompany you for the rest of your life. A few days later, Yi Chen's parents and Lu Yina's parents also came to see the couple. They came this time to process their leave of absence procedures, and it was their parents who handled the procedures for them. After all, Lu Yina is pregnant now, so it is still inconvenient. Now Yi Chen and Lu Yina have both applied for leave of absence in advance, and they will return to school 1 year later. Aunt Zhang also returned to work, and now the couple's life is becoming more and more comfortable. The whole family is together and having fun. One morning, Lu Yina's cell phone kept vibrating. Lu Yina was still sleeping and was awakened by the vibrations. She forgot to turn on airplane mode before going to bed again. I picked up my phone and saw about 20 missed calls and dozens of messages. And the messages were basically sent by her good friend and sister Gu Yingying from college. Lu Yina couldn't help but feel strange. What on earth was Yingying looking for her so urgently? Why did she call so many times? Lu Yina immediately called her good sister back. Nana, you finally answered my call. Gu Yingying seemed very angry on the phone. Lu Yina asked, "What's wrong? Why are you calling me so many times?" Gu Yingying yelled on the phone, "You still want me to ask you, right? I'm telling you, I'm really angry right now, very angry, the kind that can't be appeased. You actually secretly got pregnant and married without telling me? Do you still see me as your good sister?" Lu Yina was also shocked. How did you know that I was married and pregnant? Gu Yingying was really pissed off by her. You hid this really well. But did you know that someone in school saw you going to the hospital for a prenatal checkup with a man, and you were wearing a big diamond ring? There was also a man who went to buy a luxury car with you. Moreover, someone broke the news that this man is from our school. These things have been spread on the school forum and all online platforms. Everyone in the school knows about you, and you both dropped out of school together. Oh my god. It seems that everyone's guess was correct. Considering your previous behavior and the fact that you haven't been to class for such a long time, you must be pregnant. Lu Yina glanced at Yi Chen, who was eating breakfast, and Yi Chen was also mouthing, "Who is it?" Lu Yina just smiled at Yi Chen. Chapter 35. Tell the campus belle roommate. At this time, only Yi Chen and Lu Yina were left in the living room. Yi Chen's parents helped Yi Chen complete the procedures for taking a leave of absence and went back. They were now preparing to let Yi Chen take over their company. As long as they let Yi Chen come for internship a month in advance, they could come and take care of their grandson together. Lu Yina's father also went back, leaving only Lu's mother, who now went to buy groceries with the nanny. Lu Yina was holding a mobile phone in her hand at this time, and whispered into the phone, "They guessed right, I am married to Yi Chen, who is the same age as me, and I am really pregnant." Gu Yingying on the other end of the phone was silent for a long time, as if she had thought of something. "Is it that day, the night you didn't come back to the dormitory?" Lu Yina blushed and said, "Yeah." Gu Yingying sighed, "Is this how you get married? There's not even a wedding. Don't you feel regretful? Does he love you or not?" Lu Yina walked to the sofa with her phone and sat down, then she slowly said, "Not really, because I am pregnant with triplets, so for safety reasons, I will hold the wedding after I give birth to the children. Yi Chen promised me that he would not give me anything less. I have a very good relationship with him, and I can feel that he likes me, too. Don't worry, how could the man I choose be bad?" As Lu Yina said this, she glanced in Yi Chen's direction again. Gu Yingying couldn't help but be shocked when she heard this. "What? Triplets? You are a pig." Lu Yina was so angry at her words that she wanted to hit someone. "You pig, your whole family are pigs. I am really pregnant, and I can't bear to abort. These are 3 cute little lives." Gu Yingying sighed again. Alas, such a delicate flower is stuck in cow dung like this. And she's pregnant with triplets. I don't care, I want to be the godmother of the children. Lu Yina also smiled and said, "Don't belittle Yi Chen like that. Yi Chen is also very handsome, and I have told you that I like boys like Yi Chen. The position of godmother of the child will definitely be reserved for you, don't worry." Gu Yingying, "Then when are you free? Let's go out and have a good chat. Or where is your home? I'll go to your house. Has Yi Chen bought a house? I hope it's not the kind where the whole family lives in a small shabby house. I heard that his family went bankrupt, is it true?" Lu Yina, "His family is not bankrupt, don't listen to other people's nonsense. Yi Chen bought a house a long time ago, and I now live in number 8 Daijinjuan in the city center. I do live with my whole family. His parents are very kind to me. Yi Chen is an only child, so we will probably live together after the baby is born. You can come and visit me when you are free. I am almost 7 months pregnant now, and my belly is too big for me to go out. Guangying was shocked. Number 8 Daijinjuan in the city center. That's a villa. When I have time in a few days, I must come to visit you. I really want to see the big villas of rich people. If you want to eat something or want me to bring you something delicious, tell me, I will definitely satisfy you. Good. Then let's not talk for now. I have something to do later. I'll come talk to you when I'm free, so that you, a pregnant woman, won't be bored at home every day. So the two said goodbye to each other and hung up the phone. Lu Yana had just put her phone back into her pocket and turned around to see Yichen staring at her. What's going on? Seeing this, Yichen asked, I heard something through the phone just now. Did others know that you were pregnant after we got married? Lu Yana also confessed directly to Yichen. Well, someone saw me going to the supermarket with you while pregnant, and now the whole school knows about it. Everyone is talking about it and making their own guesses. Yichen, do you want them to know? Lu Yana, why do you ask me that? Yichen, you are the only recognized campus beauty in our Xiangda University, and I am just a nobody. If I am with you, it will definitely have a certain impact on you, so, will you? Yichen, how can you think like that? In my heart, you are always the most handsome. Marrying you is the happiest and luckiest thing in my life, you know. You are the best. As she spoke, her face turned red. At this time, Yichen and Lu Yana had also made up their minds. Chapter 36 News spreading throughout the school. At this time, Yichen's cell phone also rang. It was a WeChat message from his roommate, asking him to check the messages in the dormitory group. After Yichen comforted Lu Yana, he sat aside and started looking at his phone. Yichen, I heard that you married our school's beauty and had a baby. Is this true? Oh my god. I heard that the school beauty's family is quite rich. She is a white, rich, and beautiful girl. You are so lucky. That's right, she's the campus beauty of our Xiangda University. She's pretty and her family is not short of money. You're so lucky. Boss Yi, Boss Yi. Tell us how we can woo a woman of such high quality. Let's go through a few moves, shall we? Yes, let's learn it too, and see if we can hook up with a beautiful, rich, and white girl and reach the pinnacle of life from now on. You? Forget it. Yichen is at least good looking and his family is not bad. Who would like you, a loser? Even if they are blind, they would not like you. Stop daydreaming here. That's right, don't you see that Yichen is better than you in every way? Yichen really couldn't stand it anymore. This flattery was going too far. So he replied. I told you before that I would marry Lu Yana, but you just didn't believe it. We are really married, with a certificate, so it's legal. Yichen's words caused another great shock among them. Oh my god. I really thought you were bragging. After all, not everyone can get the school beauty. Me too. I never thought it was true, and I never saw you having any contact with the school beauty. I never thought you would marry the school beauty in just 1 or 2 months. It's really shocking. Are you really pregnant? I'm still quite curious about this. I heard from others that Lu Yana was about to give birth. Yeah. The timing doesn't make sense. Could it be that you are a cheap dad just for the sake of beauty? Yichen just replied with a comma. He was really mad at these people. Cheap dad? He must have a hole in his brain to be this person. Yichen is a real man. When I told you, she was already pregnant. I just found out about it, so I told you about getting married. I'm a man, how could I be a sucker? Seeing this, everyone was silent for a while. Good boy. You've married the school beauty. You're really fast. But, you are awesome, I really admire you. That's right, since you're getting married, why don't you have a wedding? That's right, can you at least treat us to a meal to celebrate? Yichen quickly replied, it's not that I don't want to do it, but Nana is pregnant with triplets. If we are in a hurry, it's better to have a big wedding first. Don't worry, I will definitely invite you to the wedding. Or maybe I'll take you out for a nice meal when I'm free. Yichen had a pretty good relationship with his roommates, so for the sake of his brothers, he just said he would treat them to a meal. After getting Yichen's answer, Lu Ming's 3 roommates stopped pestering him and said they were waiting for Yichen to treat them to a big meal. Only then did they calm down. Yichen then put down his phone and looked at Lu Yana, who seemed to be looking at something. So I leaned forward and asked her, what are you looking at so seriously? Lu Yana quickly put away her phone and looked at him nervously. No, nothing. Seeing her flustered look, Yi Chen knew something must have happened. What's going on? You have to hide it from your husband? Yi Chen walked directly in front of Lu Yana and asked. Really, it's nothing. Lu Yana said with a guilty conscience. Suddenly, Yi Chen's phone started beeping non-stop. Chapter 37 Holding Your Hand and Grow Old Together. Yi Chen looked at Lu Yana with a smile and said, Let me check my phone first to see who sent me so many messages. You should be ready to confess to your husband later. After Yi Chen finished speaking, he picked up the phone beside him and started looking at it. It was a message from his roommate urging him to check the group message, so he immediately clicked on it. The more you look at it, the more interesting the expression on his face becomes. I only saw that there were more than a dozen photos posted in the group, all of them were about him and Lu Yana. There were photos of her wearing a diamond ring, photos of them wearing couple outfits and couple slippers together, and some daily sweet photos. The last one is a confession message that Lu Yana posted in the university's social confession group. The message read, Holding your hand and growing old together, Yi Chen I love you, and I love your Ina. OMG. Yi Chen originally planned to announce the news of his marriage to everyone, but he didn't expect to be delayed by his roommate. But Lu Yana on the side sent out the confession message before him. What they both thought was actually the same. So, he walked to Lu Yana with his phone and asked her, Nana, you. I originally thought that as a man, I would confess to you first, but I didn't expect that you would be one step ahead, Nana. Lu Yana looked at him with a silly smile. I have seen many other men confess their love to me, but you are my man, so I naturally have to admit it generously and tell everyone that you are the man I love the most. Yi Chen hugged Lu Yana tightly. He was so moved by this little woman that he almost cried. He picked up his phone, opened the confession group, typed, and sent a message. I love you too, Nana. Alumni kept sending congratulatory messages, but on the other end of the phone, Li Avi was gnashing with hatred. Yi Chen let go of Lu Yana and said to her solemnly, Silly girl, let your husband do this kind of thing in the future, understand? Yeah. Lu Yana replied with a smile. A few days later, good sister Gu Ying came to visit. And Yi Chen happened to go out to treat his roommates to dinner that day. Oh my god. When will I be able to live in this 200 square meter mansion like you? Oh my god. I really love this big villa. Good sister Gu Ying stood in front of the gate of the villa, and her eyes began to light up. It's not that big actually. There's a small yard at the back and 2 cars can be parked in the front. The actual building area is only about 100 square meters. Although, your house is 3.5 stories high. The total usable area is about 200 to 300 square meters. I really envy you so much. Fuck him, who on earth spread the rumor that Yi Chen's family went bankrupt? I really want to beat him up. Before, I was worried that you would give up even bread for love, but now it seems that it's not that bad. Lu Yana smiled and invited her good sister into the villa. At this time, Aunt Zhang also came out to greet Gu Ying, prepared tea and snacks for them both, and then went on with her work. Lu Yana's mother also came down to greet her. Oh, it's Ying. My Nana often tells me about you. You are so beautiful. Gu Ying also said very generously, Thank you for the compliment, Auntie. After chatting about some family matters, she went to the backyard to take care of her flowers and plants. After all, these 2 young people have finally gotten together and are just talking in private, so it's better for you to be tactful. Oh my god. Nana, even your mother comes to live here? Gu Ying asked in surprise. Yes, I live on the 2nd floor now because I'm pregnant. When the baby is born, there will be a baby room on the 2nd floor. There are 2 rooms on the 3rd floor, one for Yi Chen's parents and one for my parents. My aunt lives on the 1st floor. There are 2 smaller rooms on the 3rd floor. I plan to hire 2 nannies when the time comes. Oh my god. This really is a whole family living together. Gu Ying exclaimed again. Now that the child has grown up, do we need to move to a bigger villa? I don't know. I haven't thought about it so far. I'll wait until the child grows up. Chapter 38 Happy Life. Lu Yana smiled happily, making Gu Ying extremely envious. Does Yi Chen have a job now? Or is he relying on his parents? I tell you, no matter how rich his family is, it's really not as good as being able to earn money on your own. You must make the most of his potential and don't let him get used to relying on his parents. Lu Yana smiled and said, Don't worry, Yi Chen is a responsible person. He is not someone who will rely on his parents. He bought this house by himself and did not spend his parents' money. This house was bought a long time ago, so we moved in right after we got married. Guangying couldn't help but be shocked. Oh my god. I really didn't expect it. Yi Chen is so awesome. He started a business before he even graduated from college? What on earth does he do? How could he make so much money? Guangying was really curious. After all, many people of their age still rely on their parents' money to go to college. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen actually bought a house during college. He said that he was investing with others, and also bought stock funds and so on, and made a lot of money. You also know that Yi Chen's family used to be quite rich, but there was some trouble this year. I believe you have heard about it, but it is not to the point of bankruptcy. Lu Yina's face was full of pride when she said this. That's right. My man is so capable, and as his wife, I feel proud. Enough. Look at how smug you are. Guangying also said immediately. Then who proposed marriage first? Guangying asked curiously. It's him. Lu Yina replied. Lu Yina thought back to what happened at that time and told her good sister everything. Guangying nodded her head after hearing this. I really didn't expect that Yi Chen is quite responsible. If he is like those scumbags who don't recognize people after pulling up their pants, what should we do? Keep your voice down. My family and his family don't know how we got married. We didn't tell them. Don't let my mother hear it. Lu Yina quickly covered Guangying's mouth and asked her to speak quietly. Guangying also stopped talking immediately, but her eyes fell on the big diamond ring on Lu Yina's hand. In fact, this diamond ring is neither big nor small, it is about 2 carats. It is an engagement ring bought by Yi Chen. She wore it all the time after she got married, but she has gained a lot of weight recently and her hands seem to be getting swollen, so she can barely fit the ring. Lu Yina handed her hand to Guangying, with a happy smile on her face. This is the engagement ring he gave me on the day we got our marriage certificate. Yi Chen said that when we get married, we should buy another pair of wedding rings. Doesn't it look good? He bought it secretly himself. I like it very much. Guangying also sighed. Sure enough, love really makes people blind. Our school beauty actually fell for a man. You're pregnant now, how do his family treat you? Guangying asked in a low voice. After all, she also heard from people on the internet about conflicts between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, and she was worried that Lu Yina would encounter such problems, so she just gossiped. No, his family members are very nice. His mother likes me very much. They have thought of everything for us. Yi Chen's family members are easy to get along with and they are all very reasonable people. You can rest assured that there will be no mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship in the future. Lu Yina looked happy even when she was talking about her mother-in-law. Yes, her husband is so outstanding, and even her husband's family treats her so well, what else can she be dissatisfied with? The two continued chatting. It was estimated that Guangying would stay at home and have dinner before leaving. Chapter 39 Back to School, High-Profile Show of Affection. In the evening, Yi Chen finally came back. Yi Chen drove out in the Mercedes-Benz worth more than 3 million yuan. When he came back, he only saw Guangying and Lu Yina walking in the yard. Today, Yi Chen went out to eat with his roommates at noon. Because he had to drive, he did not drink, so he sent his roommates home first before returning. At this moment, Guangying was staring at Yi Chen, watching him get out of a low-key yet luxurious Mercedes-Benz. OMG. Is Yi Chen's family so rich? He actually drives a Mercedes worth millions. This is the latest model of Mercedes-Benz AMG GT. Even the low-end model would cost more than 3 million. Judging from the interior, it must be worth more than 3.5 million. Guangying is very knowledgeable and is quite familiar with cars. At this time, Yi Chen had already walked in front of the two of them and said with a smile, "Wife, I'm back." "Hello, you are my wife's good sister Guangying, right?" Yi Chen extended his right hand to Guangying, indicating that he wanted to shake hands and say hello. "Hello, I'm Guangying." "Wow. You are so lucky. You can actually marry our school beauty." Guangying had naturally met Yi Chen in school, so there were no so many rules when they greeted each other. "Yes. I am indeed lucky. Do you want to stay here for dinner tonight?" Yi Chen asked. "Yes. I plan to eat and drink here tonight before going home." Guangying replied. Yi Chen smiled and said, "Do you want to eat anything tonight? I'll go buy it." Oh my god, Yi-chin, you actually went to buy groceries? I can't believe it. Lu Yana also pulled Guingying and said, I forgot to tell you just now, the food cooked by our Yi-chen is delicious. You are lucky to have a good meal tonight. I thought he would have dinner with his friends, but I didn't expect him to go home for dinner. Yi-chen smiled slightly and said, I can't bear to leave you and the child. Oh my god. Can you please stop force-feeding me dog food? Although I'm single, I'm not the type to eat dog food. Guingying protested while rubbing her shoulders. Usually in this situation, protests are ineffective. Lu Yana walked over, hugged Yi-chen's arm and smiled sweetly. Yi-chen hugged Lu Yana with his backhand. Although she was now belly bigger and had gained a lot of weight, it still couldn't stop him from looking at Lu Yana with love. Guingying ran away immediately. She really couldn't stand such dog food. But when she saw that her good sister was able to marry such a good husband, she was also happy for Lu Yana and gave her sincere blessings. In the evening, naturally, she stayed to finish her dinner before leaving. Yi-chen also knew what Guingying liked to eat through Lu Yana, so he simply made a seafood dinner. Originally they wanted to eat out, but considering that Lu Yana's belly was too big during pregnancy, it was not convenient to eat out. So Yi-chen cooked a seafood dinner at home to entertain Guingying. Guingying's eyes lit up when she saw the seafood in front of her. How could a foodie resist in front of such delicious food? She yelled, Everyone, I'm welcome. He picked up a hairy crab with both hands and started eating. She kept saying, Nana, you're pregnant, you can't eat so many hairy crabs. I heard it's not good for the baby. Lu Yana also smiled as she looked at Yi-chen, who was busy in the kitchen, and said, Don't worry, my husband has already cooked other dishes for me, so you can eat them without worry. If it's not enough, you can cook more, there's more in the refrigerator. Or you can stay at my house for 2 days, I'm bored at home too. Guingying said as she ate, No, even though I have meals every day here, I still have to do my internship. It would be better if you take a leave of absence, but I can't. After hearing this, Lu Yana had no choice but to give up. Chapter 43 Babies are overweight. Soon, Lu Yana was almost 8 months pregnant. During her most recent prenatal checkup, she felt a little overwhelmed. The estimated weight of the 3 little ones according to ultrasound is 5 catties, one is more than 4 catties, and the other is also 4 catties. They are all relatively average, but it is a pity for Lu Yana. Whether it was at night or during the day, I always had to go to the toilet frequently, couldn't sleep well, was not in good spirits, had edema all over my body, and could hardly walk. So the whole family was discussing whether to go to the hospital first, and then have a cesarean section as soon as the doctor says it is possible, so that neither the adults nor the children will suffer. Therefore, Lu Yana checked into the maternity and child health hospital while she was still able to move. Everything was booked in advance. I originally wanted to hire 3 nannies, but when I thought about the large family at home, I decided to hire 2 first. The confinement nanny was hired for 3 months, including the time when Lu Yana was hospitalized, so they had already adapted in advance. When the day of delivery really comes, if there is a confinement nanny there, everyone won't have to panic. Although Yi-chen has read the manual on raising children, he still forgets things at critical moments. It was also the first time for Yi-chen's parents and Lu Yana's parents to welcome a new life, so they were naturally extremely nervous. They all stood outside the operating room with nervous expressions. On the seat were a bunch of delivery bags, milk powder, diapers, and so on. Family members of Lu Yana, are family members of Lu Yana here? At this time, a nurse in the operating room suddenly came out and shouted. Yes. Yi-chen immediately walked forward. I'm her husband. What's wrong? What happened? Yi-chen was so frightened that even his voice began to tremble, and he quickly walked forward. The nurse smiled and said, It's okay. Both adults and children are safe. Yi-chen finally felt relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. I'm really scared to death. Because they are triplets, 2 of them did not meet the birth weight standard, so they will be sent to the neonatal department for a detailed examination. If there are no physical problems, the children will be taken back. Please sign here first. This is the admission notice. The nurse continued. Yi-chen was also a little nervous. Beauty, there shouldn't be any problem, right? The doctor said there is no problem, so we are planning to do a cesarean section. The nurse was also relatively objective and said, I can't answer this question for you, because if the child accidentally inhales amniotic fluid or has other problems when it is born, further examination is needed to know the results. But I just took a look at the child, and the sounds are very loud. There is no big problem, so you don't need to worry too much. Yi-Chen was also very nervous because he was quite nervous about the child. He was definitely worried that something might happen to the child. But after hearing what the nurse said, he felt more at ease. After quickly signing his name, the nurse walked back to the operating room. At this time, the nurse pushed the children out so that the parents could meet them. Yi-Chen also saw his 3 children. The nurse told them that they were 2 sons and a little daughter. Yi-Chen looked at his 3 children, his eyes suddenly became gentle, but somewhere in his heart seemed to be suddenly filled with something. His heart was full. Suddenly, the system rang at this moment. Beep. The host meets the children for the first time. The system rewards each child with 1 million in milk powder money. At this time, money was no longer a big deal in Yi-Chen's eyes. He only wanted his children to grow up safely and healthily. Yi-Chen's parents and Lu Yina's parents also quickly took out their mobile phones to take the first photo of their 3 children. Yi-Chen asked worriedly, "Miss Nurse, why hasn't my wife come out yet?" The nurse said to Yi-Chen, because the anesthesia was overdosed, she has to stay in the operating room for 2 hours for observation. Now, who of you will come with me to send the child to the neonatal department? Just leave one person here. Lu Yina's parents quickly began to worry. "Miss Nurse, is my daughter okay? Nothing will happen to her, right? I only have this one daughter." The nurse said, "Don't worry, Auntie. Our doctors are treating her and she will be fine soon. We are just keeping her in the operating room for observation as a precaution." That's good, that's good. Lu Yina's parents were also scared to death. So, Yi-Chen's parents accompanied the 3 babies to the neonatal department, while Lu Yina's parents and Yi-Chen stayed outside the operating room waiting for Lu Yina to come out. Chapter 41: The Birth of a Child. 2 hours later, Lu Yina was finally pushed out of the operating room, but she was gasping for breath and seemed to have difficulty breathing. Yi-Chen couldn't help but feel distressed when he saw it. "Nana, are you okay? Nurse, what's wrong with her?" Yi-Chen was very nervous. He was really worried that something might happen to Lu Yina. "Don't worry, sir. The anesthetic is slowly wearing off. It's just that the anesthetic was given too strong, so there are some symptoms. Miss Lu is breathing through her mouth now, and she will get better slowly. It's not a big problem. Also, she will tremble all over when the anesthetic wears off, so don't worry too much about these. She's fine now. You can go back to the inpatient department with her and just take good care of her." Soon, the group followed the nurse and pushed Lu Yina back to the inpatient department and returned to her room. However, Lu Yina still feels very uncomfortable. She cannot breathe through her nose and has to breathe through her mouth all the time. When she returned to the room, Lu Yina was really shaking all over. The confinement nannies also came back, and they all told Yi-Chen and Lu Yina's parents, "Mrs. Yi is fine now, everyone can rest assured. We confinement nannies have seen many such situations. Mrs. Yi doesn't need to worry, she will be fine after the anesthesia wears off, just keep warm, you are shaking now, don't catch a cold." So a confinement nanny named Li came forward to cover her with the quilt, pinching the 4 corners so that it was airtight. Lu Yina asked tremblingly while breathing, "Child, are you okay?" After saying that, she let out another long sigh, as if she had used up all her strength. Yi-Chen quickly walked to her side, tightly grasped the hand that was receiving the 4 drip, and said, "Don't worry, our child will be fine. They just need to go for a checkup and come back. Don't worry. Don't be so nervous now." Although Yi-Chen was very confused and worried, in order to comfort his wife, he had to pretend to be calm and act as if nothing had happened. "After all, my wife had just undergone a major operation, so I had to calm her down first. Also, the children's physical conditions had not been checked out yet, so everything was unknown." At this time, Yi-Chen's parents also came back, their eyes full of worry. When she saw Lu Yina coming out of the operation, her eyes were red. Seeing his parents like this, Yi-Chen quickly comforted both parents, "Mom and Dad, you don't have to worry, Nana will be fine once she recovers." The confinement nanny smiled when she saw how warm Yi-Chen's family was. After about 2 hours, Lu Yina finally recovered, her nose slowly became unblocked, and she could finally breathe freely. Lu Yina finally no longer had to suffer so much. She lay on the bed, crying silently. Lu Yina's parents were heartbroken when they saw this. Everyone is worried about the children, and as long as the children are fine, everything is happy. Yi-Chen just wiped her tears silently and comforted her softly, "Don't worry, it will be fine." Lu Yina said with a heavy nasal voice, "Well, I heard them crying very hard in the delivery room, but I just couldn't help but worry in my heart." Yi-Chen didn't know what to say, so he just asked. "The doctor said that if you haven't passed gas yet, you can only drink porridge. I've asked Aunt Zhang to cook it at home, and my dad will go home to get it soon. You just finished the operation, so you should rest and sleep for a while. When I saw the babies just now, they were all very well behaved, staring at us. It was just that the nurse had to send the babies to the neonatal department, so I didn't have time to take a closer look. But we took a few photos. Do you want to finish looking at them before you go to sleep? Lu Yana said excitedly, quick, let me see my babies. Chapter 42, A Loving Family. Yichen smiled, took out Lu Yana's mobile phone, and clicked on the family group A Loving Family. The group owner is Mother Yi, and she was the one who gave the name to the group. The group is filled with daily photos of family members. More than a dozen photos of babies have been posted on the group, and a video of someone crying in an elevator was also recorded. The little ones look quite clever. Lu Yana smiled as she looked at the photos. It seems that the baby should be fine. Lu Yana played the video of the babies crying over and over again until she fell asleep listening to the babies crying. She was really tired, but she was also very worried about the babies. The night passed like this. Early in the morning, Father Yi drove over to deliver Lu Yana's breakfast, a bowl of thin millet porridge. After all, the doctor had advised that she could only drink the porridge water, but Lu Yana would be very hungry if she only drank the porridge water. The doctor came to check on them early in the morning and brought them good news. The children are all fine and in good health. They will be brought from the neonatal department today to be in the same room with their mother. Now, the whole family is extremely happy. This is great news. Yi Chen and Lu Yana finally felt relieved. After finishing the rice soup, I finally had a good sleep. When Lu Yana woke up, the children had already returned and they all gathered around the child to study. The 3 children were pushed back just after taking a bath, so now they are sleeping comfortably. Mr. Yi is usually a man of few words, but when he sees his 3 little grandchildren, his smile almost stretches from ear to ear. He also asked with a smile, "Wife, do you think this little granddaughter's eyebrows and face look exactly like Yi Chen's when he was a child?" Mother Yi hit him, "Keep your voice down, don't disturb my little grandson's sleep. That's Qinchen's daughter. They say daughters look like their fathers, that's natural." Mother Yi laughed softly again and said, "These 2 boys look alike like Lu Yana. They are really good looking. All 3 boys have high foreheads and are very smart." Mother Lu also came closer and whispered, "Yes, the 2 boys look so much like Nana when she was little. Oh, my little babies." Mother Lu also looked at the 3 children with a doting look on her face. The 3 children were sleeping so soundly, and one of them was even sucking his fingers. Mother Lu asked the confinement nanny, "Is the baby hungry? Do you want to feed him?" The confinement nanny said, "Generally, after taking a bath, the child will fall asleep if he feels comfortable. If some are not fed before taking a bath, they will cry and ask for milk soon. I wonder if Mrs. Yi has prepared breast milk. If you want to breastfeed, you can feed the child when they wake up. If you have 3 children, you can only feed them together, feeding one child at a time." Lu Yana had just woken up at this time. She was very happy to see the babies in the stroller beside her. She pulled Yi Chen and endured the pain in her body. "I want to see the baby." Yi Chen quickly held her down. "You are not feeling well now, I will hold her for you to see." Yi Chen was also worried that Lu Yana would tear her wound, so he pushed her back onto the bed. "It's okay. Didn't the doctor tell me to move around more? I can bear it." "No, I've looked up information and talked to some mothers. They usually wait 3 days after giving birth before getting out of bed and walking. You can't do that now. If you want to see the baby, your husband will hold it for you." Seeing that he insisted, Lu Yana had no choice but to give up. After all, although she had a pain pump hanging around her waist, the contractions were really life-threatening. Today, the doctor pressed on the wound, which made it even more painful. So, Yi Chen didn't care that the child was sleeping. He gently picked up his little daughter and came to her. At this time, the system rang. Beep. The host holds a baby for the first time, and will be rewarded 100,000 yuan. Chapter 43. The child pooped on his dad. Lu Yana kissed her daughter's cheek and smiled lovingly. "This is her child, this is the flesh and blood that fell from her body. I was just laughing, but I started crying." Yi Chen was also frightened. "Wife, why are you crying? Isn't the child fine?" Lu Yana said, "I was so moved that I cried. I actually gave birth to a child. And I gave birth to 3 children." Although Yi Chen thought this soft thing was magical, he was also as sensitive as Lu Yana as a mother, and he also thought that children were magical things. Suddenly, my hands felt warm and my nose was filled with a sour and smelly smell. Yi Chen's hands froze. This is. The kid pooped. I only saw the little daughter's face turn red, she hummed, and then started to cry loudly. Lu Yana looked at the child, then looked at Yi Chen's liver-colored face, and couldn't help but laugh. Wow! It stinks! Honey, smell it, this sour smell is really strong. So Yi Chen pointed his little daughters but at Lu Yana's nose. Lu Yana quickly covered her face and laughed, go change the diaper quickly. Yi Chen's parents, Lu Yana's parents, and the aunts were also laughing. But Lu Yana's smile hurt her wound, and she was in so much pain that she broke out in cold sweat and had a look of pain on her face. Ouch, I can't take it anymore, my wound is hurting from laughing. Yi Chen was so frightened that he stopped teasing Lu Yana. Wife, are you okay? Lu Yana slowly calmed down. Hurry up and wipe your daughter's butt clean. To punish you, you must now wipe your daughter's butt yourself. It's April now and the weather is not very warm, so the heating is turned on in the whole room. The confinement nanny said, if a baby girl has poop, I suggest you use warm water to wash her bottom, which is more hygienic. After all, baby girls have special physiological characteristics and bacteria may grow suddenly. Lu Yana finally reacted after hearing what Aunt Li said. Yes, Yi Chen is a man after all, and hers is a baby girl, so it is better not to let the father help his daughter wash. So Lu Yana said, then I'll leave it to Aunt Li. Another Aunt Chen immediately took the baby over, while Aunt Li went into the bathroom to get hot water. Yi Chen also laughed at this time, my son, come and punish me if you poop. Ha ha. Yi Chen smiled and helped Lu Yana make the bed. At this moment, suddenly, a fart sound came from the two sons. This is. Is it so scary? Two together? You two are so dishonest, you little bastards. In order to punish your father, are you all holding back a shit? Yi Chen also let out a long sigh. Lu Yana tried her best to hold back her laughter, but she couldn't help giggling. Mother Yi also laughed out loud, let you experience the feeling of being a father. I raised you with all my heart and soul. Today, you have become a father too. You really need to work harder in the future to earn money to support the family. Mom, I always try my best. Oh. I won't say any more. I have to change the shit sheets for my two sons. Yi Chen also pretended to be aggrieved and walked up to the two brats. The two aunts washed the little daughters but, while others wiped the shit for the two sons. However, Yi Chen was also a new father, so he was naturally clumsy, but he successfully completed the task under the guidance of Ye's mother. But the small quilt that wrapped my eldest son was covered with shit, so I had no choice but to replace it with a new one. As for the younger son, his words were wiped clean smoothly without any mistakes. The eldest son and the youngest son are also easy to recognize. The eldest son is a little heavier, weighing more than 5 kilograms, while the youngest son is a little thinner, only 200 to 300 grams away from 5 kilograms. The youngest daughter is about the same age as the youngest son. Now it seems that this older brother bullied his younger siblings a lot when he was in his mother's belly. Chapter 44, Going Home for Confinement. Because Lu Yana had a cesarean section and the stitches needed to be removed, the family decided to wait until Lu Yana had the stitches removed before going home. In this way, Aunt Zhang or another aunt helped cook the confinement meals and meals for several people at home and brought them to the hospital, while Yi Chen and others took turns to accompany Lu Yana in the hospital. Before, Yi Chen also wanted to go to a confinement center to recuperate after giving birth. He had learned about it from many sources and it was not because of the money that he did not go. The main reason was that it was inconvenient to go to a confinement center, so he hired 2 confinement nannies. Nowadays, both confinement nannies are of very good quality, very professional and have good character. In this hospital, there are doctors to help take care of the baby and Lu Yana. Foot baths, acupoint taping, masseurs, etc. are available in the hospital every day. Moreover, Yi Chen also contacted the female clerk in the supermarket and made an appointment with a lactation consultant who could provide door-to-door service. Everything is ready and Lu Yana will never suffer. After all, he had seen too many short videos about the irreconcilable hatred between women during confinement, so he would never allow such a thing to happen. It was not until the 3rd day that Yi Chen came back one day and happened to see Lu Yana feeding her little daughter. Lu Yana's face turned red immediately, and Yi Chen was also very embarrassed. After all, although the two had physical contact, Yi Chen was drunk that night and had no memory of what happened that night. Seeing Lu Yana sitting there feeding her baby, he felt really embarrassed. However, nothing happened to the 2 confinement nannies, Mother Yi and Mother Lu. Father Yi and Father Lu naturally avoided them as well, and no one knew where they went. Yi-Chen said awkwardly, "Well, I'd better go for a walk outside." Aunt Lee, the confinement nanny, also smiled and said, "Mr. Yi, you and Mrs. Yi are already married and have children, why are you still so shy?" Aunt Chen, the confinement nanny, Mother Yi, and Mother Lu all laughed along. "That's right, they are already husband and wife, but they are still like this, how can people not laugh?" Yi-Chen was also a little embarrassed. He didn't know whether to leave or not. Lu Yana blushed and said, "Go sit over there for a while, I'll feed you soon." Lu Yana's movements were also very awkward, and her movements while holding the baby were a little stiff. Yi-Chen had no choice but to obey his wife's order and walked to the coffee table and sat down absent-mindedly. "Just in these few days, I became a father of 3 little kids. I instantly felt like I had grown up and become much more mature. The responsibilities on his shoulders will be even heavier in the future." Looking at Lu Yana, who was watching the baby feeding with a doting look on her face, his heart was also warmed. "I already have a wife and children, and my wife is such a loving person. I should be satisfied. All that's left is to concentrate on making money and raising the children well." After thinking about it, Yi-Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. He has already completed half of the important things in life, namely, starting a family and establishing a career. All that is left is to establish his career. With 3 kids, the pressure is quite high. After all, I also want to work hard to make my children become rich second generations and let my wife live the life of a young lady. The day of discharge from the hospital soon arrived. After removing the stitches, Yi-Chen wrapped Lu Yana up from head to toe, making sure she would not catch a cold or get any postpartum disease. After returning home, Yi-Chen picked up Lu Yana, who had just given birth, and carried her directly to the second floor. The babies were handed over to their parents, and the confinement nannies helped to carry things when getting out of the car. The 2 nannies were stunned when they saw the villa and the multi-million-dollar luxury car in front of them. Even if they had served other people before, they were only in wealthy areas and lived in residential areas. Here they had never worked in a villa, so they were inevitably surprised. The 2 of them didn't care to be surprised and quickly moved all the things into the villa. Yi-Chen carried Lu Yana to the master bedroom on the second floor. Lu Yana said, "Actually, I can come down and walk. My wound doesn't hurt that much now." Yi-Chen said, "No, what if the wound is pulled? You just removed the stitches this morning, I can't take this risk." Chapter 45, Rest Well. Lu Yana smiled like a happy little woman. "Am I overweight? I weighed 165 pounds when I was pregnant. I weighed myself 2 days ago and I still weighed over 120 pounds. It's not heavy. My husband doesn't think it's heavy at all. Even if you weigh 160 pounds, my husband won't think it's heavy. I will still love you." Yi-Chen hugged Lu Yana and said affectionately, "By the way, when we removed the stitches, the doctor said that I have to change the dressing regularly every day. You may have to help me change it." Lu Yana said a little embarrassedly. After all, it was quite close to that location, and if she wanted Yi-Chen to help her change the medicine, she would have to lift up her clothes, so this was what made Lu Yana embarrassed. After all, the 2 of them had never done anything more intimate when they were sober. "It doesn't matter, I'll do whatever you say. Do you want to change now?" Yi-Chen asked. "No, you don't need to. Do it before you go to bed at night. The doctor changed it for me this morning. He also asked you to buy the gauze, the big-headed cotton swabs, and iodine. The doctor said that applying iodine to the wound doesn't hurt. It's better to use this. Does your wound still hurt now?" Yi-Chen asked worriedly. "Now if you don't poke or pull it, it won't hurt. It's okay, the wound is almost scabbed over now, it just itches a little." "That's good. Should I go buy you some gauze and other things now?" "I don't think we have those big-headed cotton swabs at home." Yi-Chen asked. "Well, go ahead." "Well, take care of yourself. I'll buy it for you. If you don't understand, you should ask the clerk at the drugstore for instructions." "Okay, drive carefully," Lu Yana ordered. Yi-Chen silently noted down what Lu Yana had just asked him to buy, then went downstairs to say hello to his parents and drove directly to the drugstore to buy things. Pharmacy. Yi-Chen asked somewhat at a loss, "Excuse me, is there any gauze for sale here?" The saleswoman said, "Yes, which one do you want?" "My wife had a cesarean section, and I want to buy her the kind that can be used to seal the wound." The female clerk suddenly realized, "Oh, for cesarean section, right? There is a kind of long strips, which is most suitable for people who have cesarean section. I wonder how many you want. Yi-Chen didn't know how to answer this question, because he didn't ask how many days the wound should be treated with the medicine. So he said, then I'll have 30 of them, and 30 of those big-headed cotton swabs, that's it, and I'll have a few bottles of iodine, and then we'll pay together. Yi-Chen had no choice but to make sure that he had just enough, and just like that, under the surprised look of the female clerk, he walked out of the drugstore with a big bag of things. Beep. The host cares about his wife and is rewarded with 100,000 yuan. Yi-Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. System brother, can you be more reliable? Why don't you reward me for hugging my wife? Why don't you reward me for buying a piece of gauze? Why do you always give me rewards in such an irregular way? Yi-Chen was also confused. This system was really too irregular. But fortunately, as long as he did something good as a wife, the system would definitely reward him. Lu Yana couldn't help but smile when she returned home with a big bag of gauze. What are you doing? It will take another 10 days or half a month to heal the wound. If you keep applying it, the wound will not heal. Povidone iodine is better, otherwise the wound will get inflamed. Oh, I don't know. I've never bought any. I saw that the confinement period is about 30 days, so I bought 30. Look, the female clerk said that this is the best one for cesarean sections. Other gauzes will fall off easily, but this one won't. It's very easy to use. How about I put one on you now? No, let's post it tonight. Lu Yana quickly refused. She was just making fun of Yi-Chen, she never expected that he was such a serious person. But fortunately, my husband treats me well and that is something to be happy about. From now on, I really have to rely on my husband. Chapter 46 Bathing the Child for the First Time. In the afternoon, it's time to give the child a bath again. Yi-Chen held his little daughter in his arms. Looking at the soft, fair and tender little girl in front of him, Yi-Chen's fatherly heart began to overflow with love again. I really want to give you a kiss. But you still have to hold back. After all, children are still very young, and there are too many bacteria on adults. Children have poor resistance and are prone to getting sick. Yi-Chen looked at his little daughter lovingly in his arms, buried his head in his daughter's little blanket, and sniffed the milky fragrance hard. It smells so good, so nice. This milky scent smells just as good as the one on Lu Yana. Thinking of this, Yi-Chen also paused. Because of breast milk, Lu Yana also has this kind of milky scent. When he held Lu Yana in his arms today, he was also attracted by the milky scent on her body. Yi-Chen's parents and Lu Yana's parents were holding their eldest son and youngest son respectively, and two moon nannies were preparing hot water for the children, ready to give them a nice bath. Yi-Chen still feels that the little daughter in his arms smells sweet. After all, a daughter is a warm and caring little girl. Those two brats only knew how to bully their dad. The first time they did that, they had already taken a big dump on him. Yi-Chen was both angry and amused at those two brats. The hot water is ready, the clothes are prepared, and the bath towels are in place. The three little babies are also ready to go into the water and take a bath. However, the eldest son seemed to have a lot of objections to taking off his clothes and cried loudly while taking them off. As soon as the eldest son started crying, the second son also started crying. This scene seems like a baby crying competition. Mother Yi also hurriedly comforted Debeo, holding Debeo's hands tightly. Oh, Debeo, be good. Debeo, don't be afraid, Grandma is here. Grandma is here. Father Yi was also looking at his eldest grandson with a loving face, and Mother Lu was comforting the second baby in the same way as Mother Yi. The little daughter in Yi-Chen's arms was looking around with her big round eyes, as if she was very curious about everything. Lu Yana was also attracted by the crying of the child, and walked towards Yi-Chen with a smile. What happened to Debeo and Erbo? They are crying like this even in the bath, they have such a bad temper. Yi-Chen smiled and said to Lu Yana, that's right, you are still my little darling. Lu Yana also came over and touched her little daughter's face with her hand. Little darling. She glanced at her two sons who had calmed down and walked over to them. You two should learn from your sister. At this time, Ye's mother said, Nana, don't come over. You can't touch these unboiled water during confinement. It's not good. Lu Yana smiled and replied, Mom, I know, I'm here to take pictures. You guys take a shower, I'll take a picture of this scene and send it to the group, you can review it. So Lu Yana took out her cell phone and started taking pictures of her eldest son's face. The three babies quickly went into the water, and Yi Chen turned on his phone to play some nursery rhymes so that the children could listen while taking a comfortable bath. This is really comfortable. You can tell from the child's reaction. He closed his eyes with a look of satisfaction and wanted to sleep again. At this time, Yi Chen's system rang. Beep, give the baby a bath and get a reward of 100,000 yuan. All this seemed to be within Yi Chen's expectations. After a few minutes, I finished giving the baby a bath and stayed in the water for another 2 or 3 minutes before getting up. After all, the baby's skin is tender and cannot be soaked for too long, otherwise it will damage the skin. Lu Yana took photos and videos to record the entire process of bathing the 3 babies. After the 3 babies had taken a bath, they were still humming and sucking their little fingers while they were being dressed. After they were dressed and wrapped in quilts, they all fell asleep. Fortunately, when I bought clothes, I bought both boys and girls colors. But now baby clothes are not divided by boys and girls. However, now the pink clothes and quilts are all given to my little daughter. Lu Yana also finished taking the photos and returned to the room. Chapter 47. I accidentally saw my wife milking. After about 30 minutes, all 3 little ones started crying. The little daughter's voice sounded like a kitten, so sweet to her ears. Yi Chen held his little daughter in his arms and looked at the other 2, thinking to himself, girls are still girls after all, even their cries are so sweet to hear, and they will definitely be sweet and caring children when they grow up. At this time, An Chen, the confinement nanny, came over with a bottle and had already prepared the milk powder. Mr. Yi, it has been more than 3 hours since the last feeding. I guess the baby is hungry, so you can feed him. This time it is Xiaobao's turn to drink breast milk. Yi Chen responded, okay, I'll hold Nana and feed her. After all, there are 3 babies, and Lu Yana's milk is definitely not enough to feed the 3 little ones, so they take turns feeding each time, and the other 2 little ones are fed with milk powder. Yi Chen held his little daughter in his arms and gently pushed open Lu Yana's door. As soon as he opened the door, Yi Chen's eyes widened and he swallowed involuntarily. At this time, Lu Yana was milking. Yi Chen's eyeballs were about to pop out. Lu Yana also noticed at this time that Yi Chen was staring at her, and then looked at the movements of her hands. Turn your back immediately. She hurriedly said, husband, why didn't you knock when you came in? Lu Yana's face turned red with embarrassment. This. I'm sorry, I forgot. Yi Chen finally reacted at this time and quickly closed the door. In fact, Lu Yana is now in confinement after giving birth, and everyone will knock on the door before entering. After all, there are too many people in the family, and there will be many inconveniences. Lu Yana shouted, you can come in now. Only then did Yi Chen dare to push the door open. It was a close call. Fortunately, Lu Yana's face was only slightly red, her complexion had returned to normal, and her tone was not blaming. Lu Yana said, it's been too long since we last had sex, so my breasts are a little swollen. Give Xiaobao to me. Yi Chen was also a little embarrassed, okay. I put my little daughter in Lu Yana's arms and smelled the milky scent on her body. It was really intoxicating, just like the smell of children. Yi Chen stepped out and closed the door. However, the scene just now kept coming back to my mind. Yi Chen also gestured with his hands. It looked like this should be enough to feed his little daughter. Thinking of this, Yi Chen immediately got rid of the bad thoughts in his mind and went back to the baby room next door to look after the 2 little brats. The door of the baby's room was not closed, so Yi Chen walked in directly. He saw 2 little boys slurping milk. They sounded so sweet and cute that he really wanted to pinch them. Mom, give me Debeo, let me try to feed him. At this time, Bao seemed to have heard Yi Chen coming back. He spit out the bottle and babbled something. Mother Lu also smiled, look, you 2 babies, you also want your dad to feed you, right? Yi Chen couldn't help laughing, well, you 2 little brats, you want to tire your dad to death. Although he said so, Yi Chen still took the 2 children, holding one in each hand, while Mother Yi and Mother Lu put the bottles in the 2 babies' mouths. The 2 babies were then willing to continue sucking milk. The smacking sounds of their little mouths made Mama Yi and Mama Lu look at the 2 babies with loving faces again. At this moment, the system rang. Host, feed the baby, the system will reward you 100,000 yuan. Mother Yi also smiled, Yi Chen, what if your 2 babies don't see you and don't want to breastfeed in the future? Yi Chen, there's nothing I can do about it. I can only be a professional nanny. I can't let my child starve. After saying this, the whole family laughed. Sometimes happiness is so simple, having a family together and having fun is more joyful than having mountains of gold and silver. Yi Chen was very happy to feed his baby. After all, the system will reward 100,000 every time. Isn't this much better than going to work? Chapter 48, Love Your Wife Well in the Future. I have to feed it every 2 or 3 hours, and there are 24 hours in a day, so I can earn about 600,000 or 700,000 yuan a day. Where can I find a job that pays more than 20 million yuan a month? But Yi Chen doesn't feed the baby all the time. He also needs to sleep and do other things. He only feeds the baby about 3 times a day, so it only costs about 10 million a month. After dinner, Aunt Li, the confinement nanny, brought over a bucket of boiling water that had almost cooled down, knocked on the door and entered Lu Yina's room. Mrs. Yi, you can wash your hair today. This is boiled water that has been cooled. I put some ginger slices in it to boil it. It's especially good for dispelling the cold. Yi Chen said, just wash it like this? Can I use shampoo? Sure, no problem. Aunt Li replied. Then let me do it, you give me the stuff. Yi Chen took the large bucket of cold boiled water from Aunt Li, and then took some waterproof tools. Aunt Li said with some surprise, well, then okay, I'll help you get these done first, and then I'll go out. So, under Aunt Li's guidance, a piece of waterproof cloth was spread beside the bed. Lu Yana also looked at Yi Chen in shock. She never thought that Yi Chen would actually help her wash her hair. She slowly climbed onto the bed and lay down. Put this on first, then your clothes won't get wet easily. Aunt Li put a piece of cloth that looked like the one used for washing hair in a barber shop on Lu Yina's shoulders, and said after she had arranged it. Just be careful not to get your clothes wet, but be quick because it can't be too long, or your head will get windy. So Aunt Li walked out of the room. Only Lu Yina and Yi Chen were left in the room. Yi Chen gently let down Lu Yina's black hair and smoothed it lightly. Then he wet her hair with water, squeezed in a little shampoo, and gently massaged and rubbed Lu Yina's hair. Neither of them spoke, but the air was very sweet. Lu Yana suddenly said, Yi Chen, you are so nice. Yi Chen was also stunned. Why don't you call me husband, but my name? It sounds so serious. Yi Chen also joked, diffusing the awkwardness between the two. Yes. Husband. Lu Yana also smiled happily. She knew that she was so lucky to meet such a good husband and father like Yi Chen. Even luckier than winning the lottery. Suddenly, Lu Yana stopped laughing and said very seriously, Husband, you know what? When I was in the delivery room, I thought I was not going to be able to come out. Yi Chen said, Silly, don't think too much, everything is over. Yes, but I was really scared at the time because I was a little resistant to anesthesia when the doctor gave me the anesthesia. The doctor's words scared me, because if I resisted anesthesia, I would have to have a cesarean section or something like that. Also, the anesthesiologist gave me too much anesthesia. I couldn't breathe and I was still very sleepy after the anesthesia. The doctor kept pinching me to wake me up. I turned my head and saw that the pulse machine went to 0 as soon as I closed my eyes. I was really scared at the time. I was afraid that I would die on the operating table, afraid that I would be separated from my babies before I could even take a closer look at them. So I tried my best not to fall asleep. I was really scared at that time. As he said that, Yi Chen immediately grabbed Lu Yina's trembling hand. Wife. Why didn't you tell me this earlier? Your husband didn't know that you actually encountered such a dangerous thing on the operating table. Yi Chen was also very moved and held Lu Yina's hand tightly. Only then did he see the tiny bruises on Lu Yina's chest. He couldn't help but feel heartbroken, and he gently stroked the bruises. Lu Yana slapped him and said, Why are you touching me? Wash your hair now. Only then did Yi Chen put his hands away in embarrassment. I feel sorry for you. I'm telling you this just because I want to talk to you. As for my parents, I don't want to make them worry, so I didn't tell them. Lu Yana said in a low voice. Yi Chen, my husband will never let you suffer like this again. We have 3 children, which is enough. Chapter 49 Husband, you are so good. Yi Chen had already decided at this time that he would protect Lu Yana well and never let her get hurt again. And protect your children and all your family members so that they can live a happy life. Yi Chen had not yet forgotten the nanny's instructions. He quickly washed Lu Yina's hair and helped her blow dry it bit by bit. Then they asked the confinement nanny to come in and clean up the place, and the two of them went to take another look at the sleeping baby. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening, and Yi Chen's parents and Lu Yina's parents had already gone to bed. The place was looked after by 2 moon nannies and the babysitter Aunt Zhang. Seeing Yi Chen and Lu Yana come in, they all smiled and asked Yi Chen and Lu Yana to speak in a low voice. These little babies are quite well behaved. They don't have a reverse day and night routine like other children. They eat and sleep, and they still have energy to play during the day. They are probably angel babies. When the baby wants to drink milk, the crying will be louder. I slept very well on the first night back home, and the adults also finally had a good night's sleep. Although we were in a single room in the hospital, it was still a hospital after all, and it was still quite noisy with people coming and going outside, so we always felt uneasy in our sleep. Yi-Chen and Lu Yaina moved gently to the beds of the babies and took a look at the three little pigs. Sometimes he hums, sometimes he stretches, sometimes he yawns. The more I watch him, the more I like him. Lu Yaina also yawned at this time, and pulled Yi-Chen and said, "Hubby, let's go to sleep too. The babies will wake up soon and they will probably need to be fed. I'm also very sleepy." Yi-Chen had no choice but to look at the little pigs with a fatherly smile, patted Lu Yaina on the back, took her hand and went back to the room. Lu Yaina lay on the bed and stretched. "Oh, I'm so tired. I finally got home and had a good sleep. Although I still have to get up to feed the baby, it's better to sleep more soundly at home." Yi-Chen also sat back on the bed and said with a smile, "Then it would be a wise move for us not to choose to go to the confinement center." "Yeah, I'm used to my bed. When I was in the hospital, except for the time when I fell asleep due to exhaustion after the anesthesia wore off, I didn't have a good sleep afterwards. I was really sleepy." "Then let's go to bed together." Yi-Chen quickly got on the bed, covered himself with the quilt, and was about to lie down. Lu Yaina suddenly exclaimed in a low voice, "Hey! Husband, we forgot one thing." "What? Is there anything else?" Yi-Chen tried hard to recall, and suddenly remembered something, and said, "Oh, right. I still need to help you clean your wound." Lu Yaina nodded and said, "Yes. Hurry up, clean up, and go to sleep." So Yi-Chen walked to the dressing table, took out iodine and a long bandage from the bag, and took out 2 large cotton swabs from a small bag. I walked to Lu Yaina's side, and she was already lying down. When Yi-Chen came over, she silently revealed the wound that had been bandaged with gauze in the hospital. Lu Yaina was still a little shy, not only because the wound was too close to there, but also because she had seen it in the hospital. The wound was really ugly. She was afraid of what Yi-Chen would think after seeing it. It's not that he was disgusted, but the wound was still too ugly. Yi-Chen didn't have any other thoughts and slowly tore off the tape. But the tape was sticking too tightly, and the skin had turned red, which seemed to be a sign of allergy. Lu Yaina also tried her best to endure the pain of tearing off the tape, because it would be even more painful when cleaning the wound. Yi-Chen glanced at Lu Yaina, and seeing her trying hard to endure it, he said, "If it hurts, just tell me, husband, do it slowly and gently, and it won't hurt so much." Lu Yaina rolled her eyes at him and said, "You'd better tear off the tape and give me a quick death." Yi-Chen also laughed, "Ha, good. That's right. That's it, tell me everything, so that your husband knows what you need and what you don't want. Don't hold back on everything." Chapter 50. The couple talked on the bed. Lu Yaina was also surprised by the change. She would never speak so frankly in front of Yi-Chen before. It seemed that the relationship between the two had changed a little. Yi-Chen glanced at her and said with a smile, "Are you ready? I'm going to tear it apart. 1, 2, 3, rip." Hiss. Lu Yaina gritted her teeth. Yi-Chen was laughing, but suddenly stopped. Because he saw the shocking scar on Lu Yaina's lower abdomen. Although the scar was sutured using cosmetic suture techniques, it still left a 15-centimeter scar. How could it be done without being visible? Moreover, the wound was still a little red and swollen, as if it had been pulled, and some small bloodstains had seeped out. Yi-Chen was silent for a moment, then asked in a deep voice, "Does it hurt?" Lu Yaina was stunned for a moment, and said, "Actually, it doesn't hurt much now. If it is pulled occasionally, it still hurts. It has been 9 days now, and the wound is just itchy, but everything else is fine." Yi-Chen said, "It's good as long as it doesn't hurt." He silently opened the iodine, dipped a large cotton swab in it, and began to gently clean Lu Yaina's wound. How can it not hurt? A cesarean section requires using a scalpel to make 10 layers of incision, 1 cut at a time, and then sew 1 layer after another. How can it not be painful? While Yi-Chen was cleaning the wound, he blew on it gently for Lu Yaina. Lu Yaina looked at the man in front of her whom she loved deeply with deep affection and smiled happily. Her biggest feeling these days is, "I married a good husband. And a good in-law. Gave birth to 3 angel babies. It's really so happy." At this moment, she is nothing but happy. After Yi Chen helped her clean up, he put on the big bandage. "Wife, it's okay," Yi Chen said softly. "Yeah," Lu Yana responded, and then let Yi Chen put on her pants, pull down her clothes, and then cover her with the quilt. "Wife, do you feel tired of breastfeeding?" Yi Chen also got on the bed, sat on it and asked. "It's okay. Apart from the fact that I can't sleep well, I still enjoy breastfeeding." "Do you really like breastfeeding?" Yi Chen asked. Yi Chen thought about it and said what was in his mind. "I'm still thinking, why not stop breastfeeding? I don't want to see you getting up in the middle of the night to feed, I don't want to see you sleep poorly, I don't want you to be so tired." Lu Yana quickly said, "I'm not tired, it's really fine. If I had a child, I would probably breastfeed. I like children very much, and I am happy to breastfeed my child. Actually, it doesn't matter if I'm a little tired. For the sake of my children, I'm willing to do anything." Yi Chen said, "Yes, breast milk is still very good. It is good for the baby's body and enhances the child's immunity. But it is hard for you. You can't sleep well at night, and you can't sleep well during the day if you breastfeed. My husband didn't do it for any reason. I just don't want to see you so tired and toiled. I want you to get well soon and recover. Then, we can go back to school together this year and graduate together." Lu Yana smiled and said, "Hubby, thank you for thinking about me so much, but you may not understand the desire of a mother to breastfeed her child. I feel that when I breastfeed my child, I feel better. After all, you also said that we probably won't have children in the future, so this is the first and last time I breastfeed my child." Yi Chen also lay down and hugged Lu Yana. "It's up to you. As long as you are happy, I don't want children, but if you like children and want to have more children, then your husband will also cooperate with you, right?" Suddenly, the atmosphere became a little ambiguous. A man and a woman, hugging each other in bed, discussing having children, it's really tempting to think about it. What's more, the woman next to him is so beautiful. Yi Chen took a deep breath and tried hard to suppress the desire in his body. However, Lu Yana kissed Yi Chen on the face at this moment. Chapter 51. You are playing with fire. Yi Chen's face also tightened and his breathing began to become a little rapid. "Nana, stop it." After all, Lu Yana had just given birth and was still in confinement. How could he be so impulsive? Absolutely not. However, if Lu Yana continued to tease him like this, he was really worried that he would do something wrong. Therefore, you must try your best to control yourself and don't mess around. "I'm just teasing you." Lu Yana hugged Yi Chen's arm tightly. Yi Chen didn't say anything else, he was afraid that if he spoke, his defense would be broken. He let Lu Yana hold him, with her soft body pressed tightly against his. "Oh my God. How can I tolerate this? The person lying next to you is a slightly plump school goddess. Stop imagining it." Yi Chen tried hard to calm the heat in his body, and the two of them slept quietly in the same bed. In the middle of the night, Lu Yana got up twice to feed her baby. After feeding, Lu Yana dragged her tired body back to bed and fell asleep. Yi Chen also felt sorry for her. To be honest, he didn't want Lu Yana to work so hard. After all, it was not that she couldn't afford milk powder. But Lu Yana insisted on breastfeeding. But she was right. Breast milk was indeed good for both mother and baby. In addition to being good for the baby, breast milk also has great benefits for the mother. It can quickly restore the body shape and make the uterus contract quickly. But there is one thing, it is not very good for that aspect. Well, that is what Yi Chen thought. The next morning, after several hours of long sleep, the babies all cried and wanted to get up. After the confinement, nannies washed the babies' faces and brushed their tongues, and when everything was done, they started feeding the babies. Lu Yana also got up because she also had to breastfeed her baby, otherwise her milk would be swollen. She was holding her eldest son and feeding him, but he was defecating while he was eating. Lu Yana was immediately irritated by the poop of her son in her arms. She covered her nose and quickly shouted, "Husband! Come here quickly, Debeo has pooped again." Yi Chen hurried in. At this time, Lu Yana was still breastfeeding. He could only see the whiteness on her chest, and he froze for a moment. Lu Yana was also stunned, and she had forgotten about bringing her son out. The two of them were in a stalemate for 2 seconds, and Lu Yana quickly turned around and pulled her son off her. After everything was done, the eldest son was handed over to Yi Chen. But when the eldest son saw that he had no milk, he started whining again and was about to cry. Yichen quickly caught his eldest son, then quickly left the room and went to the baby room on the side. He comforted his eldest son and then wiped his butt for him. The second and youngest babies had already finished their milk, but the eldest baby was still hungry, so he started crying loudly. "Oh, dear Debeo, you will be able to eat soon. Wipe your butt first. Mommy is waiting for you. Don't cry yet." While comforting him, Yichen quickly wiped Debeo's butt. When Erbao and Xiaobao were born, they were smaller than Debeo. But after more than 10 days of feeding, both children have grown a lot. Debeo was originally big, so he kept growing bigger and bigger. Sometimes it felt a little difficult to hold him. I estimate that he weighs more than 7 kilograms now. After Yichen finished, he rushed straight to Lu Yina's room holding his eldest son who was still crying loudly. "This little guy is very angry. If you slow down a bit, he will cry so hard that he has to be handed over to you," Yichen said helplessly. Lu Yina took the child and said to him gently, "Be good, Mom is here." The little guy was quite sensible. Knowing that his granary was coming, he immediately stopped talking and gasped for breath, but he didn't cry anymore. "See, you only know how to bully me, your father." Yichen was also a little angry. He really loved and hated this son. Lu Yana smiled, "The child is just hungry, he is not bullying you at all. If you give him a bottle now, he won't quarrel with you." After saying that, she turned around and started feeding Yichen with her back to him. Yichen also left tactfully. Chapter 52 Naming the Babies. During lunch, Father Yi asked Yichen and Lu Yana, "Son, Nana, have you thought of names for the babies?" Yichen was a little confused. Not yet, do we have to come up with a name so soon?" Father Yi's face was serious. "Boy, you have to go to the hospital to get the birth certificate. You have to get the birth certificate before you can register the child. So you have to give the child a name first, understand?" Father Lu also smiled and said, "This is Yichen's first time being a father, and he still doesn't know anything. Have you thought of a name, in-laws?" Father Yi smiled knowingly at Father Lu and said, "There are a few names for your reference. You can see which one sounds good, or if you have a better one, you can tell us about it for your reference." Father Lu just smiled and didn't say anything more. Mother Lu said, "Naming a child is a big deal, and you must not be careless." Mother Yi said at this time, "How about this, we two old people will name the first baby, then you two old people will name the second baby, and the name of the youngest baby will be given to Yichen and his family, and then everyone can give their suggestions for reference, so that we don't have to think of 3 names so hard. What do you think?" Lu Yana smiled and said, "Mom, this is a good idea. Naming is indeed a laborious task, and it needs to be done carefully. I agree with this idea." Mother Lu also smiled and said, "That's good. Everyone can just think of one." "That's right. I agree with what my mother-in-law said." "That's it. Go back and think about it for an afternoon, and then have a family meeting after dinner tonight." Father Yi made the decision on the spot. "My dear relatives, Nana, there is no concept of seniority in our family. You can call me whatever you like. There are not so many rules and regulations. We are a very easy-going family," Father Yi said. "That's good, now you can do whatever you want," Mother Lu said with a smile. After finishing lunch quickly, Lu Yana went back to the room with Yichen, ready to take a rest and take a nap. Yichen was checking the dictionary and his mobile phone. It seemed that he was quite concerned about naming his daughter. Lu Yana felt a little sleepy after finishing her meal, but when she came back from the meal, she found that her milk was a little swollen. Seeing Yichen sitting on the dressing table looking at his phone so seriously, she did not disturb him, but started pumping with a breast pump. Lu Yina's milk intake is actually quite sufficient now. Sometimes, after one baby has finished eating, the other one can still be half full, so it won't be long before she has enough milk to feed 2 babies at the same time. But, with so much breasts, you can imagine how big her breasts are. Sometimes, Yichen would stare at her chest in a daze, which made Lu Yana feel very embarrassed. After expressing, the milk is stored and placed in a small refrigerator on the side. This small refrigerator was specially bought for storing milk. In the bathroom partition, Lu Yana also bought one to store her skincare products. It was because of this small refrigerator that she thought of buying one more to facilitate milk storage. Lu Yana also felt that their relationship had more physical contact recently, but they were slowly beginning to become a real couple, and they didn't seem to be so resistant to some things anymore. At least sometimes, although it may feel a little awkward, after doing it more often, you will naturally get used to it. Just like just now, Yi-Chen had actually noticed Lu Yina's actions. He also secretly noticed from the corner of his eyes that Lu Yina was actually milking in front of him. But fortunately, Lu Yina had her back to him, so he didn't have much imagination. Soon, he found a name that satisfied him, so he told it to Lu Yina and asked for her advice. Honey, I've already thought of a name for our daughter. What do you think of the two characters, Yu and Chang? Lu Yina thought for a moment and said, I think it sounds pretty good. Chapter 53 The Baby Has a Name. Yi-Chen was also a little excited. After all, it was the first time for him to name his child, so he naturally felt inexplicably excited. Yu means pretty, intelligent, and beautiful, and has a beautiful meaning. Ching means sunshine. I like my daughter to be smart, pretty, and sunny, but I also hope she is healthy and happy. Yes, who doesn't want their children to live happily and carefree? Lu Yina naturally thought so too. As long as the children grew up by her side and as long as the family lived happily together, she would be satisfied. Well, the meaning is very good, I like it very much. Yi-Chen was in a dilemma at this time. I just don't know whether to call her Yi-Yuching or Yi-Ching-Yu. Wife, can you tell me about it? Yi-Chen asked Lu Yina. Lu Yina kept repeating these two names, and then thought for a while, then let's call her Yi-Yuching. It will feel smoother this way. Okay. Just call me as my wife told me to. Yi-Yuching, Yi-Yuching. It sounds nice. Yi-Chen said happily twice, then the nickname will be Zayagwegwe. I like Zayagwegwe the most. He will definitely be a cute and sensible little cotton padded jacket when he grows up. At this time, the system rang. The host has successfully named the baby. Reward, 1 million. Oh my god. 1 million for one baby? If I had known this, I would have named all the kids at once. But forget it. One should not be too greedy, just having it is enough. Besides, 1 million is not a small amount. As I thought about it, I felt happy. So Yi-Chen began to look forward to the future, thinking about how happy he would be when he was in his 50s or 60s, wearing the warm coat and socks bought by his daughter. As I thought about it, I started to smile foolishly again. Lu Yina is naturally very happy. Her husband attaches so much importance to children because it shows his love for children. It is always said on the internet that if a father loves children, then he must also love his wife. Lu Yina looked at Yi-Chen happily with a silly smile on his face and also laughed softly. After all, love between two people is better than anything else. And this is good for the children. The love between parents helps the children's physical and mental health. Yi-Chen chatted with Lu Yina about other things, but seeing that Lu Yina looked sleepy, he let her go to sleep. After waking up, Lu Yina had to get up again to feed her baby. During the 10 days of confinement, she only went downstairs to eat, and sometimes she had to ask Yi-Chen to bring food to her room. In the room, she seemed to do nothing except sleeping, eating, and feeding. Other things like washing bottles and changing diapers were often left to Yi-Chen, and Yi-Chen was never tired of doing it. But even if she did nothing, she still lost a few pounds. Maybe this is another benefit of breastfeeding. It is easy to get back in shape. Now she is 118 pounds. With her height of 168, she looks a little plump. The flesh on her face has also been reduced. She didn't use a belly belt because it was uncomfortable. She planned to take a 2-month confinement period and then attend a yoga class to help her figure. While in the hospital, her good sister Gu Yingying had come to see her, and as a godmother, she naturally gave 3 big red envelopes to the children. She was also the only person who knew that she had given birth. Yi-Chen hasn't told the others yet. When Lu Yina recovers, everyone can come out for a good meal and then discuss being brothers at the wedding. After all, when the time comes for the wedding, I will still have to rely on my brothers to support the scene. However, when Yi-Chen thought about having a wedding with Lu Yina, he became excited. He knew that Lu Yina also wanted a perfect wedding. After all, she is also a woman. Naturally, she also wants her wedding to be grand. Yi-Chen glanced at his pocket and thought about the wedding budget. It is estimated to cost around 10 million. Forget it, forget it. I have to wait at least a few months before I can think about this matter. I don't want to think about it anymore. Chapter 54 The names of the 3 treasures are determined. It was soon time for dinner. Father Yi asked, Dear-in-laws, have you thought of a name? Father Lu said, Well, it's almost done, but let's see what your name is first, and then we can finalize it. Father Yi smiled and said, That's good. Let's discuss this slowly after dinner. However, Father Yi did not ask Yi Chen at all whether he had also thought of a name for his little daughter. Yi Chen guessed that his father had thought of all the 3 character names. No matter what, facing his own grandson, he was so happy that he almost lost his mind. Soon, everyone finished their meal. Aunt Zheng peeled a large plate of fruit salad for everyone, but Lu Yina's portion was fruit boiled in boiling water with hot water still soaking in it. Lu Yina naturally started eating with peace of mind. Father Yi was the first to ask, unable to conceal his excitement, "Has everyone made up their mind?" Yi Chen said, "I've thought about it." Father Lu, "Well, I've thought about it too." Father Yi, "Well, let me tell you the name I chose first. Debao's name is Yi Ruebua, what do you think?" Father Lu nodded, and everyone repeated it. Rue means deep understanding and comprehension, and Bo means richness and breadth, both are meaningful. Rue Bo is a good name. Mother Lu is a teacher after all, and she explained the meaning of the name to everyone right away. My mother-in-law is well educated. Father Yi laughed. Yi Chen expressed his opinion at this time. I agree with this name, it's a good name, what do you think, wife? Lu Yana said, I think it's okay, let's just follow Dad's wishes. Seeing that his daughter-in-law and in-laws all agreed, Mr. Yi naturally smiled happily. Mother Yi said, then let's follow the old man's wishes. Debao will be called Yi Ruebua and his nickname will be Debao. Everyone agreed with both hands. At this time, Mother Lu stood up and said, according to the meaning of the name just given by my in-laws, Rue means wisdom, brightness, and saintliness. It has a good meaning. How about calling the second baby Yi Rueji? Good. What a good name, Jia, Minji, Shengye. Rueji is a good name. I agree. Father Yi immediately praised it. Seeing that her father-in-law was satisfied, Mother Lu naturally smiled with satisfaction. Mother Yi said, this name sounds nice, I agree, Yi Chen, Nana, what do you think? Lu Yana said, well, I think so too. Yi Chen, don't ask me, I definitely agree. When Mr. Yi asked his in-laws to name the second baby, he actually had his own selfish motives, which was about the child's surname. After all, Lu Yana is the only daughter of the Lu family. I guess his father-in-law and mother-in-law understood what he meant and wanted to give Rebirth the surname Lu. But they didn't expect that the in-laws were so understanding and righteous. Now, Mr. and Mrs. Yi looked up to the two in-laws even more. At this time, Ye's mother said, then the second baby will be called Yi Rueji, and his nickname will be Erbao. Passed unanimously. Yi Chen also stood up and said, Lu Yana and I gave Zaya Guigui a nice name, Yi Yuqing. How about it, nice, right? Yi Yuqing? Yu means beautiful, and Qing means sunshine. That's good. Mother Lu explained. Sure enough, educated people just don't know that they can explain the meaning of words without looking up books or dictionaries, allowing everyone to understand the literal meaning simply. Mother Yi, Father Yi, and Father Lu all nodded. That's right. That little treasure will be called Yi Yuqing, and the nickname is Xiao. Yi Chen quickly interrupted, the nickname is Zaya Guigui. This is my Zaya Guigui. Lu Yana almost choked with laughter, don't be so excited, Mom must know that this is your little darling. Everyone started laughing, and at the family meeting, the names of the three babies were decided. Tomorrow, Yi Chen can take these names and his ID to the hospital, get the birth certificate, and then register the child. Chapter 55 All wishes fulfilled at once. The next morning, Yi Chen took a piece of paper with his name on it, as well as some other documents, such as his marriage certificate, to the hospital, intending to get his birth certificate and household registration done today. After all, it will be a month and about 10 days, and then they will have to go to the epidemic prevention station for vaccination. The nurse had already handed out the vaccination booklet when they were discharged from the hospital, telling them to get the vaccination 1 month later, and then go once a month. But Lu Yana has to sit for the full confinement period of about 2 months. The most important thing is to keep her body healthy. When Yi Chen arrived at the hospital, there was already a long queue, just like for childbirth. Yi Chen also waited in line for about an hour before it was his turn. When the nurse took some of his information, she looked at Yi Chen with surprise. Wow! Is your family the one that gave birth to 3 children at once? The nurse asked with a smile. Yeah, haha. Yi Chen just replied with a smile. Your 3 babies have all been reported to our hospital. You are the first triplets in Xiangcheng, which is extremely rare. And it was a natural pregnancy. Usually, test tube pregnancy only produces twins, triplets are really rare. Did you come up with a name so quickly? Asked the nurse. Yes, hurry up and register your household registration and get all the documents ready. Yi Chen replied. Well, that's good. Please wait a moment. The birth certificates for 3 babies will take a while to come. The nurse replied patiently. The people at the back of the line also heard what the nurse said and couldn't help but be amazed. Oh my God! 3 children at a time. This is a good yield. Yes, you are really a lucky person. So are all 3 of your children boys or girls? Yi Chen just smiled and said, 2 men and 1 woman. Oh my God! All my wishes are fulfilled at once. The man behind exclaimed. Yes. My wish is to have 2 sons and a daughter. This is the best. Yi Chen just laughed and nodded. Is it hard to take care of the kids in your family? Yeah. Can I eat a can of milk powder a day? Seeing these people asking endless questions, Yi Chen just laughed it off. After all, he was not familiar with them and did not want them to know so much. Yi Chen waited for about 15 minutes before he got the birth certificates for the 3 children. At this moment, the system rang. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining birth certificates for the babies. I will reward you with 20% of the shares of the maternal and infant brand Liui Baby. Yi Chen was no longer surprised by the system's rewards. He already had nearly 30 million in his pocket, and now he was rewarded with shares in a company? Yi Chen immediately took out his mobile phone to check how much this maternal and infant brand was worth. You don't know until you check, and you'll be shocked when you do. The market value of this brand is 30 billion. If we calculate based on his current 20% of the shares, then the system has given him a total of 6 billion this time. If he sells his shares directly now, he can get 6 billion in cash. However, Yi Chen would not sell his shares so easily. This was a good amount of capital. Even if he showed it to his family, they would definitely believe what he said. And, most importantly, running a maternal and infant brand is very profitable. With a 20% stake, the annual dividend will definitely not be small. Get rich! Yi Chen was completely immersed in joy, but the man behind him was urging him, and only then did he react. No time to be happy. After getting the birth certificate, Yi Chen still had to drive to the police station to handle the household registration procedures. When I arrived at the processing hall, I found that there were really a lot of people here. I had to queue up for a long time. Fortunately, Yi Chen brought all the things with him, otherwise he would have to go back home. As the stamp fell, the system rang at this moment. Chapter 56, Sending Nana a Big Villa. Congratulations to the host for successfully registering the babies. As a reward, the host will receive a 1,000 square meter city villa worth 200 million yuan. The location is number 6 Yulong Bay. The house title and keys will be sent to you tomorrow. Yi Chen was shocked once again. Yulong Bay. That's the legendary rich area. Anyone with a net worth of several billion in Xiangqing lives there. There are buildings and villas there, and the buildings alone cost tens of millions. The place where Yi Chen lives now is not comparable. Yi Chen is now in a villa complex far away from the city center, but that is the real city center. OMG. The villa there is worth 200 million yuan, and it is 1,000 square meters. If all 4 parents live in it, and each child has a room, plus a room for the nanny, it should be enough. But the children are still young and cannot sleep in separate rooms. Wow! It's really cool. Yi Chen suddenly thought of something, so he asked the system. System, whose name is written on the property deed of this house? Yi Chen was thinking of buying a villa for Lu Yaina. Now that the system has given him a reward, he can write the house as Lu Yaina's. Reporting to the host, it is written as a couple. Can we change our name? Yi Chen asked tentatively. Okay. Then change it to my wife's name, and just write it for her. Received, host, changing it for you now. The system's mechanical voice replied. Now Yi Chen finally felt relieved. By the time I had finished everything, it was already around 1 o'clock. Because the place to apply for the household registration was too far away, I had to go to my parents' company, which took half an hour. When I came back at noon, Lu Yaina had already finished eating and went back to sleep. Aunt Zhang left some food for Yi Chen. Recently, Father and Mother Yi would occasionally come to the company. They have also begun planning to move the company's headquarters here because they don't want to run back and forth. It would be great if they could see their lovely grandson every day. Moreover, the facilities in this community are also good. After dinner, you can take a walk with your grandchildren, play ball, etc., and have some fun. 3 grandchildren, just thinking about it makes me laugh even in my dreams. So, they are already communicating about it, but the rent in the city is too expensive, so the couple is considering it very carefully. While Yi Chen was eating, Ye's mother came downstairs, sat next to Yi Chen and started talking to him. Yi Chen, you don't have a job yet, what are you going to do? I think your father wants you to take over the family company. Yi Chen smiled and said, Mom, are you worried that I can't support my wife and children? Mother Yi also smiled, that's right, at least you can have a proper job working in your father's company. I also know a little about the stocks you mentioned. Mom has often told you that you have to be down to earth. Now you have a wife and children, and you have more responsibilities on your shoulders. You can't always rely on your parents. You must be able to do things yourself. Now your parents are still young, so you can still rely on them for a while. The future still depends on you. Yi Chen also nodded as he listened. This was true, but he also wanted to make it on his own. Besides, the children were still too young. With 3 children at once, even if he hired a nanny, the children still needed to be accompanied by their biological parents so that they could grow up healthily both physically and mentally. Therefore, this is one of the reasons why Yi Chen did not go to work from the time Lu Yana gave birth to the child. It is estimated that Yi Chen will wait until the child can walk before he feels relieved. However, if it means taking over his father's company, he has no objection. After all, his father is old, and now he has 3 grandchildren. Naturally, he wants to enjoy taking care of them at home. So this is also a problem. He can't bear to leave his baby, and he can't bear to leave his parents working so hard for the family. After all, he couldn't ask his father to close the company. This company was his father's hard work for more than 10 years. Although it was not large in scale and had experienced some ups and downs recently, it still managed to survive. Therefore, he had to consider this issue now. Chapter 57 Mother Ye's shock. Yi Chen also replied, Mom, I know. I will consider what you just said. You may not know that I can own 20% of the shares of the national chain maternal and child brand Liuyi Baby. Mother Yi was also shocked. What did you say? That maternal and infant brand chain store, I saw it on the morning news recently, it's a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate. You actually own 20% of the shares? That brand has only become popular in the past 2 or 3 years. I think it has something to do with the People's Livelihood Policy. The country now advocates a second child policy, and even a third child policy in the future, so these companies have begun to develop rapidly. So in other words, you started investing 2 or 3 years ago, when you were just in college? Mother Yi was still very shocked. 20% of the shares. That would be several billion. Even if they sold all their properties, they wouldn't still have tens of billions. Yi Chen was also panicked at this moment, he had not thought of this level. So I quickly went through it in my mind and started to think about it. It's just friends. There were only a few of us at the beginning. One of us wanted to open a store, and then slowly it became so big. The profit in the first year was quite good. We invested several million yuan, and in a year, we opened several franchises in this province. We collected nearly 100 million yuan in franchise fees in a year, and everyone agreed with this way of expansion. As a franchisee, you have to buy everything from us, and then over the years, we have grown to this size. Now, in more than 2 years, it has grown to this size. I didn't expect it. Now I get hundreds of millions in dividends every year. Yi Chen also tried to make his words as vague as possible, and he didn't care about anything else. After all, doing business depends on luck. After all, he does have 20% of the shares in his hands, so he is not afraid of being interrogated by Mother Yi. He just needs to fool the 2 of them. If they ask him in detail, he will have to say that he was not involved and it was just a friend who was doing it. After listening to Yi Chen's excuses, Ye's mother suddenly realized, so that's the case. Why didn't you tell your family? We were rich back then, but not like now. We are really going downhill now. But it's true. The world is ruled by young people now. Our old ways are no longer useful. That's why your father wanted you to take over the company. Yi Chen said, Mom, I have a fixed income now, so you don't have to worry about me not doing my job properly. I will bring the child up. As for Dad's company, didn't you say you would move here? If you encounter any problems that require money, just tell me. I don't have much, but I can still give you tens of millions. But I just bought a villa for Nana today. Mother Yi was shocked again. What? You bought it again? This villa is good enough for you, why did you buy a new one? Mother Yi really hasn't had a good chat with her son for a long time. She didn't even know that her son was so capable that he bought one villa after another in this city. Yi-chen said, yes, the house is quite big. I was thinking that you and Dad, as well as Nana's parents, would live here together in the future. And when the children grow up, won't they each have their own room? So today I went to buy a villa that is 5 times bigger than this one, so that it will be big enough for our whole family to live together. Mother Ye's eyes widened. 5 times bigger than this place? Doesn't that mean it's 1,000 square meters? Oh my god. I never thought you were so rich. Tell me quickly. Where did you buy the villa? Yi-chen chuckled. Yulong Bay, villa number 6. Mother Yi was shocked again. Yulong Bay. I heard that it's a wealthy area and the villas there are worth billions. You little bastard. You made so much money, why are you telling Mom only now? Chapter 58. You were so rich. Mother Yi also screamed. Yi-chen covered his ears tightly. Mom, I have more than just this one investment. I have others, but it's not convenient for me to tell you now. What? There's something else? Mother Yi was so surprised that she was speechless. It was the first time that Yi-chen confessed the source of his money in front of his family. There would be more in the future, and he didn't know what the system would reward him with. I only have tens of millions in my pocket now, so I still have a bottom line. Yi-chen said, well, I won't go into details. Anyway, you just need to know that your son is not short of money. If Dad needs money, I can still transfer money to you. You didn't explain the company's affairs to me before, so I thought you could handle it. I didn't expect the family to lose so much money. Anyway, Yi-chen didn't dare to say that he knew his family was short of money. After all, he was the one who got this system most recently, so he naturally didn't dare to say such a thing. Mother Yi also gradually calmed down, but her tone was rather surprised. I can handle this on my own. As for you, as long as the source of the money is clean, I won't ask too many questions. You must not do anything illegal, understand? Mother Yi's worries were not unnecessary. After all, she suddenly learned that her son had become a billionaire. Although he was not a super rich man, he still had a net worth of tens of billions. I know, Mom. Although I have been doing business and investing in stocks without telling my family, I would never dare to do anything illegal. I can make so much money only because of my good luck. Yi-chen's words, my money is all due to luck, are indeed true. If he had bad luck, the system would not have chosen him. He might still be relying on his family to raise 3 children, and he might have to work hard in the future just for a monthly salary of more than 10,000 yuan to support a large family. Or I could go work for my dad's company, but his company has been in recession in the past few years, so I still have to rely on my own hard work to support the family. Yi-chen thought about it in his heart. Now he has money and a house, thanks to the system. Otherwise, he really can't support this family. After receiving a response from her son, Mother Yi knew that her son also had his own things to do, so she did not force him to come back to work in the company. Since you are the boss of a maternal and infant brand, why don't you let your own children buy things in your own store? As a boss, you should have discounts or something, right? Then you can save a little on the milk powder for these 3 children. You don't know that the Ajabao milk powder that children eat now is imported and costs several hundred yuan a can. It's quite expensive. Does your store have this brand of milk powder? You don't know, these past 10 days, these 3 children have had to eat a can of milk powder every day. They have already eaten 2 boxes. I was just busy telling you, but now I remember that you have to go buy milk powder today. And the diapers have to be changed to larger sizes, because the eldest baby is growing fast. Luckily the small size is all used up. Now Erbao and Xiaguigui are using the medium size. Dabao can no longer use the medium size. He is more than a pound bigger than the 2 small ones. All the fat has grown in his belly. When Mother Yi talked about her 3 little grandchildren, her eyes narrowed with smile. Yi-chen had just come back and had just finished his meal. He was so tired, and he had to get up at night to feed his baby. He originally wanted to take a nap, but when he heard that his child's milk powder was almost finished and diapers were almost out of use, he immediately decided to drive out for a walk. However, he suddenly remembered that the maternity and baby store they visited in the supermarket with his wife Louis was the June 1st baby. I spent a lot of money last time and have already bought a platinum membership card. Chapter 59. Big Customer. Speaking of this platinum card, the discount is also based on how much you spend. If you buy more things, the discount will naturally be bigger. If you spend less, you will naturally get the most basic discount, so you don't have to bargain. Regarding these, Yi-Chen actually likes this model. After all, this can increase sales and turnover. After all, it's my own store, so I don't care about the discounts, and I don't lack the money. So he quickly took out his wallet and found the business card that the female salesperson handed him before leaving. It turns out that it can be used. Now that I don't want to go out, it's quite convenient to call her and ask her to deliver the goods to my door. Besides, this place is not far from where she works, so it can definitely be delivered within half an hour. So he made the call. The saleswoman received an unfamiliar call and immediately a sweet voice rang out. "Hello, who are you looking for?" Yi-Chen didn't waste any words and said directly, "Hello, I was your customer before, and I need door-to-door delivery service now. Is it convenient now? It's a little after 1 in the afternoon and there aren't many people around, so delivery is no problem at all." The saleswoman replied, "Hello, yes, it is possible. What would you like to buy? Do you have the brand of milk powder called A-Dub? And the brand of diapers? Hello, we have some. How much would you like?" asked the saleswoman. "Give me 4 cartons of formula, 2 packs of medium-sized diapers, and 5 packs of large-sized diapers." Yi-Chen was thinking that 1 can of milk powder a day is only the amount for a baby who is not even 1 month old yet. The baby only eats 180 milliliters at a time. If the baby grows a little older, it is possible that the baby may eat more than 1 can a day. So buy more milk powder. 4 boxes of milk powder have a total of 24 cans. This amount is probably enough for only about 10 days. So make money from milk powder. A can of milk powder costs several hundred yuan, which means it must be more than 10,000 yuan a month. It is still quite expensive for an ordinary family. Although there are cheap milk powders, they must be more than 100 yuan a can, otherwise it is not safe to eat. Therefore, many mothers still want to breastfeed as much as possible, and saving money is still the main issue for them. As for the 2 packs of medium-sized diapers I bought, firstly, my second and youngest babies are still using them now. 1 pack contains 48 diapers. If each of them uses 8 diapers a day, it will only take a week. Children grow fast, so it would be great if they could use large-sized diapers after a week. So I bought 5 packs of large-sized diapers. This way, even if my eldest baby can't use them, my second and youngest babies can still use the large-sized ones. Ever since he had a child, even if it wasn't because he was short of money, Yi-Chen had become very frugal. After all, money is really money, and he should save as much as possible and not waste it like this. After hearing what Yi-Chen said, the female salesperson couldn't help but feel happy. This is a big customer. "Excuse me, sir, where should this be sent?" Number 8 Daijinjiwan. Number 8 Daijinjiwan. That S.A. Villa. The saleswoman's eyes sparkled as she thought to herself, this customer must be well served. So, she immediately agreed, "Okay sir, I'm going to the warehouse to pick up the goods now, and it is expected to be delivered to your home within 30 minutes. Excuse me, sir, is there a gate control in your community? I'm worried that the goods will arrive later and I won't be able to deliver them to your door." Yi-Chen thought about it and it was true. After all, the security in this community was quite good, so he said, "I'll call the guard and tell them clearly. Just tell them my address when you arrive." Saleswoman, "Yes, sir." After hanging up the phone with the female salesperson, Yi-Chen immediately called the security guard. After explaining the situation, Yi-Chen went back to the second floor to see his wife and children. "After all, I've been out for so long, it feels like a long time since I last saw you. I miss my 4 babies so much. Chapter 60 A big gift for you." After Yi-Chen finished all this, he went upstairs eagerly. Because he had already heard Debayo's loud voice howling. As soon as he went upstairs, the crying became louder. He hurried over and saw Lu Yana carrying Debayo back to the room, preparing to feed him. Lu Yana asked, "You're back? Have you finished everything?" Yi-Chen hurried over and saw Debayo howling with his mouth wide open, so he said, "Well, it's done, the household registration is also done, you feed the baby first, I have something to tell you." Lu Yana, "Well, that's good." Debayo is really impatient. "It won't be any later. I'll feed him first and we'll talk later." Lu Yana walked into the room impatiently, but did not close the door. Nowadays, Mr. Lu and Mr. Yi rarely come up to the second floor to avoid embarrassment, so the only person Lu Yana has to be on guard against is Yi-Chen. But now her relationship with Yi Chen is as close as that of an ordinary couple, and sometimes he will see what he should see, so she just lets it go. Yi Chen watched Lu Yana walk into the room, but did not close the door. She just turned her back to him, slowly lifted her clothes and started to feed him. Suddenly, a strange feeling arose in his heart, as if it was slowly sprouting. Yi Chen helped Lu Yana close the door and went to the next room to see Erbao and his little darling. "Erbao, my dear, Daddy is back. Did you miss him?" It seemed that Xiaoguigui recognized that it was his father's voice, so he stopped drinking the milk, spit out the pacifier, and then hummed twice at Yi Chen before sucking the milk from the pacifier again. Erbao looked at Yi Chen with a sidelong glance as he walked in. It instantly made the confinement nannies Aunt Li and Aunt Shen laugh. These two little ones are really smart. They have been smart since they were young. Yi Chen was also very happy. He went straight into the battle and held one child on each side. Now that the children were older, they had learned to hold the bottle and drink milk by themselves, and they were very smart. After feeding, Yi Chen held the two of them and slept for a while. After the nanny washed the bottles, Yi Chen let the nanny hold one each and go back to sleep. Now, my second and youngest babies still wake up to play for a while at noon, and they will also stay awake for a while when taking a bath in the afternoon. This kind of rest time is pretty good. At least we don't have to stay up late at night to accompany the babies, and everyone doesn't have to work so hard. Yi Chen was holding two babies weighing 6 or 7 kilograms, and he began to feel a little tired. After all, they were only about 5 kilograms at the beginning. But after more than 10 days, the two little guys had grown almost 2 kilograms. Newborn babies really grow fast. Oh, right, didn't we say that babies need calcium supplements? Ask the doctor during the 1-month physical examination to see if you need to supplement or how to supplement. After all, when you go for a physical examination, you must have a full body check. You should supplement according to your physical condition, not blindly. He walked out of the baby's room quietly and was about to open the door when he saw Lu Yana opening the door with the child in her arms. Yi Chen quickly helped her open the door. Lu Yana made a hushing gesture to him, then carried the child back to the child's room and put the child in the baby's bed. Then she came out and closed the door gently. When he came out, he actually saw Yi Chen standing at the door, so he asked, "Do you have anything to tell me? Is it something important?" Yi Chen smiled and pulled Lu Yana into the room. "Let's go in and talk." After entering the room and closing the door, Yi Chen smiled and said, "Actually, it's nothing. I just gave you a big gift." Lu Yana asked with a smile, "What kind of gift is so mysterious? Do you have to tell it behind closed doors?" Yi Chen said, "I just want to share it with you. You will be very happy to hear it." Yi Chen also kept it a secret at this time. He leaned close to Lu Yana's ear and said, "I bought a villa for you, and your name is written on the property title." Chapter 61. Do you like me like this? When she heard Yi Chen say that he bought a villa for her and only wrote his name on it, she was so shocked that she couldn't believe her ears. What did you say? You bought a villa for me?" Lu Yana asked with eyes wide open. "Yes. Let's move there in the future, okay? My husband will live in your house from now on," Yi Chen said with a smile. "Is that villa bigger than this one?" Lu Yana was still shocked. "Yes, it's 5 times bigger than this place. There are probably 10 rooms, which is enough for our whole family to live in," Yi Chen replied. When Louis heard this, his eyes widened even more. 5 times bigger than this place? That would be 1,000 square meters? Is that really a big villa? Then, where is that villa? Lu Yana was so shocked that she couldn't even speak properly. Yi Chen took another step closer and pushed Lu Yana to the bedside. "In the city center, Yulong Bay, Villa number 6, the house deed and the key will be sent to you tomorrow. Then, I will put it in your hand to prove that I am not bragging." How could I possibly suspect that you were lying to me?" Seeing him approaching step by step, Lu Yana sat directly on the bed. Yi Chen also pressed on her directly. Looking at the little cutie under him who was surprised and happy, he really thought she was so adorable. In fact, Yi Chen was just pressing her down in vain and was not really pressing down on Lu Yana. Lu Yana no longer cared about being shocked at this time. She was pressed down by Yi Chen and her face turned red in an instant. Yi Chen leaned over and whispered in Lu Yana's ear, "I am different from other men. If I love someone, I will take action and will not make empty promises to my woman. Do you like me like this?" Lu Yana heard Yi Chen's seductive, sexy and magnetic bass voice, which made her feel numb all over. Lu Yana is also a voice control. She liked Yi Chen at first because his voice was very special. Now, hearing this deep and magnetic voice is really a pleasure. She closed her eyes and whispered in Yi Chen's ear, I like it very much. Then he put his hand around Yi Chen's neck, and Yi Chen was stunned. He originally just wanted to tease Lu Yana, but now it seems that he has gotten himself involved. Because there is a reaction. Nana. Yi Chen's breathing became disordered. He grabbed Lu Yina's hand and called out softly. Lu Yana said but her voice was uncontrollably hoarse. Suddenly, he grabbed Lu Yina's hands on his neck, put them on Lu Yina's head, and kissed her domineeringly. But Lu Yana tried her best to respond to Yi Chen's kiss. The two of them started kissing directly on the bed, and just as Yi Chen's hand reached out to Lu Yana, suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Yi Chen and Lu Yana were so scared that they quickly jumped away. The person who came in was none other than Ye's mother. Seeing the two people blushing, Ye's mother understood what was going on. She immediately said, "Oh, I'm so sorry." She immediately left the room. She originally just wanted to bring some fruit for Nana, but now she saw the young couple doing that, and she felt terrible. But she has to take care of this matter. After all, Lu Yana is still in confinement after giving birth, and how could the two of them be so impatient to get that? This is not good for Lu Yina's health either. So Mother Yi took action. After she went downstairs, she immediately called Yi Chen and asked him to come down quickly. Lu Yana and Yi Chen were still sitting on the bed, still in shock. It's really scary. You really have to lock the door from now on. Yi Chen had the same idea as Lu Yana. Yi Chen said somewhat awkwardly, Nana, my mother. It's okay, I can understand. Lu Yana said immediately. Yi Chen didn't know what to say. At this moment, the phone rang. It was Ye's mother calling. Yi Chen, oh, I see, I'll go down now. Turning around, he said to Lu Yana, Nana, my mother asked me to come downstairs and said she wanted to talk to me about something. Don't think too much about it. After comforting Lu Yana, Yi Chen went downstairs. Chapter 62 Don't be so impatient. As soon as Yi Chen came down, she saw her mother waiting for her at the corner of the stairs, with a look of anxiety in her eyes. Mom, what's the matter? Yi Chen asked. Mother Yi immediately pulled Yi Chen aside and asked in a low voice, what were you and Nana doing just now? Don't you know that Nana still has confinement? You can't be so impatient, she just gave birth and her body hasn't recovered yet. Especially during a cesarean section. If something goes wrong accidentally, it will really cause great harm to the body. It will take at least 2 months to do this. Also, you must take safety precautions. It will take at least 1.5 years before you can get pregnant again after a cesarean section. What's more, Nana had triplets by cesarean section, so her uterus needs to be repaired. Otherwise, what if she gets pregnant again? Her body can't handle it, so she has to abort the baby. If she aborts the baby, it will hurt her body so much. You guys are just too young. Mother Yi was scolding Yi Chen. She also knew that since her daughter-in-law Nana was so beautiful, it was inevitable that Yi Chen would have difficulty controlling himself. She said so much to him just to make Yi Chen think carefully about the pros and cons and never act rashly. In fact, to be honest, she quite likes this daughter-in-law. She is sensible, has a good personality, and is beautiful. It is really hard to find such a beautiful woman even with a lantern. Moreover, Lu Yana is so beautiful, Yi Chen is not bad either, and the genes of the child will be good too. At this time, Yi Chen was also complaining about himself, Mom. What are you worrying about here? Although I am, a little bit, how could I do that to Nana when she was in confinement? I am not a beast. I still know my limits. After all, I have endured it for 10 months. Can't I endure it for 2 months? So, don't worry, Mom. I really won't do anything stupid. I won't do anything bad to Nana. Mother Yi looked at Yi Chen's serious face and finally believed him, but she still asked him to make assurances again and again before letting him go. After all, she is an experienced person and can see those things clearly. As for her son's character, she also believes that Yi Chen is not the kind of person who does not know his limits. At this time, Yi Chen's cell phone rang. It was the female salesperson calling. Hello, Mr. Yi, I'm at your door now. I've delivered the goods to you. Yi Chen, oh, okay, I'll go out now. Yi Chen walked out of the door and saw the female salesperson looking at the villa in front of her with surprise. After all, if one can own such a villa in the city, he must be a rich person. When the female salesperson saw Yi-Chen coming out, she immediately stepped forward and said, "Mr. Yi, the goods have been brought to you." I only saw the female salesperson hailed a taxi and loaded all the goods at the back of the car, which was now being opened. When Yi-Chen came out, the female salesperson started to move the goods down, and the driver did not get out of the car to help. Yi-Chen moved the milk powder and diapers to one side, and then asked the saleswoman, "How much is it in total?" The saleswoman took out a notebook and said to Yi-Chen, "A box of milk powder is 2,700 yuan. You bought 4 boxes, so that's 10,800 yuan. The medium-sized diapers are 88 yuan a pack, so 2 packs are 176 yuan in total. 5 packs of large-sized diapers are 108 yuan a pack, so 5 packs are 540 yuan. The total cost of all the goods is 10,976 yuan. If the purchase is over 10,000 yuan, you can get a 10% discount, which means the total cost is 9,878 yuan." The female salesperson handed the notebook to Yi-Chen. Yi-Chen just glanced at it. "How to pay?" The saleswoman immediately showed her payment QR code. "You can scan mine and pay directly. I will enter your information when I return to the store." Yi-Chen immediately scanned her QR code and transferred 10,000 yuan to her. "Oh, sir, you transferred too much money. It only needs 9,878 yuan. This is the taxi fare for you, thank you," Yi-Chen said to the saleswoman. The saleswoman said gratefully, "Thank you, Mr. Yi. I wish Mr. Yi a happy family." She must be grateful. After all, her commission on this order was 1 or 200 yuan. Even if she deducted a few dozen yuan for the taxi fare, she still made a profit. So for Yi-Chen's action, she felt, he is really a kind person. You deserve to be rich. Chapter 63. I won't tease you anymore. After the saleswoman left, Yi-Chen carried the things upstairs. He carried 2 boxes of milk powder at a time. To be honest, this milk powder is quite heavy. Together, it weighed more than 10 pounds. Yi-Chen also had some difficulty carrying it because he was holding 2 packs of diapers in his hands. First move 2 boxes and put them on the second floor. Also prepare some diapers, milk powder and other things on the first floor in case of emergency. After moving all the things into the house one by one, Yi-Chen went back to the room to see his wife. He opened the door gently and saw Lu Yana sleeping, so he walked gently to the bed and kissed her on the forehead. In fact, Lu Yana was just pretending to be asleep and was not really asleep at all. When Yi-Chen kissed her on the forehead, her heart was pounding like a deer. Now their relationship is like that of a couple in love. While making her happy, she seems to have quietly prepared for something. Yi-Chen looked at the lovely girl with messy hair and pajamas under him with burning eyes. At this time, Lu Yina's face became even redder, because she knew that Yi-Chen had been staring at her and had never left. Suddenly, Lu Yana opened her eyes, blushed and smiled. "Why are you looking at me like that? I knew you weren't asleep. It's impossible for you to fall asleep in such a short while, hee hee." Yi-Chen looked at Lu Yana on the bed with a smile. "So, are you kidding me?" Lu Yana asked with a smile. "No?" Yi-Chen asked with a smile. "Honey, thank you," Lu Yana suddenly said to Yi-Chen very affectionately. Yi-Chen touched Lu Yina's messy hair and said with a smile, "Silly girl, tell your husband this, and he will definitely give you more than one in the future. I want you to be the happiest woman in the world." At this moment, the system suddenly beeped. "Host, please take good care of your wife. The system will reward you with 1 million yuan." Yi-Chen was also stunned. As expected, a wife is wealth, and if you harm your wife, all wealth will come. As long as you treat your wife well, the money will come. Moreover, I was bound to the system only after I decided to be with Lu Yana and had a wife and children. As expected, the ancients never deceived me. Lu Yana uttered a soft hum, then pulled Yi-Chen down and lay down with her. Lu Yana was also very moved. Facing her husband, the two of them never went through a dating process to become husband and wife, but just had a baby directly. In this relationship, Lu Yana is the proactive person, and she used to be very worried about gains and losses. After half a year of getting along, she feels that she is in love. She feels that she is becoming happier and happier, and at the same time, she is becoming more and more dependent on her husband. Yi-Chen was also shocked by Lu Yina's action. "Nana, no." Yi-Chen turned around and looked at Lu Yana, who was smiling. Lu Yana smiled. "I know, I just asked you to lie down and rest." You didn't sleep much last night, and you got up early this morning to go out to do some work. It's already afternoon now, you must be tired. By the way, did Mom say something to you just now? Lu Yana asked. It's just, you told me not to be so impatient. You should at least wait until your injury is healed. Yichen was also a little embarrassed. When talking about what had just happened, Lu Yana blushed again. It was so embarrassing that my own mother-in-law saw it. It was so awkward. Seeing Lu Yana's blushing face, Yichen knew that she must be feeling embarrassed. So she comforted him, "It's okay, my mom didn't do anything, she just reminded us to be careful, she's worried about your health." But just now I did, almost fire it. Yichen said with some relief. Yes, if he really couldn't control himself just now, he would definitely have done something irreparable. And it also caused great harm to Nana. Alas! Who told me that my wife is so beautiful? Now Lu Yana has lost some weight. With such a plump figure and the size of her chest before, which man would not want her? Lu Yana was so embarrassed that she quickly buried her head in Yichen's arms and whispered, "I'm sorry, I won't tease you anymore." Chapter 64. From now on, you can only flirt with me. Yichen was shocked when he heard this. How could they just stop flirting when the couple only had this little interest? Lu Yana had such awareness, and such a good tradition must be preserved. But, I can only tease him. Men just like this, it's much better than those pieces of wood. If there were more role-playing and other temptations, that would be even better. Yichen felt great just thinking about it. After all, I have watched a lot of blockbusters, so naturally I have some fantasies about these. Yichen jumped up immediately, "Hey, don't! My husband likes you like this." Lu Yana laughed, "So men really like women to take the initiative?" Lu Yana has searched the internet for a lot of love guides, and the most important one is, if a girl chases a boy, she can easily get him. But there is one condition, it must be a beautiful woman. She is so beautiful, which man would not be moved? But she is a traditional and conservative person, and she dare not act rashly without knowing Yichen. As for that unforgettable night between her and Yichen, she was really too brave and crazy at that time. Yichen looked at the gloating woman in his arms and hugged her tightly, still laughing. "Aren't you afraid that I might fire?" Lu Yana laughed even louder. "I'm not afraid, I will call Mom." Yichen was helpless with her, and the two of them hugged each other and laughed for a while, then Yichen was so tired that he fell asleep. It was the first time for the two of them to sleep together in each other's arms. After all, Lu Yana was pregnant before and her belly was huge, so Yichen didn't dare to hug her. At that time, their relationship was not as close as it is now. The relationship between the two has now progressed to that of an ordinary couple. They get along very well and no longer feel awkward even when doing some intimate things to each other. Lu Yana also noticed the changes between the two and was secretly happy in her heart. Seeing Yichen fell asleep in a daze, Lu Yana also prepared to have a good sleep for a while, and feel the feeling of sleeping in the arms of the person she loves. At this moment, a scream came from the next room. The child is awake. The child woke up, and Lu Yana had to get up to feed him. Lu Yana sighed helplessly. Being a mother is like this, it is bitter and tiring, but it is also a kind of happiness after suffering. As long as it is good for the child, she is willing to do it. Being a mother is also about suffering first and sweetness later. So, Lu Yana quietly got out of bed, opened and closed the door gently, and then fed the child directly in the child's room. Aunt Jean was also helping take care of the child in the children's room. After all, there were two moon nannies who had to look after the children at night. During the day, she tried her best to help so that they could get some sleep. Mother Yi and Mother Lu were also there. This order for these two confinement nannies was probably the easiest one for them, because if they really wanted to hire a confinement nanny, most families would hire one because they have no one to take care of the baby. But now in the Yi family, not only can I get some sleep, but I can also have someone share the work with me. Everyone saw Lu Yana walk in. Mother Lu said, "Nana, are you awake?" "Yes, Mom, I'm awake." Lu Yana replied with a smile. At this time, Mother Yi brought Erbao over and asked, "Is it Erbao's turn to breastfeed this time?" Lu Yana took Erbao with a smile. Yes, Mom." The second baby was quite well behaved. After Lu Yana brought him to her, he didn't cry like the first baby. The little one was even drinking milk like a kitten. After Lu Yana took a look at Debao and Xiaguegui, she moved a small stool, sat aside and started feeding the babies behind their backs. Mother Yi was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help asking, "Is Yichen in the room?" Because Lu Yana usually takes the baby to her room to breastfeed, so she was a little surprised that Lu Yana was breastfeeding here. Chapter 65, Confinement. Lu Yana smiled and said, "Well, he was too tired today and fell asleep immediately." Mother Yi nodded, "That's right, he went out to do some work early this morning and didn't come back until after 1 o'clock. He must be very tired." Nana is really considerate. The daughter-in-law knows how to be considerate of her son, and the couple supports each other, which is the most desirable thing for a mother to see. Mother Yi looked at Lu Yana with a smile, and she liked her daughter-in-law more and more. Although she had not been in contact with Lu Yana for a long time, only about 10 days during this confinement period, but Mother Yi had worked in the business world before and was quite good at judging people. When we first met, I felt that this girl was nice in all aspects, but we had never really gotten along well. And when the in-laws got to know her, they found that the daughter-in-law had a good upbringing, and her parents were reasonable and understanding, so she became more and more satisfied. Nana is so thoughtful. Mother Yi praised with a smile. Lu Yana also blushed. "He is my husband, I must take care of him." Mother Lu and Mother Yi smiled at each other, and the whole family was happy. Mother Lu had only recently moved in with Yi Chen's family. After living together for more than 10 days, everyone had gotten to know each other pretty well. Mother Lu also felt that Yi Chen's parents were very good at dealing with social situations, and were very nice to Nana, and they didn't object to the two old guys coming to live here. She only has this one daughter, so doesn't she hope that she can marry into a good family in the future? Now that her in-laws are so nice, she feels relieved. Moreover, the more she looked at her son-in-law Yi Chen, the more satisfied she became. As the saying goes, the more the mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, the more satisfied she becomes. After all, there are not many sons-in-law as capable as Yi Chen, and men who are so family-oriented. After all, there are not many men who can take care of their wives from pregnancy to childbirth. Even if there are, they are very few. Seeing the young couple loving each other so much, both Ye's mother and Lu's mother were very happy. The daily life went on uneventfully like this. After more than 10 days, it was soon time for Lu Yana to leave the confinement period. But Yi Chen also did as the book said and let Lu Yana stay in confinement for almost 2 months to let her take good care of her body. However, it was time for the confinement nanny to leave. Once the 2 confinement nannies left, the task of taking care of the child fell on the shoulders of the family members. This day also happens to be the baby's 30th day. According to the instructions of the maternal and child health nurse, I have to take the baby to get vaccinations today. Yi Chen had already prepared a luxury stroller for each of the 3 babies. In this way, Yi Chen's parents, Lu Yana's parents, and Yi Chen and his friends could each push a baby. However, Yi Chen was so busy taking care of his wife and children that he even forgot to buy a nanny car. If we buy a nanny car, the whole family can go to get vaccinations in the same car, but now we can only drive 2 cars. It seems that buying a nanny car is still urgent. After hearing what Mom explained, Dad Yi also knew that his good son was a major shareholder of a large group, so he was not surprised at what he has now. Lu Yana's parents were naturally satisfied to see how capable their son-in-law was. Originally Yi Chen didn't want Lu Yana to go out on this trip. After all, she had just come out of confinement, and it would be better for her to stay here longer, but Lu Yana insisted on going. "I don't want to miss any moment of my children's lives. This is their first vaccination. How can I, as a mother, not go? Besides, my wound doesn't hurt at all, and there's nothing wrong with me. Instead of just waiting at home, I might as well go and watch the children get their first vaccinations. Hubby, just let me go." Lu Yana started to act coquettishly towards Yi Chen, and Yi Chen couldn't do anything about her. Looking at this lovely wife in front of him, he shook his head helplessly. "You'd better wrap yourself up tightly, and don't blow on your head, otherwise it's easy to get postpartum disease." In the end I had no choice but to take her with me. Chapter 66, I'm almost 50 and still have children. This trip is the biggest trip since the baby was discharged from the hospital. Yi Chen was driving a car. Mother Yi was holding the eldest child, Mother Lu was holding the second child, and Lu Yana was holding the little baby, all sitting in the back seat of the car. Father Yi drove his own car and took Father Lu and Aunt Zhang to the Community Health Service Center for vaccinations. After the family prepared all the things they needed, they set off. Before leaving, Aunt Zhang made a special check to make sure there was nothing missing before setting off. The whole family got up early because Yi Chen had also searched the internet for some information about vaccinations. He knew that there would be a lot of people getting vaccinated and that they must not choose times like Saturday and Sunday to get vaccinated because people at that time would be resting and would take their children to get vaccinated. Most elderly people don't know how to get vaccinated. And the appointment has to be made one day in advance. Yi Chen had already made appointments for the 3 babies, but the process of making appointments for 3 children at once was a bit complicated. Yi Chen drove and quickly found the community service center, but there were a lot of cars here, and it seemed that today was also a crowded day. So they had to find a paid parking space, and after parking the car, the family got out. Yi Chen, Mr. Yi, and Mr. Lu spread out the baby strollers as soon as they got out of the car. When the babies went out, they had just finished feeding and had their diapers changed, and they are now sleeping soundly. Slowly she placed the baby into the stroller and headed towards the service center. When you are at the service center, you also need to fill in various forms. All of this was taken care of by Yi Chen, because he had memorized the ID cards of all 3 babies on the day they went through the household registration procedures. After filling out all the forms, the nurse at the door said to them, "Vaccinations are on the 3rd floor." "Are you going to the 3rd floor?" "Yes," Yi Chen said calmly. But the nurse's eyes were a little strange. "There is an elevator here. You can take the elevator up. It's just around the corner." "Thank you." Yi Chen took the form he had just filled out, and then went in with his family and babies. However, the female nurse's eyes were still looking at Yi Chen and his group strangely as always. No one knew what this female nurse was thinking, but Yi Chen didn't want to pay attention to her. Everyone got into the elevator and pressed the button for the 3rd floor. The elevator arrived quickly, and as soon as we came out we saw the vaccination hall. Many people had already come to the hall, and all the seats were occupied. There were even people walking around with their children, and in the vaccination room you could hear the children crying heart-wrenchingly. Seeing this, I guess I went out a little late today, because it's already past 10 o'clock. He had also searched and it was best to arrive around 9 o'clock, otherwise there would be a lot of people waiting. So Yi Chen quickly walked to the number-taking machine, pressed a number paper, and then met up with Lu Yaina and the others. At this time, there were still about 20 people in front of them. Fortunately, it was not too many and the fight should be over soon. Because you have to stay there for observation for about 30 minutes after the vaccination, there are many people staying there to observe. The arrival of Yi Chen and his friends instantly attracted the attention of those people, because Yi Chen and his friends were pushing 3 babies. Naturally, they would attract attention wherever they went. And those people were also whispering. I saw the woman just now calling the man in the gray coat dad, and the dad was pushing a child. The woman next to the man should be her mother, right? Really, her daughter also has a child of similar age, and then she gave her a second child? That's right. Although people are encouraged to have a second child now, the man and woman are probably in their 40s or almost 50, and they can still have children. I really admire them. Chapter 67. People from the same family don't enter the same door. Yes. That young man did the same thing. He called the woman in the dark blue coat mom. She also gave the young man a second child. I say, this family is really weird. It's true that people from the same family are similar. Yeah. If I were in my 20s and already a father, and I found out that my parents had given me a brother or sister, I would definitely be devastated. Although their voices were low, the hall was not very loud, so Yi Chen and the others naturally heard them, and they were instantly furious. They are only about 48 years old. Even if they have a second child, it is just to respond to the call of the country. How can these people still discriminate? Besides, can they clarify the situation before they start talking about others? Father Yi was so angry that he glared at them, but Mother Yi pulled him back. Don't worry about these people, there are all kinds of people. Why do you care how many children they have? They don't spend your money. They eat the rice you have. They really have nothing to do after they are full. Yes, after all, they are not even 50 years old yet, and they have already become grandparents, which is considered a blessing. Both Lu's mother and father have received higher education, so naturally they would not argue with them. The group stood there, chatting and waiting. At this time, Yi Chen also started talking to them about buying a nanny car. Dad, Mom, do you think it's necessary for us to buy a nanny car or a small RV? After all, there are quite a lot of people in our family, and it's not very convenient to travel. I'm already thinking about which one to buy. Father Yi said, a nanny car? I've only heard of Toyota's Alpha or something like that, but nanny cars aren't very big. It's more economical than a van. A van can seat more than a dozen people. If you buy that kind, everyone can sit well. Mother Yi also expressed her opinion. It's okay to buy an RV, but if you buy an RV, it's probably too big. That's the downside. It's bigger than a van, but more comfortable than a van. You see, many RVs have at least a comfortable bed. If you travel, the children can play on the bed. Isn't that convenient? You can buy some toys on it. I think RVs are good. At this time, Lou's mother also said, "My dear relatives, we are of the same mind. RVs are really good. They are convenient for heating milk and cooking anything. They are really the first choice for travel. Moreover, parking is convenient nowadays. There is absolutely no way that you can't park the car. Yes, it is also very convenient to play games with the children on it." Dad Lou also agreed with what Mom Yi and Mom Lou said. Father Yi was moved by the words of the two mothers. Well, it is indeed good. RVs should be more stable than vans, but they are also more expensive. Of course, don't worry, old man, your son will take care of it. Mother Yi winked at Yi Chen, right, son? Yi Chen also laughed. Then everyone's suggestion is to buy an RV? I was planning to buy a nanny car. A nanny car is not as good as the car you have now. You see, when the child grows up, he will definitely not want to sit properly in the car. He also needs to sit in a safety seat. You are still worried, right? This RV is so good and safe. Mother Yi kept encouraging. Now that she knows her son is so rich, she naturally doesn't worry that this little money will affect her son, so she buys what she wants with peace of mind. Yi Chen listened to what the two mothers said and nodded. It seems to be true. Since everyone unanimously agrees to buy an RV, then I can only change my mind. Let's go look at cars together in a few days. Buy it as soon as possible, so that we don't have to go through so much trouble next month. Chapter 68. Another crying day. Father Yi, Mother Yi, and the others nodded in agreement. Alright, from now on, every time we go out, we won't have to drive two cars like we did today. Yes, after all, everyone has a car now, and parking spaces are hard to find. Father Lou also agreed. Then let's find some time to go and see him after we have given the baby his vaccinations? Yi Chen asked. I won't go. You guys decide about buying a car. I still have to stay at home to take care of the baby, said Ye's mother. Yes, now that the confinement nanny has left, Mother Lou has not retired yet and has to go back to work. After taking such a long leave, it is time for her to go back. Mother Yi has long since shifted her focus to her family. Everything in the company has been handed over to Father Yi. She now focuses on taking care of her grandson at home. Mother Lou also said, I won't go either. We women don't understand the matter of buying a car. You masters can decide. I won't join in the fun. Men are quite enthusiastic about cars. If you are a man, you should know a few cars. Having money, beautiful cars, and beautiful women is a man's dream. Seeing that both mothers were not going, Yi Chen had no choice but to discuss the time with the two fathers. Today is Friday. I'm free tomorrow. I wonder if my father-in-law is free, asked Ye's father. Father Lou has only been here for a few days. He has been very busy taking care of his little grandchildren. He goes to Xiangqing every few days, stays for 2 or 3 days, and then goes back again. Father Lou said, if it's tomorrow, it's still okay, because I originally planned to go back on Sunday. On Monday, I have a meeting at the company and need to go back. Yi Chen said, if that's the case, then let's make it a decision and go to the car dealership tomorrow to have a look. Naturally, you have to go to a big car dealership to get cars in stock. Now, if you want to open a car dealership, you have to rely on your own strength. They chatted for a while and soon called the baby's name. Please register at registration counter number 4, number 131. Yi Chen immediately took the 3 vaccination books and went to registration desk number 4. The 3 notebooks were handed to the staff. The female staff member looked at Yi Chen with a surprised look, then opened the book and looked at the date of birth, and asked in surprise, handsome boy, are these all your children? This was really the first time she saw triplets. Yi Chen just said lightly, yes, these are all my children, triplets. Her words made everyone nearby look at Yi Chen's family. After all this time, it turns out they were triplets? The female staff member also laughed, oh my god. You are amazing. You have triplets. Nowadays, the most that can be conceived through test tubes is twins. Did you get pregnant naturally? Yi Chen didn't want to say anything more to her. He just said softly as a response to her. After all, Yi Chen didn't want others to discuss his family affairs too much. The staff member smiled and took the book, then wrote something on it, and then took it to the printer one by one. After printing it, he smiled and said, "Now the shots are free. Every child must get 2 shots. The registration has been completed. You just need to go over there and line up and wait for your baby's name to be called." Yi Chen took the vaccination booklet and said with a smile, "Thank you." Then, Yi Chen took the notebook and walked with his family to the waiting area to wait for their names to be called. Judging from the progress of the names being called out above, it should be about half an hour. At this time, DeBeo woke up first and started crying loudly. He was probably not used to the unfamiliar environment. Father Yi quickly picked him up. "Hey! DeBeo is awake. Come here, Grandpa, give me a hug." Erbo and Zayagwegwe also woke up one after another. It's strange that these 3 little treasures have the same lifestyle. When one wakes up, the other 2 will wake up too. So there are both good and bad things. When there are not enough people, 1 or 2 people cannot hold 3 babies. The good thing is that 3 of them sleep together. It is not the case that one baby cries and then the other 2 fall asleep. After one baby finishes crying, it is the next one's turn. This can easily make people collapse. I believe that those who have had experience with twins or triplets will understand this. Chapter 69, Vaccination Completed. When the second baby heard the familiar cry of the first baby, he also started crying. Mother Lu also picked up the baby very carefully. "Oh, my baby, Grandma hugs you, Grandma kisses you." Only Zayagwegwe called out twice, as if he was calling Dad. Yi Chen naturally wanted to hold his little darling in his arms. "It's still my little darling. Darling. Daddy will hug you." With the 3 of them addressing each other like this, the relationship between the family and the child seemed to have been understood, and those who had been gossiping in private just now were also shocked. Triplets? Then, they started a new round of discussion. "Oh my God. I've seen twins, boy-girl twins, but I've never seen triplets." "Yes. And they are 2 boys and 1 girl. Oh my God. Half my life has passed, and this is the first time I have seen them." These people looked shocked. After all, twins will always attract attention wherever they go, not to mention that Yi Chen and his family are triplets. Therefore, they were also shocked by the powerful genes of Yi Chen and Lu Yaina. And they completely forgot that they had just used other people's children as an excuse. Yi Chen's family was only concerned with comforting the child and didn't care what these people were saying. After all, your life is your own, so let others say whatever they want. This baby just had his milk after going out. He shouldn't be crying because he is hungry, right? Mother Yi took over from Father Yi and comforted DeBeo while talking to everyone. At this time, Lu Yaina came over and said, "Mom, I was the one who fed DeBeo just now. He didn't take the milk seriously and fell asleep after a while. No matter how I called him, he didn't wake up. I guess he must be hungry now. Let me go feed him." Mother Yi suddenly realized, "Oh. So he is not full. Come, take DeBeo over there to feed him. There is a mother and baby room here." Yi Chen also said, "Yes, otherwise you won't be able to drink water or milk after the vaccination. Do you want me to go with you?" Yi Chen said while holding his little daughter. Lu Yaina glanced at the baby room over there and said, "Why are you going there? There are mothers in there. You think it's 1 person per room, but there are a lot of people there." Now it was Yi Chen's turn to feel embarrassed. He just thought that Lu Yaina would be scared if she went alone, and naturally he didn't expect that the mother and baby room was full of mothers feeding their babies. Mother Yi said, "I'll go with Ina, you stay here and wait for your name to be called." So, Mother Yi and Lu Yaina took DeBeo to the mother and baby room together. At this time, the staff member who had just registered them came back from the toilet and asked them, "This is your 1-month-old baby, right? Have you had the physical examination?" Yi Chen was very surprised. "Physical examination? What does this have to do with vaccinations?" Mother Lu, who was holding the child, and Father Yi and Father Lu were also very surprised. The female staff member looked at the surprised people in front of her and smiled. "You are still new here. You must have a physical examination. If there is no problem after the physical examination, you can get the vaccination." Generally, parents will take their children to the maternal and child health hospital for a physical examination, and then come here for the vaccination. When you were discharged from the hospital after giving birth, didn't the doctor tell you this when he gave you the notebook? Yi Chen also shook his head. "I forgot. Now, my children are all lining up." Father Yi also said with great gratitude, "Oh, thank you so much. If we were not fascinated, we would not know this." Mother Lu and the others are extremely grateful to her. The female staff member also smiled and said, "Our community service center is to prevent parents like you from forgetting to have a physical examination, so there is also a physical examination room here. There is a number paper at the door, you can press it to queue up. If there are 3 babies, you only need to press one number." Yi-Chen looked at the baby room and said, "The baby just went to breastfeed. Is it too late?" The staff member glanced at the physical examination room, then looked at the time. There are more than 20 people waiting in line for vaccinations. There are 2 rooms taking turns, with more than 10 people in each room. It will take about 4 minutes for each person, so it will take more than 40 minutes. Chapter 70. Go to the hospital for a checkup. The nurse thought for a moment and then said, "If you're breastfeeding, it will take about 20 minutes. There aren't many people in the physical examination room right now, so the physical examination will be quick. However, it's limited to general examinations. You should still take some time to go to the maternal and child health department for a formal examination." Yi-Chen was also very grateful. "Oh, thank you so much, otherwise we would have come here for nothing today." The female staff member said, "You can actually explain the situation to our staff and get a good physical examination first, so you can get the vaccine later. These are all small things, but the physical examination every month is very important. There are many things to check. We are only here to see if your baby is suitable for vaccination, so we won't be very detailed. I'll be working first. If you have any questions, you can go and ask the physical examination doctor." Yi-Chen was also very embarrassed and said, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I delayed you for so long, but thank you very much, thank you for reminding me." The female staff member also waved her hand, "It's okay." Then, she went back to work. After all, there were still many people waiting for her. Yi-Chen was so careless that he actually forgot about his child's physical examination. I don't know what the physical examination is for. However, let us not worry about it for now and wait until Lu Yana finishes feeding the baby. Then, I took a number and hoped to finish the physical examination and get the injection in time. At this time, Ye's father also said, "Do I need a physical examination before getting a vaccination? There are still many procedures." The older generation doesn't have such a concept at all. They were just brought up in a rough way. Even when Yi-Chen was a child, it was mostly his mother who took him there. His father was too busy with work to accompany him. Sometimes the school organized vaccinations for him. Father Yi had no experience with such a young child. Even when it came to holding a child, it took him a long time of practice before he dared to do so. Mother Yi was also worried about letting such a big guy like him hold the child. Yi-Chen also said, "Yes, I forgot about it. From now on, when it comes to your baby's matters, you must activate the skill of having a photographic memory. After all, children's matters are not trivial matters and must be taken seriously." And the staff member just said that the first month physical examination of the child is very important. Yi-Chen also felt a little guilty. Mother Lu comforted her and said, "It's okay. It's not too late to know now. You can go to the maternity and child health hospital to see if you can have a physical examination. It's the same. You don't have to worry too much." Father Yi also said, "Yes, we all have time in the afternoon, or we can go tomorrow morning. Don't you know how to use WeChat to make an appointment? You can make an appointment in advance, so you don't have to rush." Yi-Chen also said, "Yes. But aren't we going to look at cars tomorrow?" Father Lu said, "We will go for a physical examination tomorrow morning, so there should be enough time. We can go look at cars in the afternoon, that won't be a problem. If you like one, buy it. I'll pay for it." Mr. Lu also spoke in a generous manner, thinking of it as a gift from himself to his daughter. After all, my in-laws have also bought a car, and when my daughter gets married, it will be considered as a dowry. But now that the child is already 1 month old, it should be enough time to buy a dowry. Yi-Chen looked at Father Lu and smiled, "Thank you, Dad." Although Yi-Chen himself has money, how could he possibly stop Lu Yina's father from giving a gift to his daughter? He could just give back the money for the car slowly and reasonably in the future. The family immediately decided on tomorrow's itinerary. About 15 minutes later, Lu Yina and Ye's mother came back together. Yi-Chen said to Lu Yina, "Wife, the staff just said that we need to have a physical examination first, and then get the vaccination, so we have to queue up for the physical examination now." Lu Yina also nodded, "Oh, yes, I think she told me that in the hospital, but I forgot. I really am stupid for 3 years after pregnancy." Yi-Chen held Xia Guigui in one hand and touched her head with the other hand. "You are my little fool." Lu Yina's face turned red. Seeing Yi Chen's parents and her own parents looking at her with smiles on their faces, her face turned even redder to her ears. Lu Yana also blared at Yi Chen. What are you talking about? Mom and Dad are still here. She also knew how to be shy. After all, such sweet words should only be said between the two of them in private. But now, in front of so many people, she was really embarrassed. Chapter 71 Physical Examination Before Injection. Everyone covered their faces and laughed. We didn't see or hear anything. She smiled and carried the child into the physical examination room. Yi Chen first walked to the Q number paper and pressed a button, and the Q number paper came out immediately. Although there is no one inside, the process still has to take place. As soon as I got the number paper, my number was called immediately. It was really fast. The family walked into the medical examination room with their child in their arms. The doctor was also stunned. Who called the number? If one person brought one in, anyone would be stunned, right? No one would have thought that they were triplets, right? Whoever presses the number can come in, and the others please wait outside for your number to be called. The doctor said immediately. Yi Chen quickly explained to the doctor, I pressed it, but we are a family. The doctor was even more confused. Are they from the same family? Mother Yi said, yes, I am the child's grandmother. Mother Lu also said, I am the child's grandmother. The doctor finally understood, and his eyes were slightly shocked. You have triplets? Mother Yi immediately replied, yes, doctor. The doctor exclaimed, oh my god. I have never seen triplets. I have seen more twins. Come in quickly, one by one. Yi Chen and the others quickly brought the child over, and the doctor signaled them to put the child on the scale in turn. After a while, I finally weighed my weight and measured my height. The doctor held a piece of paper and asked Lu Yana to fill in the child's information, and then he wrote something on it. I looked at the child's limbs, mouth, etc. again and checked them again. After about 10 minutes, the child finally finished the physical examination. By this time, it was probably about time for him to go to their house for vaccinations. The doctor took the paper and looked at it again and again on the computer. Then he said to Yi Chen and the others, there's nothing wrong with the child. Since it's a 1-month-old baby, you should go to the maternal and child health department for a detailed examination. You need to do a blood test and a bone calcium test. Yi Chen immediately replied, okay. Thank you, doctor. Yi Chen took the 3 medical examination papers handed over by the doctor, and Mother Lu and the others hurriedly thanked the doctor. Yi Chen and others also walked out of the physical examination room and returned to the hall waiting for vaccinations. They saw that there were still a few people waiting for their numbers to be called, and now many people had left the hall. After all, it is almost 11 o'clock now, and the community service center stops taking numbers at 11:30, so it is already quite late now. Yi Chen and others quickly found a place to sit down. Wife, come here and have a rest. You've worked hard. Yi Chen quickly pushed Lu Yana into her seat. Then he said to Mother Yi and Mother Lu, Mom, come over here and sit down. It's tiring to hold the baby. Mother Lu said, okay, then why don't you sit down? There were only a few seats, so he asked the women in the family to sit down, while the men stood. Yi Chen replied to Mother Lu, it's okay, I'm young and strong, it's okay to stand for a while, and my little darling is not that heavy. Mom, you sit down, I won't be in the way. Mother Lu also sat down with a smile, okay, it will probably be enough to sit for a while. I don't know if these little guys will cry by then. Mother Yi said, I remember when Chen got his first vaccination, he cried so loudly and was very sad. Mother Lu also said, really? But our Nana didn't have that. She was very well behaved when she was little. She only cried a little when she got the injection, but nothing happened after that. Mother Yi, this Debao's personality is just like Yi Chen, he has a bad temper. Mother Lu, then Xiaobao and Erbao are more like Nana, so well behaved. Mother Yi smiled and said, when he grows up, you must not let Debao bully his younger brothers and sisters. Mother Lu said, of course, you must educate your child well. As a big brother, you must protect your younger siblings. You are much taller than your younger siblings, so how can you bully them? Chapter 72 finally got the injection. The family was talking about Yi Chen and Lu Yana's childhood, and they laughed when they talked about happy things. Time passed quickly. Please ask Yi Ruebwa to go to clinic number 2 for vaccination. Now Debao's name has been called. Mother Yi quickly carried Debao in her arms and walked in. Later, Yi Chen and his group followed her into the clinic. The doctor saw so many people coming in, so he said to them, only come in when your name is called. Others who don't want to work can wait upstairs. I'm the child's father. I'm the child's grandmother. I'm the child's grandfather. I am the child's grandfather. I'm the child's mother. Only the nanny, Aunt Chang, did not come in with them. She sat outside looking at the items and cart she brought with her. The doctor who was giving the vaccinations looked at the 5 or 6 people who were there, then at the babies in their arms, and his face was filled with shock. You guys gave birth to 3 babies? Yi Chen said, yes. As the doctor sorted out the needles, he said, triplets. This is really surprising. Yi Chen and the others just smiled and didn't say much. Wake up the child. The child cannot fall asleep during the injection, otherwise he will be easily frightened, said the doctor. Oh, okay, I really don't know about this. Mother Lu replied quickly. So he whispered softly, Debeo, wake up quickly, it's time to get an injection. Debeo obviously didn't want to wake up. After humming a few times, he fell asleep again. However, Lu Yana was filming a video with her mobile phone, recording the scene of her child's first vaccination. The doctor also helped to touch the child's ears, trying to wake him up, but he didn't expect that he turned his head and was still asleep. The doctor was helpless and hit Debeo's hand. Debeo woke up immediately and started crying. Everyone thought it was quite funny, so the doctor immediately took out the prepared needle and asked Mother Yi to expose the child's arm. One in each hand, now the child has something to cry about. Sure enough, Debeo's lung capacity is quite good. After the injection, the crying sound from when his hand was hit just now had not stopped, but the needle made him cry even louder, and his voice was even a little broken. But the doctor said, it's okay, that's how vaccinations are done, you press this side first, and then it's your turn to get vaccinated here. The doctor was also good-tempered. After the bleeding on Debeo's side stopped, he immediately started giving the injection to the other side. Debeo continued to cry loudly without stopping. Mother Yi held the child in her arms. Seeing the child crying so pitifully, she felt really distressed. However, she had also expected that this would happen when giving vaccinations. The other children just now had cried so hard, so she comforted Debeo gently and quickly gave him the second shot. After getting 2 shots, Debeo cried so hard that his face turned red. He was really angry. But then again, there are probably very few children who don't cry when getting an injection. Later, Yi Chen's second baby and little darling also cried when they got injections, but they didn't cry as hard as the eldest baby. After the 2 little babies got 2 injections, they hummed twice and stopped crying. And Debeo also cried for a long time afterwards. Debeo is a crybaby and has a bad temper. It was almost 11:30 when I finally finished getting the vaccinations. Sitting in the car, Yi Chen also asked Lu Yana, Nana, do you have time to make an appointment for a children's physical examination this afternoon? Lu Yana immediately responded, let me take a look first. I took out my mobile phone, opened the official account of the Maternal and Child Health Hospital, opened the children's physical examination column, and after clicking in, I found that there were no appointments available for that day. Today's number is sold out, but there are still numbers for tomorrow. What time is it tomorrow? Is there any in the morning? Yi Chen asked. Let me check. It's only available after 10:30 tomorrow morning. They're all quite late. Do you want to make an appointment? Yi Chen thought for a moment and said, let's make an appointment. Although it's a little late, we must take the child for a physical examination tomorrow morning. Chapter 73, Impatient. Then I'll make an appointment at 10:30? Lu Yana asked. Well, let's make this an appointment. I have to go out early tomorrow. Yi Chen said. Okay, I'll make an appointment now. Lu Yana was holding her phone and typing something on it. Okay, we have an appointment. Remember to bring your medical examination booklet tomorrow. Yi Chen smiled and said, I understand. Then I thought again, Nana, do you need to go back for a checkup after giving birth? Mother Yi was also worried and said, no, this is for 42 days after delivery, and you have to wait until it's clean before you go back. Mother Yi is also an experienced person, so naturally she understands these things. Mother Lu also asked with some concern, if it's not finished yet, then buy some more ginger soup to drink, it will be faster, that's what the confinement nanny told me at the time. Lu Yana, Mom, don't worry, I'm fine now. I'll go back for a checkup in 42 days. Don't worry, I'm recovering well. After hearing this, Yi Chen finally felt relieved. Mother Yi and Mother Lu also nodded quickly and said, that's good, that's good. They returned home quickly. The little one seemed to be frightened by the injection. Sometimes people get scared when hearing loud noises. Lu Yana was also a little worried. Mother Lu consoled her by saying, "It's like this when children get injections. If they cry, just hug them and comfort them. It's okay, and you don't have to worry." Mother Yi also comforted him. "Yes, you see, Xiaoguigui is fine, he is quite calm. It's just that Debao is a little more difficult to deal with. Just hug him more and comfort him, and give him enough sense of security." Lu Yana also nodded in response. Everyone understood the truth, but seeing the child being frightened, Lu Yana also felt distressed. "So today I have been feeding my eldest baby with breast milk to make him feel safe enough." At around 10:30 in the evening, Lu Yana finished feeding her child, put the child back down, and walked back to her bedroom. As soon as she entered the room, she saw Yichen already waiting for her on the bed. Lu Yana's heart suddenly skipped a beat. She felt that something was wrong with Yichen tonight, but she didn't know what to say, so she closed the door and lay back on the bed. Yichen closed his eyes at this time, but he was not actually asleep, he was just resting his eyes. He had already noticed it when Lu Yana opened the door. When Lu Yana lay back on the bed quietly, he was also shocked. Take a deep breath. After lying down for a few minutes, he suddenly moved forward and pressed down Lu Yana. "Nana, Lu Yana finally understood why Yichen asked her today about going back to the hospital for a checkup in 42 days. This man is so impatient. But it's true, some men would take advantage of their wives' pregnancy to cheat on them and keep mistresses, but Yichen really waited until the entire pregnancy period was over. Moreover, during the entire pregnancy, I had nothing and endured all the desires by myself, which was really not easy. It's just that I have just finished my confinement and I still have a little bit of those things, so they are really not suitable for me." Lu Yana wanted to break free from Yichen, but Yichen had already pinned Lu Yana to the bed, and she couldn't move at all. Lu Yana lowered her head, blushed, and said softly, What do you want to do?" Yichen leaned over and looked at the shy woman in front of him, and suddenly leaned close to Lu Yana's ear, his voice a little hoarse. "Don't you know what I want to do?" Lu Yana coughed twice. She really couldn't stand Yichen's teasing of her like this, especially his magnetic base that could make people pregnant. And Yichen obviously understood that Lu Yana was very fond of this, and he rubbed his nose against Lu Yana's ear while breathing hot air. Lu Yana was so aroused that her whole body softened, and she said softly, "But I'm not finished yet. Let's wait 42 days after giving birth." Yichen didn't stop at all, and laughed softly in Lu Yana's ear. Silly. Chapter 74. The couple had an in-depth discussion. Although the two had already had physical contact and had a baby. However, the two of them never had any more in-depth communication since that night, and before that, Lu Yana was the active one, so the relationship between them became even more subtle. Although Lu Yana also wanted to develop further with Yichen, it was obviously not the best time now. When Yichen said this, Lu Yana was very resistant in her heart because her body would not allow it. Yichen smiled softly in Lu Yana's ear, and seemed to feel that Lu Yana's face was getting hotter and her body was getting stiffer. Yichen smiled and said, "Silly boy, how could I possibly do something that you don't want to do? After all, for something like this, it's up to both of us to agree. Now that your body hasn't recovered yet, I won't do anything rash, so don't worry." Lu Yana finally breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, if Yichen forced himself on her, she would not be able to resist. Lu Yana also closed her eyes in embarrassment. Yichen smiled and said, "I'm just teasing you. Relax a little." Yichen lay back down in his own place, crossing his hands under his head. After a long while, Yichen asked, "Do you remember that night?" "I really have no memory of it at all." When Lu Yana thought of that night, her face turned even redder, and she clasped her hands in front of her chest, feeling a little at a loss. How could she not remember that night? Yichen seemed to be venting something. It was really crazy, and she was also abused thousands of times. The next day, she was so sore that she couldn't stand. After leaving the hotel, people on the street looked at her strangely. She also rested at her bestie's house for a few days before she dared to go back to school. Otherwise, when she returns to school, bad rumors about her will probably spread everywhere. Lu Yana certainly didn't dare to reply to Yichen directly. After all, a man and a woman were alone in a room, discussing such a sensitive topic, which was undoubtedly courting trouble. Although Lu Yana had never been in a relationship before meeting Yichen, she had heard a lot about those things about men from others, especially from her best friend Gu Yingying. The things she talked about with her about the relationships between men and women were so explicit. Seeing that Lu Yana was too nervous to speak, Yichen slowly counseled her, Don't be nervous, I just want to recall. Just look at how powerful I was that day. Of course, Yi Chen himself did not say these words. His wife was so shy, he had to teach her step by step and he couldn't be impatient. From the moment he saw the red on the bed sheet that day, Yi Chen knew that he was the only one who had the experience of being the campus beauty of Xi'an University, so he was very lucky for this, and at the same time he was secretly surprised in his heart. Thinking of this, Yi Chen also hugged Lu Yina in his arms. Don't be nervous. We are husband and wife. We will definitely get to know each other better in the future. I would also be scared if you were like this. After saying that, Yi Chen stopped talking. But Yi Chen's best words were to remind Lu Yina. Lu Yina naturally knew that the best communication between husband and wife was in-depth communication. Without such a life, the relationship between husband and wife would become increasingly weak. Lu Yina loved Yi Chen and certainly did not want their relationship to be like strangers. She also wanted to be like an ordinary couple with Yi Chen. Therefore, when facing Yi Chen's requests in that regard in the future, I will definitely not be like I did today. Otherwise, men will be afraid to contact you, afraid to communicate with you, which will naturally be of no benefit to the relationship between the two of you. Lu Yana hugged Yi Chen's waist and said softly, I'm just not ready yet, and physically, it's not appropriate now. Yi Chen also smiled and touched her head, silly girl, I was just teasing you. Don't take it to heart, but your husband will wait for the day when you agree, okay? Lu Yana snuggled tightly in Yi Chen's arms and hummed softly. The two of them fell asleep in each other's arms. Chapter 75, 1-month physical examination for the baby. The next morning, they both woke up early, but Lu Yana was extremely tired. Because the baby went to get a vaccination yesterday, and he seemed a little frightened and was a little fussy. Especially Debeo, who was very startled. Lu Yana was a first-time mother and was naturally worried. So she held Debeo in her arms and slept for a long time last night, comforting him well. The two younger ones were better off and didn't make much noise. Their two mothers and Aunt Zhang helped take care of them. So people often say, having an old person in the family is like having a treasure. Now there are 4 elders in the family, they are really 4 treasures. Of course, the premise is that the old man is a good person. If he is a bad person, he won't even let you hold your child. He is still waiting for you to serve him. Therefore, many things are two-way. If you are nice to others, they will be nice to you too. Especially when a new bride comes into the family, some old people always want to give her a warning or something, but they don't know that the other person will remember your fuss. Whenever I talk about this past, it's really not an exaggeration to say that it lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Some elderly people, when their grandchildren are born, don't even look at them, let alone hold them. Not to mention taking care of their wives during the confinement period. If you don't help them when they are in the most difficult time, when will you help them? People will definitely remember this grudge of confinement until death, so, as a human being, you must have a conscience. There will be rewards after all the efforts, right? Therefore, they unanimously decided to let Lu Yana have a good rest at home and Lu's mother would stay to take care of her. Lu Yana had no choice but to ask Yi Chen to record more updates of the babies and send them to her so that she could watch the babies' physical examinations remotely at home. After taking care of everything and packing everything they needed, the group set off. Yi Chen drove everyone to the Women and Children's Hospital and gave the babies a physical examination. However, what Yi Chen was thinking at this moment was to buy a big enough car as soon as possible, which was really inconvenient now. If you buy a motorhome, it will be very convenient for your baby to change diapers or drink water. By the time they arrived at the maternity and child care hospital, it was almost 10:30, so they arrived on time. At this time, there were already a lot of people waiting here. Some were babies over 1 year old, some were a few months old, and some were just 1 month old. Some babies were crying and refused to let the doctor touch them. They would cry loudly if the doctor touched them. It was a mess. Yi Chen brought his family, found an empty seat and started waiting. He had already seen the person calling out numbers, and the names of his 3 children were already on the list. When they lined up, all 3 of them were there. As long as the doctor calls a child's name, several children can have a physical examination together, which is quite convenient. Yi Chen and his friends also waited for more than 10 minutes before they arrived, which was almost the same as the appointment time. The next time they come for a physical examination, they will probably arrive at about the same time. They soon walked into the doctor's office for a checkup. The doctor was stunned to see Yi Chen and his group walking in, but because the news of the birth of triplets had already spread in the hospital, he reacted quickly. The triplets are here. The doctor also greeted Yi Chen and others with a smile. Yi Chen also said to the doctor, "Yes. We are here for a physical examination this time. It has been exactly 1 month." Mother Yi held Debeo in her arms, put the medical examination booklet on the table, and said to the doctor, "This is our medical examination booklet. I am holding Debeo." The doctor said, "Let's start with Debeo." The doctor asked Yi's mother to come over and sit on the bench in front, saying, "The news that your family gave birth to triplets has already spread throughout our hospital. We are so happy and lucky. All the babies are so healthy, they all weigh so much, and they don't need to live in incubators. It's really great." Mother Yi was also smiling happily. How could she not be happy when her own child was praised like this? Chapter 76. Thank you for your hard work. However, I am still very grateful for Nana's contribution to the Yi family, which enabled these 3 babies to be born safely. I must give Yi Chen a good scolding later and ask him to be nicer to Nana. Yi Chen was also wronged, he was suddenly scolded. Mother Yi smiled and said to the doctor, "That's because the child's mother is so great. Our whole family is grateful for her efforts." Doctor, that's right. It's not easy to have triplets, and they all look so good. Young man, you must take your mother to get a good repair later. These words really reminded Yi Chen, otherwise he would not have known whether he would have to repair Lu Yina's condition. He had been focusing on the child before. Yi Chen quickly responded, "Thank you, doctor, I will definitely do it." Yi Chen had already quietly made a decision at this time that he must take Lu Yina for repair. "Then where can I get it done, doctor?" The doctor motioned to the nurse on the other side to help measure height and weight, and said, "We have a postpartum one in our hospital. You can ask the first doctor to see what repairs are needed." Yi Chen, "Oh, that's good, doctor." The little ones quickly completed the routine checkup, and the doctor went back to the computer, talking and typing, "There's nothing wrong with your height, weight, head circumference, heart rate, etc. Now we need to check your blood routine, bone density, and a series of reactions. I'll write a checkup form now, and then you can go to the front desk to pay. The nurse at the front desk will tell you which room to go to. After you've checked these, come back to me and I'll help you check the data. That'll be about it." Yi Chen, "Okay, doctor." Mother Yi and Aunt Zhang each held Debeo and Erbo in their arms to comfort them. They seemed to have been frightened when their heads were measured just now. Fortunately, the little cutie had always been very well behaved. When Yi Chen brought them back, they whimpered twice. Yi Chen took the receipt to the cashier at the front desk. After paying the fee, he went to the 3rd floor to do a blood test for the 3 children. The report would be available in 40 minutes, and then he would come back to do other projects. When their fingers were poked, all 3 children cried loudly. After all, they had to squeeze out blood with great effort, and even the little ones were very resistant. There is no other way. Now children have to do these physical examinations. We also want to see a detailed report to know what is lacking in the body, and then prescribe the right medicine. After finishing all the other projects, 30 minutes had passed quickly. This was mainly because there were many newborns, so it took a little more time, but the time was just right. Father Yi took the elevator to the 1st floor to get the blood test report, while Yi Chen and the others stayed on the 5th floor waiting for other reports to come out. After getting all the reports, they walked into the doctor's office together. The doctor took the medical report from Yi Chen and said to them, "You sit here for a while. The 3 children will read more slowly." Yi Chen and the others then sat down, thinking in their hearts that it was a good thing that they had changed the child's diaper and gave him water at home, otherwise it would have been really difficult. They arrived a little after 10 o'clock and now it's almost 12 o'clock. Time flies so fast. The doctor looked at the children's various indicators and compared them with several other children. Probably the children don't have any major problems, except that their bone density is not very good. But you don't have to worry too much. Many newborns grow very fast, so this happens. Just supplement them with calcium and vitamin D. Doctor, can these be prescribed in the hospital? Mother Yi asked with concern. The hospital only has vitamin D but no calcium. You can go to the pharmacy and buy milk calcium or liquid calcium. These are quite convenient to take. Yi Chen agreed, then open a few boxes for me. I don't want to go out anymore. Doctor, I will prescribe 2 boxes for 1 child at most. I will prescribe 2 boxes for you. You can also take this supplement and breastfeed your baby. And mothers who have just given birth are also recommended to take calcium supplements or something. Yi Chen nodded quickly, okay, then I'll prescribe 2 boxes for each child, and then they can give it to their mothers. We can buy calcium tablets later. Chapter 77, Preparing Milk Powder for the Baby. Yi Chen, okay doctor, I understand. Yi Chen waited for the doctor to write the prescription, thanked the doctor, and then left with his family. As soon as I walked out of the doctor's office, the system rang. Help the child get a physical examination, and the system will reward you 3 million. Yi Chen was not too surprised about the reward money. After all, he already had tens of millions of dollars in his hands, so he was not short of money. When I got home, it was already past 12 o'clock, and Mother Lu had already cooked the meal and was waiting for me to come back. I don't know how to cook, so I'll just make 2 dishes. I was just thinking about stir-frying 2 dishes when you came back. Nana is still sleeping and her dish hasn't been cooked yet. Mother Lu said to everyone. Yi Chen said, Mom, let me do it. I cook quite delicious food. If you are hungry, you can eat first. Nana and I will have the confinement meal together later. In the past, the confinement nanny and others cooked for Lu Yaina. After the confinement nanny left, Aunt Zhang cooked for her. Since she hasn't cooked yet, Yi Chen wanted to make a confinement meal for his wife. Although it had been 30 days, which would have been considered the end of the confinement period for an ordinary family, Yi Chen still prepared a rich confinement meal for Lu Yaina and served it to her on the table. Father Yi and the others had already finished eating. Yi Chen had just finished cooking. After filling a bowl of rice for himself and Lu Yaina respectively, he brought them to the room together. When he arrived at the room, Yi Chen saw Lu Yaina was still sleeping, but he felt a little bit sorry for her. After all, she was really exhausted last night. Now the baby has to go for a physical examination today, so tonight will be another sleepless night. From the current perspective, I don't know whether Xia Guigui and Erbao will make a fuss tonight. After all, they cried a lot today. When Yi Chen thought of this, before he decided whether to wake up Lu Yaina woke up at this moment. Lu Yaina opened her hazy eyes and said in a hoarse voice, Husband, are you back? Well, are you awake? When Yi Chen was about to go over to help Lu Yaina up, the child in the baby room next door started crying. Mother Lu and Aunt Zhang were there. Lu Yaina quickly got up from the bed and rushed into the baby room with Yi Chen. Mom, what's wrong with the child? Is he okay? Lu Yaina asked worriedly. It's okay. He may just be hungry. He went out early this morning and it's almost 1 o'clock now. Yi Chen, the child didn't eat in the hospital, right? Asked Mother Lu. No, I just finished the physical examination and then came back with the child. Yi Chen replied truthfully. Including the time he fed when he went out, it is now 1 o'clock, which is almost 3 hours, so the child must be hungry. Lu Yaina quickly picked up Debao, who was crying the loudest, and said to Yi Chen, you make milk powder for Xia Guigui and Erbao. Yi Chen was also stunned at this time, because in the past, other people would make the milk and then he would just feed the baby. Now he was asked to make the milk and he didn't even know how to make the milk powder. Okay. Yi Chen took on this difficult task. Lu Yaina took the child and went back to the room. Yi Chen turned around and asked Mother Lu and Aunt Zhang, how do you make this milk powder? Aunt Zhang immediately said, Chen, come hold the little darling, I'll make the milk powder, it looks like you don't know how to make it either. Yi Chen insisted, no, now I have the opportunity, I can learn it well, otherwise I won't be able to make milk powder in the future. Yi Chen was also thinking that if he learned how to make milk powder, the system would definitely reward him. Besides, learning how to make milk powder would also be a good thing. After all, once he learned it, he could make it for his children often. Okay then, this milk powder needs to be added with warm water first. The water is kept warm in the incubator at about 45 degrees. Pour it directly into the bottle. For this milk powder, put 1 spoonful of milk powder for every 50 milliliters. The 2 little babies don't eat much now. I usually make 150 milliliters. Now that I've been out for so long, I only make 200 milliliters. Pour 4 spoonfuls of milk powder into it. Chapter 78, This son-in-law is so good. Yi Chen nodded repeatedly, and poured the water slowly as Aunt Zhang said. He also carefully placed the bottle on a flat surface and watched himself pour 200 milliliters of milk. Then open the lid of the milk powder and pour it into the bottle spoon by spoon. Seeing Yi Chen being so serious, Mother Lu immediately nodded in satisfaction. My son-in-law is really amazing. It's really great. After Yi Chen poured the milk powder, he quickly picked it up and prepared to shake it. Aunt Zhang and Aunt Lu spoke up in unison to stop them. Wait a minute, you can't shake like that. Yi Chen was also confused. I know how to shake it so that there are no bubbles. Don't worry, I have done enough homework. Yi-Chen was seen holding 2 milk bottles, turning them slowly until the milk powder was completely dissolved, and then he handed them to the 2 of them. See, I know how to make milk powder. Yi-Chen also proved himself with his actual actions. Mother Lu was relieved. Yeah. That's good. I took the milk powder and started feeding them. The 2 babies quickly finished the 200 milliliters bottle of milk. After they were full, the 2 children fell asleep. At this time, Yi-Chen's system rang again. Make milk powder for the child and get a reward of 100,000 yuan. Yi-Chen just smiled and thought that making milk powder for the child was his duty. So, Yi-Chen helped clean the bottles and then returned to the room. Seeing Lu Yana feeding her baby with her back to the main room door, Yi-Chen walked to the food on the side and said to Lu Yana, "Wife, are you hungry? If you are hungry, can I feed you?" Lu Yana was also a little stunned. Didn't Yi-Chen see me breastfeeding? If he fed me, wouldn't he see it? Lu Yana quickly said, I'm not hungry. Lu Yana took a look at the man holding the 2 bowls of rice and asked, "Have you not eaten yet? Otherwise, why did you fill 2 bowls of rice for me?" Lu Yana also understood that Yi-Chen knew that he couldn't eat that much, so the other bowl of rice must be for him, so she asked him this. Yi-Chen said, "Yes, I haven't eaten yet. I'm hungry." How can you, a breastfeeding person, not be hungry? Let me feed you something first. You can't be hungry. After Yi-Chen finished speaking, he had already brought the meal over and very domineeringly placed a bowl of soup to Lu Yana's mouth. Naturally, he also saw the magnificence of her breasts out of the corner of his eye. His heart was beating fast, but he still pretended to be calm. If I also acted surprised, Lu Yana would definitely be a little at a loss. Yi-Chen said, "Drink it quickly, don't be hungry." Lu Yana's face turned red all of a sudden, and Yi-Chen couldn't help but shook his head. What should I do? My little wife is such a shy person, what should I do? While Yi-Chen was feeding Lu Yana some soup, he was thinking in his mind. Soon, half a bowl of soup was finished. At this time, Lu Yana's face was shocked. Yi-Chen quickly asked, "Nana, what's wrong?" Lu Yana said awkwardly, "Go to that bag and find the breast pad." "I'm leaking." Yi-Chen took a deep breath, walked to the bag beside him, and found the breast pads. Lu Yana ordered, "Tear it down and give it to me, I can put it away myself." Yi-Chen, I didn't say I would help you release it. After quickly dismantling it, Yi-Chen handed it to Lu Yana. After Lu Yana took it, she held her son who was breastfeeding in one hand and gently put it in the other side. Lu Yana whispered, "Yi-Chen, eat first. Didn't you say you wanted to go look at cars with Dad this afternoon?" Yi-Chen said, "Don't worry, it's no big deal to look at the car. At most, we can go and look at it later. The key is not to starve you. If you are hungry during the confinement period, it will upset your stomach." Lu Yana still insisted, "I'm almost done feeding you, you should eat first, I've had the soup, it's totally fine." Seeing Lu Yi's insistence, Yi-Chen had no choice but to listen to her and started eating. Chapter 79. You want to know until you see it. Seeing Lu Yana's insistence, Yi-Chen also started eating. After all, Lu Yana was about to get up and send the baby back to the baby's room. At this moment, the system rang. The host triggers a special task, feeds his wife, and is rewarded with a complete set of Diamond Series You Are My Only One, with a total value of 999 million. At this moment, Yi-Chen suddenly had a Super VLP membership card made of gold of the Diamond family brand in his hand. Yi-Chen couldn't help but be surprised, so he asked the system, "Oh my god. Is this a wedding gift for me?" Report to the host, "This is a reward." Yi-Chen didn't say much to it. He held the Super VLP membership card made of gold in his hand. The weight of it must be half a gold bar. This is just a membership card, is it really worth spending so much money on it? But you're also right. After spending nearly 1 billion yuan, if you can't bear to give up a membership card worth hundreds of thousands of yuan, then you're really immature. Yi-Chen also made a rough calculation. In the past month, he has earned nearly 20 million yuan from the system's rewards. Including the previous ones, he should have nearly 50 million yuan in cash. Of course, the shares of Liui Baby have not been counted, because that is not cash, unless the shares are sold, but now the maternal and infant market is developing so well, it is definitely not worth selling the shares. After all, the dividends of this 20% stake in a year are estimated to be several hundred million. What business can make several hundred million a year? I don't know when the dividends will be distributed. I'll have to ask the system later. Thinking of this, Yichen picked up his chopsticks and waited for Lu Yana to come back and eat together. Lu Yana came back and saw Yichen looking at her with a smile. She also looked at Yichen with a smile. What's wrong? What's so funny? Yichen smiled and said, I have prepared a gift for you. Yichen handed the Diamond Family Gold Super VLP membership card to Lu Yana. When the time comes, we will go and try it out together, and buy the hardware for the wedding. It's time for our wedding. I want you to be the happiest bride. Lu Yana didn't know that the card was made of gold, but she took the marriage matter to heart. Is that so? That's fine too. Let's go and have a look together when mom is free. My mom should be free this Sunday. Lu Yana thought that her mother would definitely want to give gold as a dowry, so she thought about going together at that time. Yichen smiled and said, okay then. Lu Yana and the other person sat down and slowly started to eat. At this time, Lu Yana suddenly remembered something. Oh, the baby's milk powder and diapers are almost gone, I must buy them today. Yichen asked, can we do it later today? I want to quickly sort out the RV issue in the afternoon, which will make it much more convenient for us to travel in the future. It can be later, within these 2 days. Lu Yana replied. Yichen was relieved now. He had originally wanted to ask the salesperson to deliver the milk powder and diapers, but he didn't want his family to pay for it, so he had to do it later. Yichen said, that's good, once we buy the car, we can travel easily. Lu Yana looked at Yichen with a smile, and suddenly picked up the chopsticks and handed a carrot to Yichen. Yichen also looked at Lu Yana with a smile, his whole mouth on the chopsticks, and made a smacking sound towards Lu Yana, as if he was kissing her from a distance. Lu Yana was almost laughed out loud by him. Yichen also picked up a piece of meat and put it into Lu Yana's mouth. Lu Yana bit the chopsticks lightly and shyly, and held the meat in her mouth. Yichen and the other person fed each other, and they finished their meal like this. When Yichen was cleaning up the dishes, his cell phone rang. Yichen held the dishes and chopsticks without looking at them. When he got downstairs, Aunt Zhang immediately took them and brought them into the kitchen. Yichen then picked it up and read the message. He was shocked when he saw it. Chapter 80. The child grows up. Yichen looked at the message on his phone and his eyes widened. It turned out that this was the bank account arrival information, and it also stated that the person who transferred the money was from the Liui baby head office. Yichen quickly counted and found that there were many zeros after 1373. The total is more than 137 million. OMG. It turns out that Liui baby pays dividends quarterly, every 6 months, and at the end of the year there is also a year-end dividend. My 20% stake has received more than 100 million in dividends. It seems that the maternal and infant market is really profitable. After all, this is the era of two-child policy, and everyone wants to give the best to the baby. They want the best milk powder, diapers, pants, etc., as well as a series of toys, tableware, etc., all the best. Times have changed. In the past, children were raised freely, but now children grow up in honey. Therefore, more and more maternal and child stores have opened in recent years. Yichen was holding his phone, so happy that he didn't know what he was doing. At this time, Ye's father came over and saw Yichen grinning, so he asked, Chen, what are you laughing at? Yichen immediately handed the phone to Ye's father. Dad, look, this is the dividend of my shares, there are so many. This is for half a year, and there will be a final dividend at the end of the year. Father Yi also stared at the information in Yichen's phone, and couldn't help but sighed. I think your father's company is only worth a few 100 million, and you have divided more than 100 million this time. Although I heard your mother talk about buying stocks and shares before, I always thought you were just doing a small thing. I really didn't expect that you actually made more than 100 million in half a year. Well done. You are indeed better than your teacher. Father Yi patted Yichen's shoulder heavily. Seeing that his son was able to stand on his own and was so capable, he was very happy. He could finally rest assured that Yichen would take over his company in the future. Although his company is not big, its previous scale was as high as tens of billions, but recently the company ran into problems and was not managing well, so his wealth was reduced by half, so there were rumors that he was going to go bankrupt. But now that I see my son has achieved such success, I feel very relieved. Father Yi is hoping that his son can carry forward the Yi family's business and create greater glory. Yichen also said, Dad, give me your account number and I will transfer some money to you. I heard that the company is in urgent need of money now. Father Yi waved his hands repeatedly and said, No, keep this money for raising the children. Dad has money. Although that's what they said, even when Yi Chen got married, they could only come up with a few million. If it were in the past, it would not be a problem to come up with 100 or 200 million. Father Yi may not know that Yi Chen has given him the house, and Mother Yi may not have given it to him yet. If he knew that his son bought a villa worth hundreds of millions, he would probably be even more surprised. Because, in the past, they also planned to buy a large house with 5 bedrooms and 2 living rooms for Yi Chen as a wedding house, but something unexpected happened before the plan could be realized. If Yi Chen had not told them that he had already bought a house, they would probably have borrowed money to make up the down payment for Yi Chen to buy a house. Yi Chen just smiled and said, "Dad, this is a little gift from my son, just accept it. You can see that my son is not short of money at all now." Finally, when the two were arguing, Ye's mother came. "What are you two doing? What are you arguing about? You've disturbed my grandson's sleep." Mother Yi scolded the father and son with a smile. Yi Chen said, "Mom, I want to give Dad money to spend, but Dad doesn't want it." Mother Yi also said, "Why, have you made a fortune?" Seeing that the father and son were arguing about money, and the fact that the son wanted to spend money for his father, I couldn't help but laugh. I was also sighing in my heart that my son has really grown up. He can make money on his own, has a wife, has children, and cares about his parents. Chapter 81. Come back tonight. Yi Chen took the phone and handed it to Ye's mother, saying, "Mom, look, I just received a dividend from the company, more than 100 million. Do you think it's not too much for me to transfer 10 or 20 million to Dad? I don't need that much money to raise a child, right?" Mother Yi was also very surprised when she saw the message on her phone. "Oh my God. Son, you are so rich? Old man, your son gives you money to spend, so just keep it well." It's rare for a son to be so filial. When Mother Yi learned that it was the dividends from Yi Chen's company that gave the money to Father Yi, she did not refuse. Yi Chen said, "Mom, I will transfer 10 million to you." So Yi Chen picked up his phone and transferred 10 million to Ye's mother. Because when Yi Chen was in school, it was his mother who transferred money to him, so he had his mother's account but not his father's account. If he wanted to transfer such a large sum of money on WeChat on his mobile phone, he would have to transfer it 10 times because WeChat can only transfer 1 million at a time. And if his father didn't accept it, there would be nothing he could do. Yi Chen asked Ye's mother for Ye's father's account number and transferred 10 million to Ye's father. Then, Yi Chen sent another message to Lu Yana, saying that he wanted to give pocket money to his father-in-law and mother-in-law, and then transferred 30 million to Lu Yana in one go, saying that 10 million of it was for her. Lu Yana looked at the message on her mobile phone, and in less than 2 minutes, the bank card information came. 30 million actually arrived in my account. Lu Yana was petrified. So she immediately sent a message to Yi Chen, "Husband, why did you suddenly transfer so much money to me?" Yi Chen showed her a screenshot of the money coming into his bank card and sent her another message, "Wife, my husband made money, and the company gave out dividends." Lu Yana finally felt relieved, "Thank you, husband." Yi Chen replied, "M." Lu Yana also blushed and sent a kiss expression in return. After receiving Lu Yana's response, Yi Chen replied, "I really want to." Lu Yana's face turned redder and after a long while, she finally replied, "Wait until evening." After receiving Lu Yana's response, Yi Chen felt full of energy. In fact, throughout Lu Yana's pregnancy, Yi Chen has been taking good care of her and giving her enough love and care. After all, both of them truly love each other, but they still have to be careful with the last line of defense, and they don't want to leave any shadow on the other party, right? Anyway, everything is developing in a good direction, and Yi Chen is naturally happy. Then, Yi Chen took out his mobile phone and called the saleswoman of Liuyi Baby. "Hello, I want to order milk powder and diapers, but not now. Can you deliver them in the evening?" The saleswoman quickly said, "Sure, Mr. Yi, I won't be off work until 10:30 in the evening." "That's good. Do you have any milk calcium or something like that?" The doctor said the child is a little calcium deficient. Female salesperson, "Yes, Mr. Yi, it's the imported milk calcium, which has always sold well in our store." "How much?" Female salesperson, 156 yuan a bottle, there are 90 pills in it, do you want one? I'll take 5 bottles. Besides the kids, my wife also needs some. Female salesperson, "Okay sir, how much milk powder do you want this time? What about other diapers and the like?" Yi Chen, "Let's get 2 more cartons of milk powder. The baby is getting bigger and bigger, and he eats more. I need 6 cartons of milk powder, 3 packs of medium-sized diapers, and 5 packs of large-sized diapers. The 2 smaller ones don't seem to be growing much, but the larger one is growing faster." Children grow faster, especially those with good appetites, who grow especially fast. Well, I was thinking that if the two little ones grow up, they can use the older brother's larger size, and the older brother can buy a new one. The saleswoman also asked, Sir, you gave birth to 3 boys among your triplets? The female salesperson asked out of curiosity. After all, wealthy families like this probably all want to have sons. If they have the money, they are not afraid of having more children because they will be able to raise them anyway. Chapter 82 Everyone has it. Yi Chen also smiled, 2 boys, 1 girl, and a little daughter. The saleswoman's surprised words rang in my ears, oh my god. Mr. Yi, you are so lucky and so happy. I have never heard of triplets in my life. Yi Chen smiled and said, thank you. Then he asked, did you remember everything I just said? The saleswoman immediately went back to work, 5 bottles of calcium lactate, 6 cartons of milk powder, 3 packs of medium-sized diapers, 5 packs of large-sized diapers, anything else? Yi Chen thought for a moment, then said, buy me a box of pacifiers too. Yi Chen was also thinking that the child would need to use it when he grows up. When he grows teeth, he will definitely chew on the pacifier. So he bought it first so that he wouldn't have to look for it when the time comes. The saleswoman seemed to be writing something on a piece of paper, then order another box of pacifiers. There are 10 pacifiers in a box, and each one costs 20 yuan. Yi Chen, well, okay. Then you prepare it first and send it to me in the evening. I have to be busy first. Saleswoman, yes sir. After talking to the female salesperson on the phone, Yi Chen went to look at the RV with his father and Lu's father. At this time, Father Lu found Yi Chen. Hey, Yi Chen. Why did you transfer so much money to me? I can't do that. Father Lu directly grabbed Yi Chen's big hand and immediately said that he would return the money to Yi Chen no matter what. Yi Chen said, I transferred the money to Nana. I was transferring money to my wife. If you want to return the money, just return it to Nana. Yi Chen was also trying to pass the buck and refused to admit that he was the one who transferred the money to him. After all, she is a daughter who wants to be filial to her parents, and there is nothing wrong with that. It has nothing to do with Yi Chen. Mr. Lu had nowhere to turn and was determined to transfer the money back. Yi Chen said, Dad, your daughter gave you money to spend, so just accept it. My dad and mom have accepted my pocket money, so you should accept it too. What? You? You transferred money to both my husband and me? Mr. Lu asked in surprise. You know, his company only earns a few million a year, and now Yi Chen actually transferred 10 million to himself at once, saying it was pocket money. At this time, Mother Lu also checked the account information on her mobile phone and found out that it was money that Yi Chen wanted to transfer to her. She immediately went out to find Yi Chen. She happened to find Father Lu talking to Yi Chen in the living room and rushed over immediately. Yi Chen, what's going on? Why did you suddenly transfer so much money to me? Father Lu immediately said, not only did he transfer the money to you, he also asked Nana to transfer the money to me. Yi Chen couldn't do anything about them. At this time, Father Yi made a move, that kid has made a fortune, you guys just take it. Yi Chen's company has distributed dividends. The dividends for half a year are more than 130 million. Don't worry. Except for you two, my wife and I have received all the money. It's okay. Just take it. This guy has a lot of money. In the future, you can spend money freely. Aren't we all spending money for Yi Chen's family? Take it. Since Mr. Yi said so, Mr. Lu and Mrs. Lu, who felt embarrassed at first, nodded and kept the money. Well, since my father-in-law has said so, we can't refuse anymore. We will keep the money and give it to Nana as a deposit in the future. Yi Chen smiled and said, Dad, please don't do that. When I make money in the future, I will definitely honor you. After all, you only have one daughter, Nana, and you are my other parents. In the future, there will be no distinction between you and me in the family. If I have money, everyone must have money too, right? As children, we must honor our parents when we make money, right? My dear father-in-law, you have taught your son so well. He is so filial. Mother Lu also praised. Yi Chen was thinking in his heart, I have to give Aunt Zhang a raise and a bonus later. Chapter 83 Everyone has a share. After all, Aunt Zhang is very tired. She has not had a good rest since the baby was born, and has always been working hard for her family. So, before leaving to look at the RV, Yi Chen found Aunt Zhang and told her that starting next month, her salary would increase by half, and she would also receive 100,000 yuan in funds. Aunt Zhang said she was unwilling to do anything at first, but when Yichen showed her the message that he had received more than 130 million, she happily accepted it. "Chen, you are such a capable kid." Aunt Zhang was also very pleased. After all, Yichen was the one who grew up with her. Seeing that the child she raised was so promising, she felt happy for him. Originally, her salary was paid by Mother Yi, which was just over 10,000 yuan a month, but now Yichen told her that he would be the one to pay her salary in the future, which would be 25,000 yuan, plus year-end bonus and so on. After Yichen finished talking to Aunt Zhang, he called Father Yi and Father Lu and drove to Minghui car dealership to look at cars. When they arrived at the car dealership, the male salesperson who had received Yichen before quickly walked to the door to greet Yichen. This was the car he sold, and he was also the one who handled the paperwork and helped with the license plate and other things. Naturally, he recognized it at a glance. "Hello, Mr. Yi." The male salesperson immediately welcomed Yichen in. "How come you have time to come for tea today?" "I saw two more middle-aged men getting out of the car, so I said to them enthusiastically, 'Hey, uncle is here too, please come in.'" Yichen introduced, "This is my dad, this is my father-in-law, we are here to look at RVs today, and the most important thing is to buy them if they are suitable." Okay. The male salesperson enthusiastically welcomed the three people in, and then asked the receptionist to make tea. "I wonder if Mr. Yi has a budget or something?" the male salesperson asked tentatively. "No, I just want to take a look. If I like it, I will buy it at any price," Yichen said very generously. Father Yi also said, "Yes, the key is to see if it is suitable." "Do you have any cars in stock?" the male salesperson said, Yes. "I'll take you to see the current car right now, and take a look at the interior and feel it." So after the male salesperson waited for them to take a sip of hot tea, he immediately took them to see the cars in stock. "Hello, distinguished guests. We have several brands here, including Geely, Ford, SAIC, Hyundai, Mercedes-Benz, and Maxus, a total of more than a dozen brands. Which ones would you like to see? Just take a look at SAIC, Geely, and Hyundai, and see what these ones think," said Yi's father. "I would like to see a Mercedes-Benz," Yichen said. After all, the car he is driving now is of this brand. When the male salesperson heard this, his eyes lit up. "Mr. Yi, this is a Mercedes-Benz brand. We only have one here. If you want to see it, I can take you to have a look first, and then we can look at the others." "That's good." Mr. Lu and Mr. Yi nodded at the same time. Several people walked to the Mercedes-Benz area together, and on the way they saw many large RVs, which were as long, high and big as the bus. These RVs are nice, but they are not practical. You have to find a dedicated parking space outside. If they are too long, it will be difficult to park them, said Lu's father. Father Yi also agreed, "Yes, we are traveling just for convenience. If we have to make things so troublesome because of the car, it is really unnecessary." Yichen also said, "Yes, I think if the children grow up and want to drive out to play, we can buy one of these RVs. But now, we still focus on practicality. After all, we don't drive out often. I don't think it's necessary." At this time, the male salesperson said, "Let me introduce you to all the RVs in our dealership. Look at the row in front. These are the ones that many people choose to travel in. The prices are relatively affordable, around 300,000 yuan. And the size is moderate, with everything you need. Some have one bed, some have two beds, and there are also 4 and 6-seater seats. It's up to you to choose." Father Yi said, "Of course, the more seats the better. There are 4 of us, plus a few children, so we definitely need more seats, right?" "Yeah, that's right." Father Lu also agreed. "I think anything as big as an ambulance will be fine. The most important thing is comfort, right?" Both of them nodded. Yichen followed the salesperson and looked at the RVs here. He saw that the size of these RVs was too big. After all, it's not that they can't afford it, but it's not practical. Along the way, Yichen has looked at almost all the RVs, but he has not found a satisfactory model. Either they are weird in shape, or they are too long or too high. There is really no one that satisfies him. With the pocket money that Yichen transferred to him, Mr. Lu didn't care much about the price of these cars. He would buy any car that was suitable. After all, it was all for the family, so the money had to be spent. This is Geely's new energy RV, but the length of the car is generally longer than the ordinary parking space. If you want to park on the roadside, don't think about it. But, the average RV model is quite long, so you don't have many models to choose from. Ford T-type RVs like this are relatively small, but they are over 5 meters long. The general parking space is 5.5 meters long, but it is not impossible to park it. If you want to park it, it will be a bit compact. Have you ever considered buying a commercial vehicle? The male salesperson asked tentatively. As long as it can stop, no need to consider commercial vehicles, said Father Lou. If it is a motorhome, it will be more convenient to feed the baby and store milk powder, so that every time you travel, you don't have to carry large bags, you can just put them there. Obviously, Yi-chan and Ye's father thought the same and nodded. So, would you like to take a look at the Ford here first? Or should you go straight to the Mercedes-Benz cars? Asked the male salesperson. Then let's watch it together. We have plenty of time anyway, said Ye's father. Are all the cars you have ready-made? Can they be picked up directly? Asked Mr. Liu. Yes, uncle, we can pay and drive away directly. The male salesperson replied with a smile. Last time, Yi-chan also paid several million directly to buy 3 cars. Last month, he was the sales champion of the entire team. When I think about selling another luxury car today, this RV is worth at least hundreds of thousands. With their attitude, even if you look at the current Ford or Hyundai RV, it is also worth hundreds of thousands. What's more, if you look at Mercedes-Benz, you have to fool them into buying the most expensive one. Chapter 84 finally bought the RV. In addition, we also have a Type B RV here, you can also go and have a look. At this time, Father Yi and Father Lu whispered, actually, these cars are all similar. I think we should just take the most expensive one, right? Yes, it's not that I don't need the money. Of course the most expensive one is the best. I also want to go back to see my little grandson. After all, I have to rush back to the company and will be away from here for several days. That's right. I have to go back to the company tomorrow too. I miss these little guys so much. Father Lu also spoke a little unhappily. Yi-chan naturally heard the conversation between the two and knew that they didn't want to continue shopping. At first, he thought that his father and father-in-law would carefully try out all the cars and then discuss it slowly. Unexpectedly, these two people were so generous because of their little grandchildren. But this is true. There are more than a dozen RVs lined up, and there are probably 50 or 60 cars here. The boss is really powerful. He actually has dozens of cars on hand. The male salesperson also heard what the 2 old men said and was very happy. Yi-chan looked at the 2 old men who missed their grandchildren so much, so he said to the male salesperson, which car do you have that suits our requirements and is the most expensive and best? Let's go and see that car directly. I'm in a hurry. Yes, please follow me over here. It's the Mercedes-Benz C-Type RV. You want to see the expanded version of the RV. The male salesperson quickly walked up to lead the way, and after turning around twice he finally found it. The male salesperson came with Yi-chan and others, and immediately stepped forward and opened the car door, while introducing them. If you want a high-end C-Type RV, the Mercedes-Benz Sprinter RV is undoubtedly the best choice. The Sprinter C-Type chassis is a luxury RV chassis designed for business and family. Its noble and majestic appearance, surging in excellent power, and solid and reliable performance fully demonstrate Mercedes-Benz's unremitting pursuit of the perfect model. It also meets everyone's requirements. Look at this fiberglass one-piece car body, the Mercedes-Benz chassis imported from Germany, the aristocratic color scheme of the car body, and the domineering body. They all represent the extraordinary status of the car owner. Please get in the car and feel its suitability. The male salesperson quickly made a gesture of invitation and invited Yi-chan and the other 2 to get in the car. As you can see, this is a luxury door specially designed for RVs. It has an insect-proof door and an electric double-level step. As a high-end business C-Type RV, the comfort and luxury of the interior of the Franco Mercedes-Benz Extended Edition are beyond words. Creamy white leather upholstery, leather banquette sofas, yacht-grade wooden floors, and a full range of high-quality appliances. Let you enjoy the most relaxing experience on the road. The leather design of the booth is thick and full, with a fine texture, moderate hardness, and good breathability. The electric lifting tabletop can be laid flat to form a bed with a length of 1,700 mm and a width of 900 mm. Both Mr. Yi and Mr. Lu nodded repeatedly, while Yi-chan looked at the interior decoration and was also very satisfied. Look, there is a charging port here, you can charge it, or you can use the induction cooker to heat milk. The Dometic 190L refrigerator behind the booth is eye-catching. This large appliance looks big, but it actually only needs 12V, which is energy saving and can be installed. The disinfection cabinet behind the sofa combines disinfection, storage, and cleaning in one, saving space accordingly. The salesman kept talking about a lot of things, and finally came to the driver's cabin. The spacious driving space provides a wide driving field of vision. The driver's cabin is mainly black and white, with wine red and mahogany color of the center console and steering wheel as embellishments, showing a deep and majestic atmosphere. Father Lou also said very common sensely, "You are a good boy." Father Yi also said, "Yeah, it sounds very professional." The male salesperson also said modestly, "This is my job, thank you for the compliment." Mr. Yi and Mr. Lu also smiled at each other. "Yi Chen, what do you think of this car?" asked Ye's father. "I think it's okay. The interior is quite grand." Yi Chen replied. "I like it here." Father Yi sat on the seat opposite the booth. "Look at me. I'm sitting here now, and the booth opposite can be lowered directly, so that your mother and mother-in-law can bring the 3 little grandchildren to play or sleep on it. My father-in-law and I can sit here and watch them and take pictures. How great!" Father Lou also said, "Yes, this is pretty good. I don't know about other cars, but this car has it, so it's good." Mr. Lu was very happy to see this. When Yi Chen heard his 2 fathers say that the car was good, he said generously, "Then buy it. I think this car is pretty good too. Do you want to send a photo to the 2 mothers and Nana and ask them? Come on, take a photo and send it to the group to ask the 3 mothers if they like it?" Dad Yi immediately acted as a photographer, taking photos and recording videos. Lu's father did the same and even sent a voice message to tell me what he liked. Lu Yana and her 2 mothers at home also saw it, so the family started chatting in the family group. The whole family was quite satisfied with the car, so they decided to buy it on the spot. After all discounts, it's only 1.59 million. The formalities were quickly completed and signed. After everything was done, Mr. Yi and the others were drinking tea while waiting. After waiting for several minutes, Father Lu and Father Yi could no longer sit still. "Yi Chen, you have to drive home soon anyway, why don't I go back with my in-laws first, you stay here and drive back later?" Seeing that the 2 were eager to see their grandchildren, Yi Chen did not stop them. "Okay, you guys go home, I'll drive back when I'm done here." After Mr. Yi and Mr. Lu took the car keys, they drove away immediately. Yi Chen stayed here waiting, and asked the male salesperson to teach him how to operate the car. The male salesperson was also very enthusiastic and explained the manual to Yi Chen one by one. After I became familiar with all the operations in the car, the system rang. Congratulations to the host for taking the initiative to learn how to drive an RV for the baby. This has triggered a special reward. The system has awarded a 2,000 square meter plot of land in the second ring of the city. This land is located next to the national highway, and the surrounding supporting facilities are very complete. Yi Chen was shocked and couldn't help asking the system, "Oh my god. 2,000 square meters of land in the second ring. Are you kidding me? Are your system rewards randomly drawn? So unreliable?" "Hello, host, the system's special rewards are random." Yi Chen was stunned. "It's really random. No wonder." Chapter 85. Oh my god. It's a gold card. When Yi Chen drove home happily, it was already past 5 in the afternoon, almost 6. After Yi Chen drove the car back, everyone in the family hurried out to try it out. Yi Chen took Lu Yana's hand and whispered in her ear, "You said, come again tonight." Lu Yana also blushed and glanced at Yi Chen, hate. Yi Chen's heart was moved when he heard that. Everyone visited the new car and was very satisfied with it. Before dinner, Yi Chen called the saleswoman and said, "Hello, can it be delivered around 7 o'clock? The female salesperson also quickly responded, "Yes, sir. I will definitely deliver it before 7 o'clock. After Yi Chen finished his dinner, the saleswoman delivered all the things, but this time, she brought 3 walkers for Yi Chen. "Hello Mr. Yi, this is a gift from our company. Thank you for your support." When Yi Chen came out, the female salesperson had already started to move several cartons out of the car one by one, and the driver also got out of the car to help move them. Yi Chen said, "Thank you very much, just leave it here, I will move it in later." Yi Chen didn't want anyone else to come into the house, so he asked them to put their things on the side of the villa's gate and he would move them back later. The female salesperson also nodded quickly and called the driver to help move. "Honey, you move the milk powder, I'll move the rest." It turned out that the man was her husband. That's right, it was late at night and her husband must have been worried, so he came over to help deliver the goods. Yi Chen also smiled and didn't say anything. After everything was settled, Yi Chen transferred 200 more yuan to her just like last time. The female salesperson thanked Yi Chen repeatedly before going back in her husband's car. When Yi Chen saw them leave, he started moving his things back upstairs. Dad Yi and Dad Lu were playing with the baby in the baby's room because they had to go back to the company soon. After Yi Chen moved the things into the house, he returned to the room and said to Lu Yana, "Wife, come with me tonight. I have a gift for you." "What? Didn't you just give me a villa? Why are you giving me another gift? Just change your clothes and come with me. It's nothing, just some small gifts. Remember to bring the gold card." Yi Chen didn't know what was in the set of diamond jewelry given by the Diamond family, so he could only say it was a small gift. Well, luckily I slept a lot today, so I'm not sleepy now. I'll change my clothes and go with you later." Lu Yana quickly got up, walked into the cloakroom and started changing her clothes. "I found that all my old clothes were no longer suitable for me, and I could only find some clothes suitable for early pregnancy." Seeing that Lu Yana hadn't changed for so long, Yi Chen asked outside the door, "Wife, what's wrong? It's not ready for so long?" Lu Yana also said somewhat embarrassedly, "I can't wear my old clothes anymore. I can only wear clothes from the early pregnancy. They are almost 20 kilograms bigger than before, and my calves can't fit into them." When Lu Yana faced her previous weight of more than 90 kilograms, she also began to worry. "I'm sorry, it's my husband who didn't expect you to be so thoughtful. Let's go buy some clothes later. My husband hasn't gone shopping with you yet. You can buy whatever you want when the time comes. Got it?" Lu Yana set him inside, quickly changed her clothes, and walked out. After all, Lu Yana used to have a devilish figure and an angelic face. She is 168 centimeters tall and weighs only 95 kilograms, both front and back. Now, not only has the size of the chest increased, but also the butt and the entire body have a lot more flesh. "Oh, if I want to go out, I have to express my milk first, otherwise my milk will be swollen." Now, after more than a month, Lu Yana has a lot of milk. After feeding each baby, she can feed another baby. If the babies are full, she can only squeeze out the milk. She had just breastfed before dinner, and only an hour and a half had passed, but Lu Yana had to express her milk because if she didn't empty the milk within 4 hours, her breasts would become swollen and uncomfortable. The more the baby eats, the more milk he will produce, but after the milk supply has increased, it will gradually disappear. Lu Yana didn't want her milk to overflow, so she quickly took the breast pump, went into the cloakroom, and started expressing her milk. Yi Chen also looked at his wife with some amusement. There was nothing he could do. Lu Yana was a competent mother and did everything herself. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Lu Yana sucked out more than 100 milliliters of milk. She didn't have time to bottle the milk, so she just left it there and said to Yi Chen, "Let's go. I'll ask Aunt Zhang to help me clean the breast pump." Lu Yana naturally knew that she was busy and had wasted some time. Yi Chen said, "Okay, if Aunt Zhang is not free, it's okay for us to wash it when we come back." So the two of them said hello to their families and drove out together. Mother Yi and Mother Lu smiled at each other, and then continued to take care of their grandson. It is also what the elderly hope to see, that the two children can love each other and the family lives in harmony. Yi Chen was driving the car and talking with Lu Yana about the changes in the child over the past few days. They were talking and laughing along the way. We arrived at the largest shopping mall in Hong Kong, Demingfa. On the first floor, we found the Diamond family counter. At this time, a very beautiful female salesperson also came up and said to Yi Chen and the others, "Hello, what do you want to see?" For this kind of young men and women, they just want to buy diamonds or gold worth tens of thousands of dollars as gifts. They are not rich people, nor are they high-spending people. So the saleswoman didn't entertain the two of them very enthusiastically at this time. Until she saw Yi Chen signaling Lu Yana to take out the gold card, her eyes really widened. Yi Chen placed the gold card in front of the female salesperson. "I'm here to pick up the jewelry I ordered." This really scared the saleswoman. She quickly took the gold card from Yi Chen and said, "Yes, sir. I'll tell the manager right now. You know, she has been working here for almost 5 years, and no one has ever received a gold card. This gold card is only given by the company to big customers who spend more than 500 million. Oh my god. 500 million. She can't even earn a fraction of what others spend even if she works all her life. Just this one card was enough to completely shock her." He immediately walked into the inner hall and asked for the manager to come out. Chapter 86. Don't save money for your husband. Manager Lu was immediately shocked when he saw the clerk walk in with a gold card. You know, can anyone who can spend more than 500 million be an ordinary person? That person must have a net worth of at least tens of billions or even hundreds of billions to have the capital. High-quality customers like this naturally need to be maintained. Manager Lu also rushed out. After tidying up her appearance, she smiled and said to Yi Chen and the others, "Hello, sir and madam, how can I help you?" Yi Chen said, "I'm here to get something." Manager Lu asked, "Excuse me, sir, what is your name?" "My name is Yi Chen. I ordered a whole series of diamonds from the brand You Are My Only One here not long ago. I'm here to pick it up now." Manager Lu also looked extremely shocked because he was called to the headquarters for a meeting last night regarding the You Are My Only One series being pre-ordered. And the name mentioned at the meeting was Yi Chen. With the gold card in Yi Chen's hand, Manager Lu has basically confirmed Yi Chen's true identity. "Mr. Yi, I'm so sorry. I didn't recognize you when we first met. I'm so sorry." "Yi Chen, it doesn't matter. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Yi." Manager Lu said with a smile, "If you want to pick up the entire series of diamond jewelry You Are My Only One in our store today, since we are only a branch, you have to go to the headquarters to pick it up. It may take some time, about half an hour. I'm sorry to bother you and this lady to wait here for a while." Manager Lu said this with a very respectful look on his face. Yi Chen said indifferently, "It doesn't matter, let's walk around here first, and call me when we get there. I just happened to take Lu Yana shopping here to buy some clothes, bags, and the like." Manager Lu also breathed a sigh of relief. She was still thinking about how to explain to the customer, but she didn't expect Yi Chen to be so straightforward. Yi Chen did have a good time with them, so he took the gold card back, walked out of the diamond family with Lu Yana, and went to a clothing store nearby to pick out clothes. This is a dress designed by a very famous local designer in Hong Kong. Lu Yana liked the design of this dress very much because these clothes are not the kind that are common on the street. The handmade clothes bought here can be guaranteed to be unique. The designs of other clothes in the store are also very unique. Precisely because of this uniqueness, this brand is also very famous in Hong Kong, no less than any other major brand names. This clothing brand is called Eleli, named after the designer Li Liu. Seeing that Lu Yana liked it, Yi Chen simply helped Lu Yana pick it up. But Lu Yana took the tag and looked at it. "Oh my god. This t-shirt costs more than 3,000 yuan. It's too expensive. A t-shirt costs 3,000 yuan, so you can imagine that other things are even more expensive. Tens of thousands of yuan." Although Lu Yana had more than 10 million yuan given by Yi Chen, she was not the kind of woman who spent money like water after all. Although Lu Yana's family conditions are very poor, she is not the kind of woman who only loves famous brands. You know, the clothes she usually wears are all bought for dozens or hundreds of dollars, and she will only wear more expensive dresses when attending slightly more formal gatherings. Girls naturally like to compare with each other, but Lu Yana is not like that. Although she is beautiful, she doesn't like to compare herself with those people in school, nor does she like to get together with them. Therefore, many people often think that she is different or even aloof. Lu Yana looked at the t-shirt in her hand. Although she liked it very much, she felt that there was no need to buy such an expensive piece of clothing. Lu Yana didn't know this brand of clothing. She just thought that since it was not a big brand like Chanel, it shouldn't be very expensive. At most a t-shirt would cost about 200 yuan. Unexpectedly, this t-shirt cost 3,000 yuan. Although she knew that Yi Chen was rich now and she herself was rich, she still felt that it was unnecessary to buy a t-shirt that cost more than 3,000 yuan. It was too expensive. Yi Chen also saw the love in Lu Yana's eyes at first, but when she saw the tag, the light in her eyes suddenly dimmed. "Do you think it's too expensive and you're reluctant to buy it?" So, Yi Chen said to Lu Yana, "Wife, this is our first time shopping. If we see something we like, let's buy it, okay? Don't worry, your husband has money." Lu Yana blinked, "But I just don't think it's worth it. A t-shirt costs 3,000 yuan. Yi Chen quickly said, "Wife, as long as you like it, we will buy it. Money can't buy the good things in your heart. Whatever you like, your husband will buy it for you." Lu Yana looked at Yi Chen with emotion. "Thank you, husband. I won't be polite then." Originally, she just wanted to save money, but Yi Chen had already said that this was their first time going shopping together, so she just relaxed and bought things. This is also what Yi Chen admires about Lu Yana. After all, some women want to buy expensive things when they go shopping with their boyfriends or husbands, and they don't consider their boyfriends or husbands at all. Usually, a shopping trip may cost a man several months' salary or several years' savings. What's more, he may have to pay off his credit card. The saleswoman on the side heard the conversation between the two and thought, I haven't made any orders today. It seems that this couple has a chance. If you don't spend 30,000 or 50,000 yuan, you can't leave my store. For her, spending tens of thousands of dollars here is just average spending. Because she has met some people here who didn't know what brand their store is and came in by mistake, so she doesn't treat those who come in just to look around and don't buy anything. It was obvious that judging from Lu Yina's expression, she was probably a customer who didn't know her own brand, because people who knew the brand wouldn't pick up the tags of clothes to look at the prices. But when she heard Yichen say that he would let women go shopping, she knew that the deal would definitely be done. The saleswoman looked at the two of them and said, Wow, miss, your boyfriend is so nice to you. Yichen immediately corrected, We are husband and wife with a certificate. At first, the female salesperson thought the two were so young and were just boyfriend and girlfriend calling each other husband and wife. She didn't expect that they were actually married. Although she was a little shocked, she reacted immediately. Oh. I'm so sorry. Sir, you are so lucky to have such a beautiful and virtuous wife. Chapter 87 Swipe my card. The female salesperson also praised sincerely. After all, she had seen many beauties like Lu Yina. Many of them came here with their boyfriends, and they spent money without even looking at the price. The couple in front of me are actually married, and they are actually saving money for their husbands. Seeing Yichen actually told others in public that she was his wife, I felt a little secretly happy in my heart. Blushing, he said to the clerk, Thank you. Yichen just smiled at the saleswoman and didn't say anything. The female salesperson also introduced the store's products to Lu Yina with a smile, and kept praising Lu Yina for finding a husband who loved her so much. Lu Yina's face was red throughout the whole process. Although she also thought so, she still blushed when being praised by others. Yichen now only cares about his wife, what kind of clothes she likes, what color, and what kind of bags she likes. He doesn't care about anything else. After all, it was the first time that he took Lu Yina out alone to buy clothes, jewelry, and bags. In the past, they always went to maternity and baby stores, or went with his parents. Therefore, he had to take good note of his wife's interests and hobbies. Lu Yina picked up a skirt and asked Yichen, Husband, does this skirt look good? Yichen took a look and smiled, Why don't you try it? If you don't try, how do you know if it's suitable? Lu Yina glanced at the eager eyes of the saleswoman, then looked at Yichen, Well, okay. The female salesperson immediately took Lu Yina to the fitting room and considerately closed the door for her. Yichen has also picked out a lot of clothes for Lu Yina, but they are all large sizes. Lu Yina called out from inside, Husband, come in for a moment. Fitting room, can you let me in for a moment? Yichen was also confused, and the door was already open at this time. Yichen had no choice but to follow him in with a pile of clothes. Fortunately, the room was spacious and could accommodate 5 people without any problem. There were also 2 stools and a clothesline. At this time, Lu Yina turned her back to Yichen and said, Hubby, please close the door first. I can't zip up my zipper. Please help me. Yichen brought in the clothes that Lu Yina had just looked at, as well as the clothes that he thought were good. He put these things on a stool aside and quickly came over to help her zip up her clothes. After pulling it up, Lu Yina turned around and said to Yichen with a smile, Honey, this dress is just right. I was originally thinking of trying a medium size, but in the end I took a large size. I didn't expect it to fit me well. She also sighed a little, I remember when I wore small and medium sizes before, I had such a slim figure. Yichen didn't say anything, he just hugged Lu Yina tightly in his arms. You're not fat now. This figure is a little voluptuous, which is just right. No matter what you become, your husband doesn't care. If you really want to get back in shape, how about your husband help you make a weight loss plan at the beauty salon? There is also a postpartum recovery plan. Yichen paused and glanced at the shy woman in his arms. The doctor told me before that it is best for women to do postpartum recovery after giving birth, otherwise it will be harmful to the body. I think we should all listen to the doctor. Lu Yina gently put her head in Yichen's arms and said softly, Okay, I will listen to you. Yichen continued, Buy all the clothes you need today, buy whatever you want. Lu Yina also whispered, Okay. Yichen was satisfied now, and pointed to a pile of clothes on the stool and said, Let's try all these clothes today. Although it will take some time, let the people from the Diamond family wait for us. Lu Yina nodded obediently and kissed Yichen on the face, Husband, you were so nice. Silly girl, if your husband is not good to you, then who can he be good to? Yi Chen's right hand directly pressed Lu Yina's head and kissed her domineeringly. The two of them kissed in the fitting room for several minutes. Lu Yina really couldn't breathe, so she pushed Yi Chen away and breathed in big gulps of fresh air. I can't take it anymore. I can't breathe. There are people waiting outside, Lu Yina said while panting. Yi Chen quickly helped her calm down. Okay, take your time. Next time I'll kiss you for a shorter time so you won't feel so uncomfortable. In fact, Yi Chen was also a little breathless, but he still wanted to continue kissing her. There seemed to be a kind of magic on Lu Yina's body that attracted him, but he didn't expect that Lu Yina couldn't stand it. It was his negligence. Yi Chen obviously knew that he had gone too far, so he quickly asked Lu Yina to sit aside and rest, and helped her calm down. When he saw that her face was not so red, he said, "Are we going out now?" "We definitely have to go out. We've been here for almost 10 minutes. We're going to be misunderstood by others." Lu Yina's face turned red again. Probably, everyone has heard about the news in the fitting room on the internet. If he really stayed there for that long, it would definitely cause misunderstanding. After they tidied their clothes, they opened the door and went out. At this time, the female salesperson was not standing outside the door, but walked to the cashier. Lu Yina was feeling thankful, fortunately. After all, we are in a public place now, so it is better to restrain our words and actions. After Lu Yina came out, she pretended to be calm as she walked to the floor-length mirror and looked at herself in the mirror. At this time, Yi Chen also came out and stood with her. Yi Chen looked at the two people in the mirror and said, "How about we buy couple clothes together again? The clothes of this brand are quite nice. I saw that the t-shirt just now has couple clothes." Hearing this, the female salesperson immediately introduced all the couple outfits in the store to them one by one. Yi Chen also encouraged Lu Yina to go in and try all the clothes. Even when the jewelry store called, Yi Chen just asked them to wait. Lu Yina was also very happy. The two of them tried on all kinds of couple outfits, as if they were a couple in love. The two of them tried them here for about 40 minutes. Yi Chen took the ones that didn't look good to one side, and then said to the saleswoman, "Except for these, I want all the others." Lu Yina quickly said, "You can't wear so many clothes here. Just a few sets will be enough. There's no need to buy so many." Yi Chen smiled and said, "It doesn't matter, one set a day is fine." Lu Yina was helpless with him and had to ask the female salesperson to pack up all the dozen sets. After the saleswoman calculated the price, she said to Yi Chen and the others, "Hello, sir. After the discount, the total is 230,000. 230,000. Of course I paid by credit card. No need to ask, who would walk around the street with hundreds of thousands of dollars?" Yi Chen took out the card very skillfully, swiped the card. Chapter 88 Uninvited Guests. The female salesperson immediately took the bank card and picked up the card machine to operate it. The card swiping was successful. 230,000. No credit card required. This is a truly rich person. After packing all the items, the female salesperson escorted Yi Chen and his friend out of the store, and then watched them walk into the jewelry store together. The look of envy and jealousy is beyond description. The saleswoman pouted, "When will I be able to meet such a good man?" After saying that, he walked back to the store angrily. At this moment, the system called out, "Congratulations to the host. You have made the baby's mother happy. I will reward you with a ticket to the charity gala." "What? Charity gala? What?" Yi Chen was a little confused in his heart. Why would the system reward such a thing? Does that mean Lu Yina will wear that set of diamonds to attend the charity gala? At that time, I still have to go and take a look at evening gowns. Think about it. Yi Chen carried a dozen shopping bags and walked into the diamond family with Lu Yina. In addition to the manager, the general manager from the headquarters also came to the store, and there were several more security guards in the store. After all, they have jewelry worth nearly 10 billion in their hands. How can you not panic? Seeing the buyer coming back, a group of more than 10 people quickly came over to greet him. "Hello Mr. Yi, we are so happy to see you back. We have delivered the diamond jewelry from the You Are My Only One series that you bought. Please check it now." Yi Chen, okay. The manager took Yi Chen to the store's lounge, which was a place for people who came to clean jewelry to sit and rest. Of course, the other employees in the store dispersed and the security guards stood guard. At this moment, an uninvited guest came to the store door. And this person is Yi Chen's ex-girlfriend, Liavi. I saw Liavi walking into the jewelry store arm in arm with a young man. The clerk looked at Liavi and the other person who were dressed brightly, and naturally greeted them warmly. Hello. Liawi just glanced at the female clerk, then took out her finger and looked at it, without even looking at her. Take out the diamond rings that are more than 1 carat. The man was just looking at his phone, seemingly uninterested. Liavi's sharp eyes had already noticed that Yi Chen was also there, and there were so many people surrounding him, as if they wanted to do something. So, she whispered something into the ear of the man beside her, and the man chuckled. TSK, even before his family went bankrupt, it couldn't compare to mine. This man was a prominent figure in the school named Guoming. The family has assets worth tens of billions or even hundreds of billions, but in Xiangqing, it is only considered a third-rate family. Before the problems occurred in Yi Chen's family, they were similar to Guoming's family. At this time, Guoming naturally knew what had happened in Yi Chen's family, so he was even more disdainful of Yi Chen. However, Guoming discovered that the person sitting with Yi Chen was actually Lu Yina, the school beauty. This made Guoming a little unhappy. Because Guoming is also one of Lu Yina's suitors. He has been pursuing Lu Yina since his freshman year. However, in these few years, he has not been chaste and steady for Lu Yina. Lu Yina had seen him going out with other women several times, so naturally she didn't have any good feelings towards him. Li Wei had obviously noticed that something was wrong with her boyfriend, so she asked, "What's wrong?" Guoming snorted coldly, "Humph. Today is really unlucky. The woman sitting with Yi Chen is Lu Yina." Li Wei was not surprised at all. "I heard that they dropped out of school to have a baby. I don't know when they got together. It's been less than a year since I broke up with him. They even have a child." Guoming was also very angry now. After all, he had been pursuing Lu Yina for several years, but he didn't even have the chance to have a meal with her. However, Yi Chen got her in one go. How could he not be angry? So, he took Li Avi and walked directly to Yi Chen and the others. This time, Li Avi's plan succeeded. "Yi Chen, long time no see." Li Avi greeted Yi Chen with a smile, but did not look at Lu Yina directly. Yi Chen glanced at the two of them but ignored them. When the general manager saw the person coming, he immediately became alert and the security guards around him also quickly went on alert. Lu Yina responded in advance, "Huh? Guoming, why is it you?" When Yi Chen heard that Lu Yina actually recognized Li Avi as boyfriend, he instantly became excited. Lu Yina whispered in Yi Chen's ear, "Guoming has been pursuing me for 3 years, but he hasn't sent me any messages in the past 2 months. He must be with Li Wei." Yi Chen nodded. That's right, Li Avi's previous boyfriend had been dumped by her, and this time it was Guoming. However, seeing how close the two of them are, they are probably in the heat of the moment. When Yi Chen was with Li Avi was not that sharp. After all, when they were freshmen in college, they truly loved each other, but as they grew up, they naturally learned some bad things in society. Later, Li Avi often asked Yi Chen to buy her brand name bags and jewelry, which Yi Chen thought was normal. After all, his family did have the financial resources at the time. The more than 100,000 yuan of pocket money a month was basically spent on Li Avi. Even the bag worth tens of thousands of dollars that Li Avi is carrying now was given to her by Yi Chen. It's a pity that Li Avi chose to break up with Yi Chen when the Yi family entered a financial crisis. Because Yi Chen's family did not transfer money to him at that time, and thus his source of income was cut off. At that time, Li Avi heard the news that Yi Chen's family went bankrupt and became debtor, so Li Avi was determined to break up with Yi Chen, and even got into another man's car in front of Yi Chen. Li Avi and Guoming ignored the gazes of others and walked directly into the rest area. "I really didn't expect that, Yi Chen, you would dare to come here to spend money? Your family can hardly make ends meet, and you still dare to come here to spend money?" Li Avi's contemptuous look was self-evident. Chapter 89. Let them see it. The general manager and the store manager saw that they knew Yi Chen and the others, so it was naturally difficult for them to stop them from communicating. They silently closed the exquisite safe. This is jewelry worth billions, so of course it has to be kept in a safe. The general manager thought, these two people really showed up at the wrong time. Seeing how they mocked the buyer, they are not good people. I have to say that this general manager is really an old hand and he is really good at judging people. When Guoming saw that the goddess asked about him, he smiled and said, "Yes, my girlfriend came over to buy some things." Seeing that Yi Chen ignored her, Li Avi started talking to herself. "Yes. Mr. Guo brought me here to buy a big diamond ring. Unlike someone who has been in a relationship for more than 2 years but has never given me a ring. Yi-Chen just said softly, yes. I didn't give you a big diamond ring, but the bag you are carrying now was given by me. It cost hundreds of thousands. Li Aiwei was so angry at Yi-Chen's words that she was speechless. What are you talking about? I bought this bag myself. Humph. Yi-Chen snorted coldly and said nothing more. Li Aiwei's parents are just fruit sellers and they can't afford such an expensive bag. However, Yi-Chen didn't want to argue with her anymore. A good man doesn't fight with a woman. However, Li Aiwei did not intend to let Yi-Chen go. I am not like some people who know that their family is bankrupt and has no money, but still drag others out to pretend to be rich. Want to buy a big diamond ring for the school beauty? Can you afford it? After Li Aiwei finished speaking, she also snorted coldly. Lu Yana couldn't help it, she could no longer tolerate Li Aiwei, this hypocritical woman. Ms. Li, our husband and wife affairs have nothing to do with you. If you want to buy your big diamond ring, please go ahead and buy it. Don't bother us here. Interfering with you? TSK. Li Aiwei was even more proud. I don't know what big thing you are going to do. Guoming remained silent on the side. He wanted to see what Yi-Chen and the others were up to. Yi-Chen quickly pulled Lu Yana back. He didn't like his woman to be involved. After all, it was him that Li Aiwei wanted to target. In fact, what Li Aiwei was most angry about was that she couldn't bear to see that Lu Yana, who was prettier than her, would choose someone she didn't want. That was why she was angry. At this time, the general manager finally understood something. It turned out that it was the ex-girlfriend who was causing trouble. So the general manager immediately said to Li Aiwei, Miss, if you really don't plan to consume in our store, please leave our store and don't disturb our big customers here. Li Aiwei looked at the general manager and said coldly, Who are you? How dare you chase away customers? I'm sorry, I was sent by the Diamond family headquarters, and I'm also the general manager of the headquarters. This time I'm here to deliver the goods to Mr. Yi. The general manager stood up and said. Oh? Li Aiwei's tone was slightly surprised, and she began to look at the general manager and others, as well as the safe on the table. Miss, are you planning to make a purchase? The general manager said this while winking at the security guards on both sides. Yi-Chen said at this time, they are all friends. Since they want to stay, let them see it for themselves. The general manager nodded repeatedly. Nonsense, the boss has spoken, what can I say? Of course I have to listen. All of a sudden, the security guards who had just surrounded them also took a few steps back. Li Aiwei also sneered, I would also like to know what you bought that a general manager would actually deliver it to you. Anyway, Li Aiwei would never believe that Yi-Chen would have money to buy jewelry. After all, the matter of Yi-Chen's family had already spread all over the school, because the parents of other students in the school had dealings with Yi-Chen's family, so this matter was absolutely true. Yi-Chen ignored them and signaled to the general manager, Open it quickly, I'm in a hurry to go home to see the kids. Now, everyone's eyes were on the safe. Yi-Chen was also looking forward to it. He had never seen diamond jewelry worth 10 billion. The general manager slowly put on gloves, carefully opened the safe, and took out a square, dark red, silky box that looked very high-end. He pushed it in front of Yi-Chen and helped Yi-Chen remove the lid of the box. What was presented to people was a dazzling necklace inlaid with diamonds. At this time, the general manager was narrating and introducing, this whole set of diamonds was designed by Mr. In Manson, a world-class jewelry designer. The elements of this necklace are very high-end. Its chain is made up of many diamonds. These diamonds are round in appearance and are basically the same size. They are spliced together to make the necklace look very stylish. This structure makes the chain of this necklace have a certain width, and it is also very noticeable when worn around the neck. There is also a heart-shaped purple-pink diamond in the middle of the necklace. This is a very rare purple-pink diamond and it looks very eye-catching. The total value of this necklace is 360 million yuan, and it is the most expensive necklace so far. Before the manager could finish his words, Li Aiwei and others, including Lu Yana, were all staring in amazement. OMG! Just this necklace costs 360 million. This is more expensive than all the jewelry here. Before anyone could react, the general manager took out another box from the safe. They were opened together and pushed in front of Yi-Chen and Lu Yana. This is the same ring. The main diamond is also a purple-pink diamond. This is a diamond weighing 16.3 grams and worth 240 million yuan. It is also unique in the world today. After saying that, the general manager quickly took out the matching diamond earrings and bracelet from the safe. The general manager helped Yichen open them one by one and introduced to him the purity of these diamonds. Finally, he said, "This whole set of diamond jewelry is worth 990 million yuan. Mr. Yi, please check it." So the general manager held up the necklace and handed it to Yichen. Li Avi looked at the scene in front of her. She had thought in her mind that this was a show put on by Yichen in collusion with the manager in front of her. But then she thought, the manager doesn't have so much free time to cooperate with you in acting. However, she couldn't find a better reason to convince herself that Yichen could actually come up with 1 billion. Chapter 90, Can Bankruptcy Get 1 billion? After the general manager finished speaking, he just glanced at Li Avi and Guoming. They actually said that their super members holding gold cards went bankrupt? Let me ask you, who can afford 1 billion yuan to buy jewelry after going bankrupt? And it is the only purple pink diamond in the world? This complete set of you are my only one diamond jewelry is not something that everyone can afford. Without a net worth of tens of billions, how can you buy it? So General Manager Yan looked at Li Avi and the other person with some disdain in his eyes. Although the two people in front of him were customers of the store, compared with a distinguished guest like Yichen, what were they? Even if they bought 10 big diamond rings here, they would not be worth any of the diamonds here. You know, this entire set of diamonds are all of the highest purity, with almost no impurities. Seeing this, Li Avi and Guoming frowned, their eyes full of disbelief. They absolutely didn't believe that Yichen could afford to buy jewelry worth 10 billion. Yichen picked up the pigeon egg and gently put it on Lu Yana. It was neither too big nor too small, just right. Lu Yana stared, watching Yichen put on the diamond ring worth hundreds of millions for her, and she didn't react for a moment. I quickly thought about taking off the ring. This is too expensive. How can I do this? However, Yichen held her back. It's rare for your husband to buy you jewelry, how can you say no? Wear it for me. Lu Yana was also anxious. You have given me a villa before, and just now you gave me clothes worth hundreds of thousands. Every gift you gave me is too expensive. Really? Yichen waved his hand and said, I am your husband and you are my wife. Given our relationship, there is no need to be so polite when giving gifts. These are all gifts that your husband is willing to give to you. Lu Yana was also a little flattered. She said this now, and without realizing it, Yichen had given her more than 10 billion. The speaker may not have any intention, but the listener may take it seriously. Li Aiwei listened to Lu Yana's words, heard that Yichen gave Lu Yana a villa, there were a pile of shopping bags on the ground, and this big diamond ring. It was enough to make her regret it. If I had not broken up with Yichen, then I would be the one marrying Yichen, and everything Yichen gave me would be mine. And the boyfriend in front of me, at most, just promised to give me a diamond ring worth tens of thousands, just like what he did today. Thinking of all the kindness and indulgence Yichen had shown her in the past, Li Avi already regretted it. But she couldn't show it, because she had already lost Yichen and couldn't lose the big fish Guoming. Seeing this, although Li Avi felt regretful, she had to bow her head. Guoming was also irritated by Yichen at this time. Let's wait and see. Let's go. He just took Li Avi away. Li Aiwei just felt that she was really unlucky today. Not only did she meet Yichen, her ex-boyfriend, but she was also shown off. Most importantly, she could have gotten a big diamond ring today, but in the end she got nothing. When General Manager Yan saw the two men leaving in disgrace, he snorted coldly. Lu Yana looked at the pink and purple diamond in her hand and liked it more and more. Well, thank you, husband. Yichen ignored Li Aiwei and the others and said with a smile, well, that's right. Lu Yana looked up at the door of the store and whispered to Yichen, honey, are they gone? Yichen touched Lu Yana's head and said, well, she's gone. What happened? Lu Yana smiled and said, actually, don't you feel embarrassed? Yichen just smiled and confessed, to be honest, I was sad and upset about the breakup at first, but now I have you and the children, these things can no longer affect me. Moreover, I have now seen Li Aiwei's character clearly. I believe you have seen it too. I won't say anything else. Anyway, you just need to know that you are in my heart. Lu Yana smiled and threw herself into Yichen's arms. To be honest, she was really worried at first. After all, she had sex with Yichen on the day that Yichen and Li Avi broke up. She was also afraid that Yichen still had feelings for Li Avi. Now, seeing that Yichen can face Li Avi so calmly, it proves that he has completely let it go. This is the best ending for Lu Yana. However, in Li Avi's opinion, Yichen just quickly found a substitute to replace himself. Especially today, I saw that Yi Chen was so rich. He spent a lot of money on villas, clothes worth hundreds of thousands, and jewelry worth billions. How could she not be jealous and hateful? This originally belonged to her. Yi Chen and Lu Yana quickly packed up the diamond jewelry. General Manager Yan wanted to give the safe to Yi Chen so that he could take it home. However, Yi Chen thought the safe was too heavy and refused to accept it. I simply put the entire set of jewelry back into the box, put it in the store's gift bag, and carried it away. General Manager Yan, the manager, and a group of store clerks and security guards were all standing at the door to see Yi Chen and the others off. Yi Chen was carrying a dozen shopping bags and hid the diamond family bag in his clothes. After all, wealth should not be exposed, so it is safer this way. Then, Lu Yana walked with Yi Chen's arm around her, and suddenly asked Yi Chen, "Next, should we go home? It's almost 9 o'clock now, and I miss my baby at home too." Yi Chen has not had the opportunity to learn about the invitation letter to the charity gala he just received in detail, but he knows that if he goes to any charity gala, he will definitely need a dress. For myself, it is simple and only a suit is needed. But if I take Lu Yana out, she must wear a nice formal dress. Originally Yi Chen didn't want to go, because he had never participated in one and didn't know if there was anything he should pay attention to or what the rules were. However, on second thought, most of those who can go to the charity gala are well-known people in Xiangqing, and if I want to develop in Xiangqing in the future, it must be that I know as many people as possible. After thinking about it, Yi Chen immediately decided to go there. So he said to Lu Yana, "There is a charity party in a few days. I have been invited to attend. I want to take you with me. Do you want to go?" Lu Yana pursed her lips and thought for a moment. "If you want to go, then I'll go with you." After all, she had also seen Yi Chen's achievements. The fact that he could give her a gift worth tens of billions also meant that Yi Chen would accept more such invitations in the future, and she would have to participate as Yi Chen's wife. Chapter 91 decided to attend the charity gala. After deciding to attend the charity gala, Yi Chen took Lu Yana and, following the instructions of the mall, found the only place selling dresses here. As soon as I entered the store, I found that Li Avi and Guoming were there too. What a narrow road the enemies meet. Of course, Li Avi and the other girl thought the same way. Li Avi had just coaxed Guoming into agreeing to buy the dress first and then the diamond ring, but now she ran into Yi Chen and the others here again. His face suddenly fell. The four people looked at each other again, but Yi Chen did not look at them directly. He just walked aside under the guidance of the salesperson and started to pick out a dress for Lu Yana. Li Aiwei and Guoming were naturally a little angry, so Li Aiwei pulled Guoming and said, "Let's go pick out diamond rings first. I hope some people won't follow us anymore." Even though Yi Chen and Lu Yana had heard it, they still didn't look at them. However, the female clerk who served Li Avi and Guoming had a dark face. After all, Li Avi and the other person were the ones she took the job for. Now, isn't everything ruined? I don't know if they will come back. After Li Avi and the other person left, Yi Chen and Lu Yana, led by the salesperson, visited the dresses here. However, Yi Chen and Lu Yana don't have much time left, and they must go home to see the babies before 10 o'clock. So, I said to the saleswoman, "Bring out the most expensive dresses you have, both men's and women's. I won't look at the others." After all, Yi Chen thought that there was a reason why things were expensive. If they were more expensive, the materials, fabrics and designs would naturally be the best, so Yi Chen would just look at the most expensive ones. Yi Chen said to the saleswoman, "We are going to attend a charity party. Take a look at which ones are suitable for such an occasion." The clothes the saleswoman was wearing were different from the work clothes she wore when she received Li Avi. It was obvious that this saleswoman was the store manager or manager here. Yi Chen also saw the status of this saleswoman in the store. Yi Chen was right, this female salesperson was the store manager of this LV gift store. The store manager smiled and instructed the other staff to push out the most expensive dresses in the store one by one, including several men's suits. The store manager introduced them to them very enthusiastically. "What are your names, sir and madam?" The store manager asked Yi Chen and the others with a smile. "Yi Chen, my last name is Yi, and this is my wife." "Hello Mr. Yi, Mrs. Yi, it's a pleasure to serve you," said the store manager with a smile. She gestured to the two to look at the dresses. The first one was a white dress with a long train, the second one was red, the third one was pink, and the fourth one was a white short skirt. The store manager started with the first piece and told the two people which designer it was and what brand it was. However, Yi Chen fell in love with the last piece, the white short skirt, at first sight. The dress is designed in white, and the hem is trimmed with peacock-shaped lace, which is both elegant and pure. Yichen pointed directly at the last piece. Let's take this one, it's simple yet luxurious. Honey, what do you think? Lu Yana also liked that one at first sight. Seeing that her husband had the same idea as her, she was very happy, so she said, yes, I also like this one at first sight. I think I like the design of this one very much. The store manager smiled and said to the two, you two have really good taste. This dress was designed by Li Jinan, a senior domestic designer. This is his work that won first place in an international competition. There are only 10 of these dresses in the world. They are all handmade, and the process is very complicated, so the production is not high. Yi Chan and Lu Yana smiled at each other. They didn't really care about these things, but after all, those who went to the banquet were either rich or noble, so naturally they had to buy a dress that was presentable. Then, that's it. Yi Chen said generously. The store manager was also a little surprised, wondering how come this customer bought it without even asking the price. In fact, Yi Chen just felt that coming to such a high-end place, he couldn't do anything cheap like bargaining, right? At this time, Yi Chen also picked out a suit for himself, which was an Armani brand. Lu Yana also picked a tie for Yi Chen and a pair of high heels for herself. I have to say that everything is available here, even the most private breast stickers. After that, Lu Yana also tried on the dress and walked out. Lu Yana looks very beautiful in this short and slim dress even without makeup. After all, she is a school belle, so she can still handle it. Also, because she had just given birth and was still breastfeeding, her breasts were very majestic, her face was full of collagen, and the white peacock lace design of the dress made her look very elegant. Her waist was also tied neatly, and her pair of 110 centimeter long legs were 2/3 exposed, making her look pure and sexy. Even if Yi Chen saw it, he couldn't take his eyes away. All the shop assistants and the store manager were simply stunned. They seldom meet such stunning customers who can look so stunning without makeup. Even celebrities only dare to appear on camera with makeup. Lu Yana walked to Yi Chen's side in small steps and asked, "Husband, does this look good?" Yi Chen looked at her and said blankly, "My wife is so beautiful." Lu Yana was really happy when Yi Chen praised her like this. Yi Chen said to Lu Yana, "Fortunately, it's not too exposed. It's all covered here. Otherwise, I don't want you to wear it in front of so many people." Lu Yana hit Yi Chen on the chest, hateful. At this time, the store manager said, "Mrs. Yi, do you need our makeup artist to help you try on your makeup? It will save you time when you attend the party." But Lu Yana refused, "Sorry, we are in a hurry to go home, so we won't try the makeup." Yi Chen also said, "Well, honey, I listen to you." Lu Yana also smiled, walked into the fitting room, and prepared to change into her clothes. She also didn't expect the dress to fit so well. Not to mention her, even the store manager was very surprised. After all, many times, if it were other customers, their breasts would probably have to be changed to 2 sizes smaller, but Lu Yana's were so magnificent. Originally, she had thought of letting Mrs. Yi try on some makeup, then take a photo and post it as a promotional photo or something, but now the couple was in a hurry, so she had to give up. After all, this was the first time she had met such a good-looking couple since she started working, especially Mrs. Yi. After all, many rich men in their line of work are average-looking, but the women around them are very beautiful, but usually these are not their original wives. They are used to this kind of thing. Chapter 92, Too Much Money to Spend. When it was time to check out, Yi Chen realized that the asking price for the dress was 480,000 yuan, the men's suit was 130,000 yuan, and with the shoes and bag, the total cost was 800,000 yuan. There is no bargaining here. Because this store has a membership system and the price is fixed. Before leaving, the female store manager took out a card and said to Yi Chen and the others, "Hello, you two are already members of our LV, so you can enjoy our member services. If something unexpected happens on the way to the banquet, or if there is an unexpected banquet, you can call us and we will send a nanny car with a carefully prepared dress and makeup artist for you. If your dress gets dirty during the banquet, we will send a car to take it there. Don't worry, our makeup artists and services are first class." Yi Chen approached the store manager's name tag, nodded and said to her, "Okay, thank you. Can I leave this dress here with you first? Don't let anyone else touch it, and keep it clean. When I attend the charity gala, I'll call you to send it over. Is that okay?" "Sir, no problem. Just call me and make an appointment in advance." Yi Chen said, "I'll make an appointment now, on the 28th of this month. I want to book a full set of services. I want your best makeup artist, no matter how much it costs." Okay, Mr. Yi, we'll book you a reservation with our top-level service team. The one-time fee is 200,000 yuan. Is that okay with you, Mr. Yi? Yi Chen, no problem. Do you want to pay the full amount now? No need, sir. Just pay half of the deposit to set the date, and the other half will be given after the service is completed. The store manager waved his hand quickly. Yi Chen immediately took out his bank card and swiped another 100,000 yuan. Lu Yana gladly accepted all of these. After all, she had already received jewelry worth 10 billion, so why would she care about spending a few 100,000? Moreover, she now has to learn to treat these as habits, because she still has 10 million transferred from Yi Chen on her card. This is 10 million, not 1,000 yuan. If she continues to spend at this rate, I wonder how long she will take to spend all the money. With her consumption concept, she would probably still have the 10 million when she is in her 70s or 80s. She has now figured it out. With Yi Chen's current consumption, some things are naturally the most expensive and the best, and he still has to have some things that show off, but in some places, if it is not necessary, it is better to spend sparingly. When Yi Chen swiped the last sum of money, the system rang. Congratulations to the host for completing a special order. The host is rewarded with the skill of knowing people with wisdom. This skill can only be turned on when it is used, and it is turned off at other times. Yi Chen was a little confused at this time. Usually the rewards were money or something like that, but now he was rewarded with such a skill? Is there some conspiracy here? Plus, I was rewarded with an invitation to a charity gala at the beginning, which is worth pondering. Although Yi Chen thought so, without any definite evidence, he had no choice but to stop thinking about it. But Lu Yana said to Yi Chen, "Hubby, let's go home first. We have the dress and jewelry." Then Lu Yana came to Yi Chen and whispered, "I have been out for more than 3 hours. It's almost 9 o'clock now. My milk is swollen." After saying that, his face turned red. Looking at his shy wife, he had no choice but to follow her. "Okay, let's go home now." Li Avi and Guoming, who were choosing diamond rings on the first floor, had already bought a 1-carat diamond ring, which cost them more than 100,000 yuan. Li Aiwei couldn't help but mutter, "Yi Chen and the others should have left. It's really unlucky today. I can see them everywhere. But why did they come to buy dresses? Guoming, who knows? Let's go up and take a look. It's been more than half an hour. I guess they are just here to take a look. Who would go there to pick out a dress for no reason?" Li Aiwei also chuckled, "That's right, not everyone can get an invitation to the Weisha charity gala." The two of them carried gift bags from the Diamond family and went to LV Gifts together. As soon as I walked into the store, I heard the shop assistants discussing, "That couple just now is really a perfect match." Yeah. That Mr. Yi is really a real-life overbearing CEO. He dotes on Mrs. Yi too much. That person took out his bank card and said to us, his gesture when he swiped the card was so cool. As long as others spend money here, you think they are handsome. Aren't you? Mr. Yi just bought himself a suit worth 130,000 yuan, but bought Mrs. Yi nearly 1 million yuan for the party. That dress alone is almost 500,000 yuan, my god. Do you think they are also attending that charity gala? A lot of people have come to buy dresses recently, and they are all discussing attending the gala. It's better not to ask too much about social affairs. You don't have the opportunity to participate. You'd better take good care of it. If you damage someone's dress, you can't afford to pay for a dress worth 500,000. The staff member quickly hung up and tidied the dress that Lu Yana had tried on. I have to wash it later and wait for Lu Yana to attend the party. Li Avi naturally knew who the Mr. and Mrs. Yi they were talking about were, and she also saw them pushing the dress that Lu Yana liked into a room. The jealous look in his eyes could no longer be suppressed and was about to burst out. It would be a lie to say that I don't regret it. I don't know which bastard spread the rumor that Yi Chen's family is bankrupt. She lost Yi Chen, such a high-quality and wealthy man. Li Avi glanced at the man next to her. Although his assets were similar to those of Yi Chen's family before, he had an older brother above him. Moreover, his elder brother has already served as the general manager of the family company, while Guoming is like a playboy who only knows how to spend money. Li Avi has been with Yi Chen for more than 2 years, almost 3 years, but she also knows that Yi Chen is the only son in his family, and that Yi Chen is a capable man and is not like other playboys in terms of relationships. After such a comparison, Li Avi felt that she regretted her decision and wondered why she couldn't just hold on a little longer. But there is no medicine for regret in this world. People have to pay the price for their choices. Chapter 93 A plan comes to mind. But, I just heard from the shop assistants that Yi Chen and Lu Yana are also going to the party? As for that charity gala, how could one be invited without a net worth of billions? Could it be that Yi Chen's family has a fortune of several billion? But from what I heard before, Yi Chen's family has only a few billion at most. What is going on with Yi Chen's family? Is the news I received actually fake? But that's impossible. Even Guoming's family has received the news. Yi Chen's family is really in trouble now. What exactly went wrong? But not just anyone can receive a gift from the charity gala. However, Yi Avi just saw that Yi Chen actually bought jewelry worth 10 billion yuan for Lu Yana. And these 10 billion worth of diamond jewelry were also bought by Yi Chen with real money. Although she admitted that Lu Yana was prettier than herself, she was also Yi Chen's girlfriend before. That means Yi Chen still has me in his heart, and he didn't even want to scold me just now. Doesn't that mean he still has feelings for me? No. No matter what, we must get Yi Chen back. Yi Chen belongs to me, Li Avi. After thinking about it, Li Avi glanced at Guoming and couldn't help but come up with an idea. She knew that Guomingle had been pursuing Lu Yana for a long time, but had never succeeded. So if she could help him at that time, However, Guoming did not think so. For this party, his family only gave him 1 million yuan. For him, 1 million yuan was enough to buy him a new outfit. But now, Li Avi has been added to the family. Not only does he have to buy a huge diamond ring worth hundreds of thousands, but he also has to buy dresses, shoes, bags, etc. worth more than hundreds of thousands. Just these few things will take up all of the 1 million. Although Guoming was somewhat reluctant, Li Avi was still the most beautiful girl in the school after all, so naturally there were things that made him willing to spend money. Although Li Avi is not as pretty as Lu Yana, one is enchanting while the other is pure, and they have a different feel. Obviously, Li Avi is not as stubborn as Lu Yana. As long as you are worth spending money on, she will definitely take a second look at you. And now, including today's spending, he has probably spent more than 1 million on Li Avi. Under his aggressive attack, Li Avi was directly conquered by him. Guoming naturally knew that Yi Chen and Lu Yana would also attend the party. Although he was confused about Yi Chen's invitation, he did not think too much about it. After all, some families might have hidden assets. Take his Guo family for example, they must have some. At this time, the two of them were choosing dresses, each with their own thoughts. Lu Yana and Yi Chen had also returned home. The babies in the house were making a fuss, and Debao's crying echoed throughout the villa. As soon as Lu Yana got out of the car, she ran upstairs to hug the baby. After all, she was really feeling uncomfortable because of her breast engorgement. Yi Chen looked at his beloved wife's running back and smiled dotingly. Yi Chen moved all the things back to the cloakroom on the second floor. Although he saw Lu Yana breastfeeding, they had already gotten used to each other's presence and did not feel awkward. Yi Chen looked at Lu Yana feeding with her back to him at this time, and said, "Wife, I was planning to go to the beauty salon with you today to see their postpartum recovery, but I was delayed by so many things today." Lu Yana said slowly, "It's okay, let's go next time. I also want to know more. When I was trying on the dress just now, I really couldn't bear it. The fat on the belly is really unbearable to look at." Lu Yana also complained about her figure. There was nothing she could do about it, as she had gained a lot of weight. Now that she had given birth, she felt very uncomfortable. After all, when I was pregnant before, I could accept having a baby in my belly, but now that I have given birth to the child, looking at the fat in my belly, I can't stand it anymore. She has always been very strict about her figure, so she won't allow any fat to exist. Must lose weight. She had to lose weight immediately, otherwise it would be very difficult for her to attend the party. The party will be held on the evening of the 28th, which is still 9 days away. If I go to see it tomorrow, the repair can be done on the same day. In a week, it should be able to be healed a little, and it won't be so hard by then. This is what Lu Yana thought in her heart. Yi Chen felt that Lu Yana's figure was just right now, neither fat nor thin, and she was very nice to hold. Yi Chen also comforted Lu Yana, "It's okay, as long as your husband likes it." Lu Yana smiled and said, "If you are the only one watching, it would be better, but it's a charity party, and there will definitely be a lot of people there. If others knew that you, Yi Chen, have a fat wife, you would lose face." Yi Chen didn't care, "No matter what they say, I am the one living with you, not them. As long as my husband thinks you are okay, then it's okay." Lu Yana, "No, I'm going there tomorrow. When I was shopping just now, I saw a beauty salon on the first floor of the mall. I heard from Ying that the service there is very good and the skin care effect is good. I will go there to try it. It should be good for postpartum recovery. Yi Chen, it's up to you. I'll drive with you tomorrow. Lu Yana picked up her son and switched to the other side to feed the child. Well, okay. Yi Chen then took his pajamas and walked into the bathroom. At around 11 o'clock, both of them finished their shower and lay down on the bed to rest. Yi Chen asked Lu Yana, Nana, how about hiring a nanny for Aunt Zhang? Or two? Look, if my mom or your mom is not available at that time, I don't want you to work hard. Aunt Zhang alone may not be able to take care of 3 little ones. Lu Yana also said, let's hire 2 more, or ask the 2 previous nannies. I think the babies like them very much. I don't know if they are willing to do it. Yi Chen, then I will call them tomorrow and ask them. The monthly salary of the confinement nanny is about the same as Aunt Zhang's. I guess they will also consider this. Aunt Zhang is the elder of our family, so naturally the salary should be higher for them. Lu Yana also said, well, that's true. Yi Chen, then let's do this. After lunch at home tomorrow, I will drive you to the mall. You can have a good sleep in the morning. Lu Yana, Yi Chen fell asleep holding Lu Yana in his arms. Chapter 94 Repairing for My Wife. Early the next morning, Yi Chen slept until 10 o'clock. During this time, Lu Yana quietly woke up to look for the baby, but he didn't even know it. He was so tired that he slept very soundly. These past few days have been really tiring, but luckily things are mostly done now. Now all that was left was to repair Lu Yana's condition. Fortunately, the day before the gala, Lu Yana went to the hospital for a 42-day postpartum checkup. After the checkup, she could attend the charity gala. Everything went very smoothly, and Yi Chen liked such a simple, happy, and ordinary life. Seeing that Lu Yana was still sleeping soundly, Yi Chen did not wake her up. He quietly washed up and went downstairs to eat something. When he learned that Lu Yana had not eaten breakfast, and seeing that it was almost 11 o'clock, he thought it was almost time to prepare lunch, so he prepared a delicious lunch for Lu Yana. Now one of the confinement nannies has been gone for more than a week. Only my mother and Aunt Zhang are taking care of the baby at home. They take care of the baby day and night, which must be very tiring. I decided to call the confinement nannies and ask them if they are interested in coming back to continue being the nanny. Yi Chen also paid them the salary of a confinement nanny, 20,000 a month, so they agreed to come back, but they had to rest at home for another week before coming back. The conditions were all agreed, and they would work as a nanny with the salary of a confinement nanny, and the most important thing was to take care of 3 babies. Yi Chen simply invited both of them back. 3 aunts taking care of 3 babies is enough even if no one else in the family is available. At the same time, it also saves Lu Yana and her mother from being so tired and unable to rest during the day and night. After making the call, Yi Chen prepared lunch for Lu Yana and her family. As soon as it was ready and was about to be brought upstairs, Lu Yana came downstairs. I guess I was hungry. When I woke up last night, I had some midnight snack before going back to sleep. The babies were pretty well behaved throughout the night, only waking up once or twice at most, which was pretty good. Lu Yana smiled and said to Yi Chen, hubby, good morning. Yi Chen smiled and said, wife, good morning, is mom not up yet? Aunt Zhang was already preparing the meal, so she said, I'll go call Sister May to eat. She didn't sleep well last night. She just fed the baby at around 9 o'clock and fell asleep again, so I didn't have time to get up and cook. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen felt that his decision to invite the 2 aunts back again was the right one. So, when everyone gathered together for dinner, he told his mother and Aunt Zhang about hiring 2 moon nannies to come back as babysitters. With 2 more people, we can take a breather while taking care of the children, allowing the adults to have a good rest as well. Division of labor and cooperation, with some people working the night shift and others responsible for buying groceries, cooking, cleaning, etc. during the day. Mother Yi and Aunt Zhang both raised their hands to agree with Yi Chen's decision. Because I am really tired and there is no private space at all. There are only children around me every day, and even the time I rest is when I sleep. If we invite more of them back, then they can be the same as before, or at least they won't be so tired. After lunch, Lu Yana fed the child again and then asked Yi Chen to take her to the Demingfa shopping mall where they went yesterday. After arriving at the mall, she immediately took Yi Chen to the beauty salon called E-Beauty. This beauty salon was also introduced by her good sister Gu Ying, so she felt very reassured about it, as recommendations from good sisters were naturally good ones. As soon as she walked in, the ladies at the front desk immediately came up to greet her with a smile. Hello, sir and beautiful lady, how can I help you? Lu Yana got straight to the point, but her tone was a little shy. I want to do postpartum recovery. Although she is already a married mother with children, she has not yet fully adapted to this new identity, especially saying that she is a mother in front of others. The female clerk looked at Lu Yana and Yi Chen and couldn't help but smile. Madam, don't worry, we have a very complete postpartum recovery plan here. Please sit here and have a cup of tea, I will prepare some information for you. Lu Yana nodded, okay. Yi Chen didn't say a word from then on, just sat quietly by the side. After all, this is a woman's matter, and it's not good for a man like him to get involved. He just needs to be responsible for paying the money. After Lu Yana drank a cup of tea, the female clerk sat down opposite them with a flyer. Beauty, is this your husband? The female clerk asked politely. Lu Yana, yes, this is my husband, his last name is Yi. After saying this, her face turned red, because this was the first time she admitted in front of others that Yi Chen was her husband. Oh, hello, Mr. Yi. The female clerk also greeted Yi Chen politely. Mrs. Yi, you are so lucky. When you come here for postpartum care, it turns out that your husband takes care of you. This situation is really rare. You are really so lucky. Yi Chen also smiled, wanting to make Lu Yana the happiest person in the world. Lu Yana's face turned even redder this time. She smiled, her face full of happiness. Thank you, my husband is really a good husband. The female clerk also smiled and said, Mrs. Yi, how long have you been postpartum now? Lu Yana, in about a week, I will have to go back to the hospital for the 42-day checkup. Oh? Then it's almost time for you to come over and have it repaired. Is yours clean? Asked the female clerk. Well, it has been cleaned a long time ago. Lu Yana glanced at Yi Chen and replied. Then you can take a look at our flyer now. This is for professional postpartum repair. Although there are also services in hospitals, you have to wait in line for a long time. But it's different here. As long as you call us half an hour in advance, we will immediately arrange for someone to serve you. The female clerk continued, don't think that this is not a hospital, but we have a medical beauty partnership. All of our staff have relevant professional assessments, and all of our equipment is synchronized with the hospital, and is even more advanced. The results are also very significant. So you don't have to worry about qualifications. We will provide you with more comprehensive and comfortable services. You can take a look first and understand it. Lu Yana and Yi Chen looked at the leaflet together. When they saw certain words, Lu Yana's face turned red. Some words are really too straightforward. Chapter 95, Women's Restoration. After all, these are some private matters about women, as well as explanations of private parts and so on. The female clerk didn't know the true situation of Yi Chen and Lu Yana, so she naturally treated them as an ordinary couple. How much does the baby you are pregnant with weigh? Asked the salesgirl. Lu Yana was a little confused. Does this have anything to do with it? Of course it is related. If the child is too big, it will cause great damage to the rectus abdominis muscle. Explained the female clerk. Lu Yana finally understood and replied, I am pregnant with triplets, and all three weigh more than 4 kilograms. Hearing this, the female clerk looked at Lu Yana in shock. Oh my god. You are pregnant with triplets? And each fetus is this big. How big must your belly be? You really suffered when you were pregnant. The female clerk couldn't imagine how big the belly of a woman with triplets would be. Lu Yana also nodded, it was quite hard when I was pregnant. After giving birth, my belly has never recovered. In addition to having too much fat, it feels like the skin on it is too loose. Originally, she didn't want to say all this, but Yi Chen had already seen it when he was treating her wounds, so there was nothing wrong with saying it. The female clerk also said seriously, that's natural. If the fetus is too large, the stretched belly will not return to its original shape all of a sudden. But I think the most important thing for you to do now is to repair the rectus abdominis. Those things you mentioned are not all fat, they may be internal organs and intestines. Because the rectus abdominis protects our belly, and now that you are pregnant with triplets, you must be stretched to the limit, so the damage to the rectus abdominis is really too great. The female clerk carefully explained to Lu Yana and Yi Chen nodded as he watched. Yi Chen already knew all this, so he was so anxious to bring Lu Yana here for postpartum recovery. After all, Lu Yana cared so much about her figure, and he would definitely pay attention to it as well. The female clerk said, the most urgent thing is to repair the rectus abdominis, and then the lower part also needs to be tightened, otherwise there will be some problems in that aspect of life, but this must be done together with the pelvis. You must have had a cesarean section for your triplets, but don't think that a cesarean section won't affect that aspect of your life. When a woman is pregnant, everything about her body changes. In addition to stretching the rectus abdominis, the pelvis and other parts of her body will also change. Of course, you didn't experience pubic labor pain, so it will be better and tighter than other normal births. The female clerk really didn't treat Yi Chen as an outsider. She actually said those things as if it was natural in front of Yi Chen. Fortunately, the female clerk didn't know about the situation between Yi Chen and Lu Yana, otherwise it would be really embarrassing. Especially regarding that aspect, and words like tighten up a bit down there, these words really made Lu Yana blush so much that her face almost reached her ears. Yi Chen seemed very calm and said immediately, "Do you have a schedule today? I'll place an order now." The female clerk smiled and said, "Yes, yes, yes. We can do it right now, but it will take about half an hour. Is that okay?" Yi Chen said, "It's okay. Are there any other skincare products? I want to apply for a card for my wife." The female clerk was delighted. "Yes, yes. Look." So, she picked up another promotional leaflet and said to Yi Chen and the others, "This is the latest skincare product launched by our company. You can take a look." "Okay." Yi Chen took the flyer and looked at it with Lu Yana. Lu Yana whispered, "Husband, you are so nice." Yi Chen just touched her head and smiled, "You are my wife, who can I treat well if I don't treat you well?" Lu Yana also laughed. The female clerk next to her also saw it and was already envious and jealous. The shop assistants around them all looked at Yi Chen and the others as if they were dinosaurs. Why are other people as husbands so good? Yi Chen pointed to the highest priced set meal here and said, "This is it." After thinking for a moment, he asked, "Do you have door-to-door service?" The female clerk immediately replied, "Yes, but only super members can enjoy this treatment." "How can I become a super member?" "As long as you top up 200,000 yuan in our store, you can immediately become a super member. No matter what package you buy or what project you do, it will be directly deducted from the balance on the card after you sign. Our beauticians only do skin care when they go out for missions. If they need to repair, they will use instruments, so we will not accept orders for the time being." Yi Chen said, "Well, then I will charge 500,000. Open 2 packages for postpartum recovery and see how the recovery is, and then do these better skin care projects for me." The female clerk was so happy that she almost jumped up. OMG. This is the first time I have met such a cheerful and generous host and guest. In the past, the most that could be recharged at once was 200,000 yuan, but even so, it was very rare. What's more, it's the husband who helps his wife to charge the battery, which is really rare in the world. I admit, I was really jealous. Although I can make money, I still feel a little jealous for some reason. Lu Yana was also moved by Yi Chen's magnanimity. After all, some men in society today think that women's rehabilitation matters are unimportant. She really didn't expect that Yi Chen would value her so much. Lu Yana was almost moved to tears on the spot. Yi Chen also noticed Lu Yana's emotional fluctuations, and hugged Lu Yana on the spot to comfort her. If this wasn't in public, he would have hugged Lu Yana in his arms long ago. So, quickly, the female clerk created a file for them, saved Lu Yana's information into the computer, and opened a super membership card on the spot. The female clerk asked, "Hello sir, the total is 500,000, may I ask?" Yi Chen took out his bank card, swiped the card. Beep. Card swiping successful. At this moment, the system rang. Congratulations to the host for completing his special order. As a reward, the host will receive a commercial building in the city center. It is called Huachang Building. The total area is about 10,000 square meters, and the construction area is about 3,000 square meters. This really shocked Yi Chen so much that his eyes widened. OMG. This reward is really awesome. It's better than any reward. This Huachang Building is the largest building in Xianxing, and he actually became the owner. This time the system is really expensive. This building, which is worth tens of billions of dollars, can be given away just like that. However, Yi Chen finally discovered the System S series of reward rules. Chapter 96. I feel so excited. Anything done for Lu Yana will most likely trigger a special order. Is it because it doesn't directly affect the baby? And now they are helping Lu Yana with the repairs, so they came out of Lu Yana's belly, helped them repair the cradle, and then accidentally triggered a special order? Yi Chen thought about this in his mind and smiled in his heart. Maybe this is the rule. This system is also bound by the system because of the appearance of the child. I decided to be with Lu Yana. It is not difficult to imagine that everything I do, as long as it is related to them, will trigger rewards. Then what is the matter with this system upgrade? Regarding the last question, Yi-Chen didn't understand it either. He just muttered to himself, is it because he needs to complete some special orders that he can get the upgrade? Yes. Very likely. The female clerk saw that Yi-Chen suddenly fell into deep thought and did not take the card she handed over. She was scared and thought that Yi-Chen was going to go back on his word. My hands were shaking a little. Yi-Chen suddenly came back to his senses from his thoughts, and saw the female clerk looking at him with a frown, and immediately smiled and took back his card. The female clerk finally relaxed her brows, but she was scared to death. The female clerk said, Mrs. Yi, I have arranged everything for you. Please follow me over here. Mr. Yi can have tea here, or go shopping in the nearby mall. It will take about half an hour. Remember to do your skin care together. Yi-Chen instructed. Saleswoman, yes, we will. Lu Yana said to Yi-Chen, if you feel bored, you can go for a walk nearby first. I will send you a message when I am almost done. Yi-Chen nodded, go quickly, don't worry about me. Lu Yana smiled and waved to Yi-Chen, then followed the female clerk. After all, beauty businesses are basically for women. Of course, men do it too, but the two sides are separate. After the female clerk left, the receptionist immediately brought Yi-Chen magazines, a fruit platter, snacks, and tea. It was convenient for Yi-Chen to kill time here, but Yi-Chen greeted the front desk and walked out of the beauty salon. In fact, Yi-Chen went to buy a bag for Lu Yana. After all, when I go to a charity gala, I'll need a bag that's presentable, otherwise people will say that I'm incompetent and don't love my wife. As the saying goes, to see how successful a man is, you have to look at the women around him. Originally, a man who loves his wife would be willing to spend money on his wife, so this is a win-win situation. The Mingfa Shopping Mall is a large shopping mall. There must be many big brands here, such as Hermes, Chanel, Dior, LV, etc., but they should be on the third floor. Yi-Chen went to the third floor of the mall according to the instructions of the mall. When Yi-Chen went to the third floor, it could really be said to be a paradise for luxury goods, or rather a shopping paradise for women. All the luxury goods are here, including bags, clothes, watches, shoes and everything. When Yi-Chen saw the famous watch, his heart was moved. It seemed that neither he nor Lu Yana had a decent watch yet, so he decided to get one for himself. Yi-Chen looked at the most conspicuous store in front of him, Patek Philippe. Men should all know this name. This is one of the top 10 famous watches in the world. As soon as he walked in, one of the female salesmen came up to him and asked Yi-Chen, hello sir, what type of watch would you like to see? Yi-Chen said, let me take a look first. The saleswoman just smiled and said, okay sir, the watches you are looking at now are all sports watches. The ones over here are casual ones, and the ones in the back are business ones. You can take a look at them first, and if you like them, I can give them to you to try on. Yi-Chen smiled and said, thank you, I understand. In fact, the saleswoman still thought that Yi-Chen was just here to hang out, so she didn't take it too seriously. After all, many people came here to hang out throughout the day, and she was used to it. Yi-Chen looked at Shuang and nodded. After walking around for about 10 minutes, he already had a choice in his mind. When the time comes, I will wait for Lu Yana to come over and take a look, see if she likes it or not, and then each of us will buy one. If there is a couple watch, Nana would like it more. Hee hee. Yi-Chen smiled slightly as he thought about it, then walked out of the store. When he turned the corner, he came across an underwear brand store. Maison Clothes. This is a young brand, which was founded only 15 years ago, but it has always insisted on creating clothes that make women look plump and sexy. With this concept, the brand won the Underwear Brand of the Year award just a few years after its establishment last year. The brand Maison Clothes has a unique charm and has swept the fashion and art circles since its appearance. Many photographers, stylists, and fashion representatives are loyal customers of Maison Clothes. And the prices are very affordable, basically around 3 digits, and most people can afford it. Anyway, it doesn't matter whether it's money or not. The most important thing now is that Yi-Chen has been attracted by a piece of sexy underwear in the display cabinet. Now, the little thoughts in Yi-Chen's heart could not help but be gradually magnified. At this moment, his inner desire was stirring. However, he stood at the corner and watched for a few minutes before he noticed a man walk in. So, he plucked up his courage and strode into the Maison Clothes store. OMG! The things inside are so attractive and beautiful. Even a grown man like Yi Chen blushed when he saw this. It would be somewhat embarrassing for a grown man to walk into a lingerie store. It was also Yi Chen's first time, but he felt so excited inside. After staying inside for a few minutes, Yi Chen picked out a few pieces as quickly as possible. After telling his height and weight, he immediately paid the bill and left. At this time, 25 minutes had passed. Yi Chen packed a few pieces of underwear and put them in a bag, preparing to give it to Lu Yana tonight. However, he didn't know whether Lu Yana would wear it. As for other bags and the like, it's better to go with Lu Yana. After all, when he was with Lievi, he came here once or twice a month, and many salesgirls knew him. Chapter 97: The Pleasure of Triple Reimbursement. She quickly fled the store with the bag and returned to the beauty salon. At this time, Lu Yana has not finished yet. After all, she has to work on 2 projects, so it may take a little time. Seeing Yi Chen coming back, the front desk staff immediately stepped forward to greet him. After Yi Chen returned to the beauty salon, he put on a serious look and sat upright on the sofa. After putting the bag aside, he pretended to be calm, picked up the teacup in front of him, took a sip, and then slowly calmed down. About 15 minutes later, Lu Yana finally came out of the compartment. "Husband!" Lu Yana shouted excitedly. Yi Chen immediately went to meet him. Looking at Lu Yana's condition after the skincare treatment, well, I am quite satisfied. At least my skin feels much whiter and tenderer. Lu Yana also saw the shopping bag on the sofa and asked with a smile, "Honey, did you just go out and buy something?" Nothing, just some clothes." Yi Chen was shocked. He was also worried that Lu Yana would take out her underwear in public. If that happened, he would probably be killed. Fortunately, Lu Yana just said, "Yours or mine?" Yi Chen quickly said, "I just bought some underwear and the like." Lu Yana reacted at this time. Fortunately, she didn't touch it and took it out to see that Yi Chen had bought some close-fitting clothes. Lu Yana said, "Oh, okay. Now that I'm done, shall we go back? Or do you want to go shopping again?" Yi Chen said, "When I was out shopping just now, I saw a watch from Patek Philippe. I quite like it." Lu Yana, "Then let's go and have a look together? As long as my husband likes it." After Lu Yana signed her name in the notebook, Yi Chen took Lu Yana to the 3rd floor of Patek Philippe. The female salesperson was obviously stunned. She really didn't expect that Yi Chen actually brought his wife back. The female salesperson immediately stepped forward, "Hello, sir, miss." Lu Yana politely replied, "Hello." Yi Chen said, "I saw a couple's watch over there. I don't know if you like it. Let's go over there and take a look." Yi Chen took Lu Yana directly to the couple's watch section and pointed at a watch on it. "Do you like this one?" Yi Chen asked. Lu Yana looked at the watch carefully, looking left and right. When the female salesperson saw this, she was so shocked that she almost couldn't react. This is an automatic mechanical movement watch. The total value of both the men's and women's watches is more than 2 million. The men's version is priced at 1,109,114 yuan, while the women's version is priced at 1,329,229 yuan. Both watches have round dials, automatic movements, rubber straps, buckles, hands, dials, and screw-down crowns. The men's version is relatively simple, while the women's version is covered with a few diamonds, so it is a bit more expensive. This couple watch is also a new style launched for Valentine's Day this year, so the price is naturally a bit high. At present, only 10 pairs of this couple's watches have been sold in Hong Kong. Even if they are worn outside, there are few signs of duplicate styles. The saleswoman stepped forward and said, "Hello, are you interested in the couple watches we launched this year? If you really want them, we can take them out for you to try on." These 2 watches are also newly opened and have never been tried on by anyone. Because everyone who tried it on bought it, the saleswoman said confidently. She has already sold 2 pairs of this couple's watch. If Yi Chen and his friend's pair are included, that would make it 3 pairs. Therefore, if you look carefully at the expressions of Lu Yana and Yi Chen at this moment, you will know that this deal will definitely be successful. When Lu Yana saw the price tag, she was shocked. A watch costs at least 1 million yuan, which is really expensive. However, this amount of money is naturally not a lot of money for Yi Chen. Lu Yana just felt that she had spent money like water in the past 2 days, and had spent 1 billion in one go. Now, to buy 2 watches, she would have to spend almost 2.5 million. If I hadn't been with Yi Chen, I probably wouldn't have been able to spend so much money in my life. When she thought of this, Lu Yana felt warm in her heart. At this time, Yi Chen had already asked the female salesperson to take out the watch and try it on. Yi Chen gently held Lu Yina's hand and put the women's watch on her. Seeing Lu Yina suddenly smile, Yi Chen asked, "Do you like it?" Lu Yina smiled and said, "Yeah, I like it." Whatever her husband likes, she naturally likes too. Yi Chen said to the saleswoman, "Pack it up for me." The saleswoman thought she had misheard at first, and immediately asked again, "Sir, do you really want to wrap it up?" Yi Chen said, "Of course it is true." Lu Yina also smiled at the saleswoman without saying anything. The female salesperson was a little flustered. She quickly took the packaging box out of the cabinet, took off the label on it, and walked to the front desk to calculate the money and pay the bill. After a while, the saleswoman came back with the store's gift bag, a piece of paper, a pen, and a credit card machine. The saleswoman said to Yi Chen and the others, "Hello, sir. Please allow me to apply for a platinum membership card for you. If you consume here, you will get a 10% discount. I have already made a discount for you. A couple watch costs a total of 2,438,343 yuan, 2,438,343 yuan. After the discount, it is 2,194,500 yuan, 2,194,500 yuan. Yi Chen said generously, swiped the card. The female salesperson's heart was racing, and she immediately stepped forward to take the bank card from Yi Chen's hand. Beep. The card swiping was successful. At this moment, the system rang. "Congratulations, host, you have successfully paid for your wife. The system will return you 3 times the purchase amount." The message ringtone of the mobile phone rang again. Yi Chen picked it up and saw that it was 6,583,500 yuan, not a penny less. For a moment, Yi Chen wanted to ask the saleswoman not to give him a discount. After all, with such a discount, Yi Chen would lose hundreds of thousands of dollars. However, if he puts his current money in the bank, the interest generated will not be different. The female salesperson respectfully handed the bank card back to Yi Chen with both hands, and also handed over the packaged watch with both hands. Yi Chen took the card and shopping bag, took Lu Yina's hand and walked out of the famous watch store. As Lu Yina walked, she asked, "Husband, where are we going now?" Yi Chen smiled and said, "Of course I'll buy what I want to buy." Holding Lu Yina's hand, he walked into various brand name stores and spent several million on bags, shoes, clothes, etc. Yi Chen put them back into the car in batches and went back to consume. The system reimburses 3 times the amount. You know what, the system is really cool. Chapter 98, Recovering Very Well. After returning home, Lu Yina divided up all the things because they also bought a lot of things for the family during this outing. Lu Yina gave the 2 bags she bought, some thermal underwear, coats, scarves, etc. to Ye's mother. Mother Yi also smiled from ear to ear, and kept praising Lu Yina. "Oh, Nana is so filial. You don't know, Yi Chen is so old, but he has never bought anything for me. Oh, I am so blessed." Lu Yina smiled and said, "Mom, you are my husband's mother, so you are also my mother." Mother Yi smiled and said, Okay, having a well-behaved daughter like you is really a blessing for our Yi Chen in 8 lifetimes." Yi Chen also interrupted, "Mom, don't say that I haven't bought you anything. I have bought you snacks." Mother Yi also disparaged Yi Chen, "Snacks? Didn't you eat them all by yourself? And you said you would buy them for me. I don't even like snacks." Yi Chen was also talking about his mother, "Then I bought it back, didn't you eat my spicy strips in big mouthfuls?" Yi Chen also knew that his mother used to love eating snacks, but recently, perhaps because she was getting older and wanted to stay healthy, she had given up eating snacks. Mother Yi just snorted and walked back to her room holding the things Lu Yina bought for her. In fact, she knew that these things must have been paid for by Yi Chen, but Lu Yina picked them for her, so they could be considered as bought by Lu Yina for herself. For an old lady, being happy is just that simple. Yi Chen and Lu Yina watched Ye's mother go upstairs, and they quickly moved the things they bought back to the room. Some things were bought for Ye's father and Lu Yina's parents, and were piled up in the storage room downstairs. Lu Yina and Yi Chen returned to their room, and the babies woke up at this time. Lu Yina went over to pick up the child first, leaving Yi Chen alone to sort things out. Yi Chen unpacked all the things and put them away one by one. Finally, after taking apart those pieces of sexy underwear, Yi Chen hung them next to the pajamas. Yi Chen was thinking that the weather was a bit cold now and it didn't seem very suitable to wear. He was thinking about it with the underwear in his hand, when suddenly Lu Yina opened the door and came in. When she saw the transparent underwear in Yi Chen's hand, her face immediately blushed. It turned out that Ji Chen actually went to buy this while she was doing the repair. And that shopping bag turned out to be. He didn't buy it for himself, but for me. Lu Yana stood at the door somewhat embarrassedly, and Yi Chen was even more embarrassed than Lu Yana. At first Yi Chen was thinking, why not just wait for Lu Yana to find out herself, but he didn't expect to be caught in public, and Lu Yana saw him when he was admiring her with a lewd look on his face. OMG. I was really killed on the spot. Yi Chen put the underwear into the closet awkwardly, and said to Lu Yana, I have unpacked all your things for you, and I have put your bag away for you. There are still some clothes that I haven't had time to put away. How about you do it yourself? Lu Yana didn't say anything either, she just walked to Yi Chen's side and said, Husband, do you like that? Yi Chen was stunned. He originally thought that he would be embarrassed, but now that he was asked, he was even more embarrassed. Yi Chen chuckled twice, that's right, I like it, it's pretty. Lu Yana smiled secretly, if there is a chance. I will wear it for you to see. But I have never worn it before. I don't know if it looks good. Yi Chen immediately said, it will definitely look good, absolutely 100% good looking. As if realizing something, Yi Chen quickly covered his mouth. Lu Yana laughed twice, Husband, we are husband and wife, there is nothing to be embarrassed about. You don't have to be like this. Lu Yana has figured it out now. After all, they are still husband and wife. Once everything is set out, no one will feel awkward anymore. Although she was the one who took the initiative at the beginning, she still has her womanly reserve. Seeing Yi Chen's manly behavior, Lu Yana also found it a little funny. It's good to have some fun. Yi Chen grinned, hugged Lu Yana in his arms, and whispered in Lu Yana's ear, Men, this is their hobby. When you are ready, wear it for your husband to see. Lu Yana blushed immediately, yeah. The two of them just hugged each other and clung to each other. Soon it was time to go to the hospital for the 42-day postpartum checkup. Yi Chen got up early that day, and Lu Yana had already made an appointment for 10 o'clock in the morning in the evening. I got up at around 9 o'clock. It was quite difficult to get up at this time because I had to breastfeed the baby at night. After getting up twice at night, I wanted to sleep a little longer in the morning. Look, Lu Yana fell asleep while sitting in the car holding her clothes. Yi Chen also shook his head helplessly. There was no other way. Breastfeeding mothers have such a hard life. When we arrived at the hospital, it was almost 10 o'clock, but we still had to wait for half an hour. Obviously, even if we made an appointment, the time was still uncertain. Because there are too many people. Yi Chen quickly woke up Lu Yana in his arms and took her into the doctor's office. The doctor looked at Lu Yana's file and asked in surprise, You are the mother who gave birth to triplets. You are so great. Every one of your babies weighed more than 15 pounds when delivered by cesarean section. You are taking really good care of them. Lu Yana smiled and said, Thank you, doctor. The doctor turned to look at the computer. Your rectus abdominis and pelvis are the most important to rest. Lu Yana, yes, doctor, I have already started the repair. Well, that's good, but you still have to do the postpartum checkup. After you pay the bill, come back here and our nurse will arrange it for you. You don't have to hold your urine for this ultrasound. Lu Yana, okay, thank you, doctor. Yi Chen also hurriedly thanked the doctor and took the bill to pay. After coming back and handing the list to the nurse, Lu Yana was taken away by the nurse. After about an hour, Lu Yana finally came out with the results. Pulling Yi Chen, he said, Let's go back to see the doctor now. When we did the ultrasound just now, the doctor said that I'm recovering very well. Lu Yana took Yi Chen into the doctor's office and handed the results to the doctor. The doctor took the list and looked at it for a long time. Well, your body has recovered very well in all aspects, and you are not anemic. You also lost 200 milliliters of blood during the cesarean section. When you were in the hospital, your hemoglobin cells were not normal, but they have recovered now. Although the data is like this, you still need to replenish your blood after you go back, so that your qi and blood can be regulated and your body functions can be fully restored. Also, the function of your rectus abdominis is really poor. You have seen and felt the fat in your belly before, but there are many organs in it. The rectus abdominis protects our internal organs. Fortunately, you have repaired it. The data now is much better than before. Keep working on it. Don't stop until it is completely repaired. Chapter 99, A few billion is just a small matter. Yi Chen took the doctor's words to heart, so he said to the doctor, Well, we will. After walking out of the doctor's office, Yichen took Lu Yana to the pharmacy and bought a lot of supplements, including several kilograms of bird's nests and some things for replenishing qi and blood after childbirth. Of course, these supplements were all of the best quality, and I spent probably over 200,000 yuan, but the system returned it all 3 times. Yichen wouldn't even blink an eye when it comes to things that can be bought with money. Yichen said to Lu Yana, now that the 2 nannies are back, let them stew a pot of bird's nest every night. You can drink it when you get up at night. Also, you should drink a cup of tonic before going to bed. There are instructions on how to stew it, so give it to them. I will supervise you every day, and not a single one will be left behind. Lu Yana was extremely horrified. No way, I just want to lose weight. Why lose weight? Your husband likes you like this. But if you keep feeding me like this, I will continue to get fatter. Lu Yana retorted in a low voice. Refutation is useless. You have to listen to me this time. You can lose weight at any time. When the time comes, I will find a nutritionist to prepare a nutritious meal for you. Try to reduce the energy intake from your daily diet. But you have to drink this tonic. Yichen said domineeringly. Lu Yana couldn't do anything about him, so she had to go along with him. Well, okay. At this moment, the system rang. Beep. I took my wife to get a postpartum checkup, and the system rewarded me with the skills of a senior nutritionist. Yichen praised in his heart, this system is indeed monitoring me every day, otherwise how could it prepare even this for me? When I get home, I'll write a recipe and ask the nanny to follow it. Yichen thought so in his heart. I drove Lu Yana to the beauty salon again. Today, I did a full set of repair and body care. I also prescribed a set of mugwort set for Lu Yana to maintain her body. Yichen waited in the beauty salon for an hour and a half, and his lunch was overdue. When Lu Yana came out, it was already 1:30. Yichen insisted on waiting for Lu Yana to come out before going to have lunch. After all, tomorrow is the time to attend the charity gala, and Yichen naturally hopes that Lu Yana can attend in the best condition. Just now, Yichen had already called the LV courtesy staff to confirm that someone would be sent to his home tomorrow afternoon. As soon as Lu Yana came out, she quickly hugged Yichen and said, my milk was swollen just now, so I asked them to help me squeeze it out. Yichen smiled and said, that's good. I was worried about you. I just called home and told them that we won't be going back for dinner. Let's go eat together. Lu Yana nodded, yeah, I'm really hungry too. I had a bowl of porridge in the morning, and now I'm almost starving. I just asked them for a snack. Yichen hugged Lu Yana, then let's go eat quickly. It doesn't matter if we delay a little. The most important thing is that all the projects are completed. Do you want to make an appointment for them to come tomorrow? Lu Yana thought for a moment and said, well, that's best. I'll do some skin care and then I can put on makeup. Yichen immediately made an appointment at the front desk for a home skin care project for tomorrow, and then took Lu Yana to the 5th floor of the mall to find something to eat. By the time they got home, it was already around 4 in the afternoon. At dinner time, Yichen asked Aunt Zhang to save some food for them so they could eat later. But the 3 little ones missed their mother as they hadn't seen the baby for almost the whole day. The first thing Lu Yana did when she came back was to see her baby. Mother Yi pulled Yichen aside and asked, Chen, how was Nana's examination? Is there anything I should pay attention to? Yichen also told the truth. The doctor said that she needs to be nourished more. Mom, you will be fine in the future, so just make some soup for Nana. Yichen mentioned the kilograms of bird's nest. You can also stew this when you have time. I bought enough for the whole family, you can eat it too. After putting down the bird's nest, Yichen picked up a pile of medicinal herbs and said to Ye's mother, in the past, my son had no money and didn't know how to buy these for you. I just knew you liked to eat snacks, so I bought you snacks. Now my son knows how to care about you, so I bought these for you, Nana, and mother-in-law. You all need to take good care of them. Mother Yi was also very pleased, and lamented that her son had really grown up after becoming a father. That is right, get married first and then start a career. Mother Yi also said to Yichen in a profound tone, Chen, you have really grown up. You know how to care about your wife and others. Mom is really pleased. But what I am most concerned about now is that even though you have so many shares, or other shares, Mom still hopes that you can do something of your own, and be able to take care of the family while also having your own career. Your father and I are old, both in our 50s, but we are still working hard. As a person, you need to learn and live until you are old. When your father has everything settled, I still hope that you can inherit your father's company. Mother Yi said so much in one breath, and Yi Chen also understood that he couldn't escape this time. Yi Chen took a deep breath and replied, "Mom, I understand. When the time comes, I will take over Dad's company, but I hope to open the company in the center of Hong Kong. Mother Yi, I've already told you before that your father intends to move the company's headquarters back here. Has he found a suitable place to move to?" Yi Chen asked. "Not yet. You know those office buildings in the city center are so popular and expensive that we can't afford to rent them. If we pay the rent at the end of the year, it's definitely not worth it." Mother Yi also sighed. Yi Chen said, "How big an office do you want? Or have you considered opening a branch in the city center?" Mother Yi shook her head. "If it's a company headquarters, it will only be a few hundred square meters. If you want to open a branch, how can you open it without more than 1 or 2,000 square meters?" Yi Chen said, "If you really want to open a branch or something, tell me and I'll see if my friends can help you ask. As for the company headquarters, I'll call and ask tomorrow." Mother Yi, "Okay then. We can only mobilize our friends for this matter. Otherwise, there is really no other way. We don't know many people in the city." Although Yi Chen's parents had a net worth of more than 1 billion yuan, they were only considered a small fortune in Cherishing, and few people knew them, so it was normal that they didn't know him. In the eyes of some big men, more than 1 billion yuan was just a small fortune. Chapter 100: Persuading Parents to Retire. After Yi Chen talked with his mother, he remembered the reward he had just received: Huachang Building. This is the largest commercial center building in the city center, with a total area of more than 10,000 square meters, and the building area alone is more than 3,000 square meters. So, he immediately contacted the system and asked for the phone number of the property manager. Yi Chen immediately called the property manager of Huachang Building and the call was quickly connected. Obviously, Yi Chen's phone number has been saved in the phone book by the property manager. The first thing the property manager said when he answered the phone was, "Hello, Mr. Yi, I am the manager of the property management company of Huachang Building. My name is Lu Quanzheng, you can call me Xiao Lu. I wonder if Mr. Yi is calling me to ask if there is anything I can help you with?" Yi Chen said in a calm tone, "I want to know if there are any unrented properties in my building?" Lu Quanzheng immediately replied to Yi Chen, and it was obvious that he was very familiar with the situation of the building. Reporting to Mr. Yi, there are 1,000 square meters of unrented space on the first and second floors of our building. The building is 30 stories high, and there are 18 unused offices. Each office is about 200 to 300 square meters. I wonder what Mr. Yi wants to use it for?" Lu Quanzheng asked cautiously. Yi Chen said, "Are there 2 adjacent offices? I can use them. If you want to rent out the one downstairs, please give me a call first. Because my family hasn't decided whether to open a branch in the city, but I will definitely use this headquarters office." Lu Quanzheng also heard the hidden meaning in the words. Since Mr. Yi actually asked about it, it must be useful to him, so he took it to heart. Lu Quanzheng immediately replied, "Okay, Mr. Yi. There are 2 connected rooms on the 13th floor, so I left it for Mr. Yi." Yi Chen, "Yeah." Lu Quan was on the other end of the phone, saying, "It's the end of June now, and the building's half-yearly rent is almost collected. After our finance department has deducted half a year's property management fee, it will be transferred to you, Mr. Yi." Yi Chen asked, "How many are there this time?" Lu Quanzheng immediately replied, "After deducting the property management fee, there will be about 300 million. It will be collected around July 1st or 2nd, please rest assured, Mr. Yi." Yi Chen, "Well, that's good, thank you for your help." Lu Quanzheng, "It's not a bother, this is what we should do." After Yi Chen finished speaking, he hung up the phone. When Lu Quanzheng first received Yi Chen's call, he was shocked. "I thought Yi Chen called to ask him for the rent and why he hadn't collected it yet so late. Normally the money would be transferred at the end of June, but this time one of the companies had financial problems and they had been urging them to pay for many days, ordering them to transfer the money to the property company's account before the 1st, otherwise they would be fired." Unexpectedly, Yi Chen just asked if there were any vacant offices. He was shocked. He doesn't want to lose such a cash cow. The Huachang Building brings in more than 1 million in profits to the company every month, which amounts to more than 10 million in a year. Therefore, he had to keep Yi Chen steady no matter what. As soon as Yi Chen hung up the phone, he was even more ecstatic. When he knew that he could collect more than 300 million yuan in rent in half a year, his heart jumped. Even if he does nothing, the dividends from Huachang Building and Liui Baby's shares means that he can earn at least more than 1 billion yuan a year. As the saying goes, you don't have to worry even if you break your legs. After he slowly calmed down, he found Ye's mother and said, "Mom, I have already solved the office problem for you. If you want to open a branch in the city center, is 2,000 square meters enough?" Yi Chen's family runs a food company and also owns a large supermarket, but they share some shares with others. Mother Yi said, "I don't know either. I'll ask your father first and see what he says. I just talked to him. He wants to sell his shares and live here in his old age. You know, those people are not so easy to get along with. The last time something happened, it made your father very angry." Yi Chen thought for a moment and said generously, "If he wants to quit, I will support him, just let him do it." Mother Yi also smiled, "When will it be your turn to take care of us? Once your father sells his shares, there will be at least 100 million or 500 million left, which is enough for us to take care of ourselves in our old age. The most important thing now is, what are you going to do with your and Nana's studies? What are your plans for your wedding? Nana, you can't just get the marriage certificate with you and call it a day, right? When a woman gets married, she wants a dreamy, perfect wedding, so that she won't have any regrets in her life." Mother Yi said this, as if she had thought of something. "Come to think of it, when your mom and I got married to your dad, we didn't even have a wedding photo. I feel so sorry just thinking about it. Yi Chen, I'm also thinking about how to do it, but I still have to talk to Nana and her parents about this matter. Whatever she does, we should do the same here." Mother Yi nodded, "That's right, we still have to discuss this with my in-laws. By the way, have you proposed to me? Girls nowadays like romance, so you better coax our precious daughter-in-law well." Yi Chen immediately said, "Mom, don't worry, I proposed when we got the marriage certificate." "Humph. I thought you learned your dad's tricks. Back then, your dad had nothing, so I just followed him. Even now, you don't even think of buying me a ring or something. It really makes me angry just thinking about it." Mother Yi snorted and said with some complaint. Yi Chen also smiled secretly and said, "Let me go and give Dad some advice." The mother and son chatted there for a long time before they dispersed. When Yi Chen returned upstairs, Lu Yana had already laid down and fallen asleep. However, after finishing their feeding, the three babies refused to sleep and wanted to be held and played with. Yi Chen also sighed, the babies were growing very fast, they looked different every day. Yi Chen has been busy these days and has not held any children. Now he is holding 3 children while receiving intravenous drips. He feels that they have changed so much. Moreover, the 3 babies are very smart. When they see their father coming, they all want Yi Chen to hold them, especially the little one, who is particularly attached to him. The baby, who is almost 2 months old, actually wants to learn to talk. Started chatting with Yi Chen with a gugu. Yi Chen also enjoys this kind of parent-child time very much. He thinks that if he really starts a career in the future, he will probably have less and less time to spend with his baby, so he should cherish the present time. At this moment, the system rang. Beep. Interact closely with the baby and the system will reward you 1 million. Yi Chen also smiled. Maybe it was because this was the first time Xiaobao spoke, so the system rewarded him with 1 million this time. Usually, the reward for making milk powder was about 100,000.